Prologue. Poseidon, omnipotent god of the sea, had the power to command the waves with his trident and instantly transform them into violent storms, haunting the sailors of the past. His son, Triton, was able to activate the tide by blowing loudly in his shell, and by whistling softly, he could calm a storm into a peaceful lake. The sirens influenced seamen with their lovely songs, so they would forget their homeland and their families, and instead become addicted to the mysterious water. In Greek mythology, the sea was a major part of the ancient world. The sea gods and goddesses had a deep influence on people's destinies, as did the sea itself. Among the most famous stories was that of Odysseus, king of the island of Ithaca, who took off for many dramatic adventures. After 20 years of lost wars and many disappointments, he finally found his way home. Since those times, the sea also functioned as a great inspiration to many poets, historical writers, and musicians, ancient and contemporary. It also influenced lonely people searching for happiness while fighting real or mental storms, and dreaming for a better future. Even during World War II, soldiers sailed away from home for months or years. Some never returned, and others found new lives in other lands. The old fisherman, Plastiras, thought often of these ancient Hellenic legends. They were in his blood, like the sea itself. He was proudly upholding the ancient traditions and mixing them with his daily experiences. He had always been very attracted to the movement and the underlying emotion that was related to the never-resting water. At school, we learned that the sea is a mysterious, mystical medium that has always fascinated people. The sea is prone to be the catalyst for unforgettable events. It provides a challenge to survive and can also have a calming effect on human souls. For these many reasons, the sea has never lost its attraction or power, sometimes being gentle like a lake, and at other times showing its anger through enormous storms. In a way, the sea reacts quite similar to human beings. As his eyes wandered along the far horizon, Plastiras continued to ponder. The attraction of this sea has not changed much since ancient times. Some seamen still hear voices or see phantoms after sailing for days on the open sea. The only directive indicating north and south on their vessel is their compass with a needle similar to our arms when they are stretched out. Plastiras stood up and stretched out his own arms to better imagine what he was thinking. Yes, from one end to the other is the extreme. While one needle might point to a near destination, the other points to a faraway place. Even here, some similarities can be drawn to human beings. Some people always have a desire to explore, even to conquer the whole world, while others remain happy in their homeland or on their island, like me. Some other people, however, have had both experiences. After many years of exploring and adventuring, they returned to their roots, to their home, enriched by both sad and happy experiences. Yet, in lieu of this choice, a restless feeling might still haunt them. Plastiras never left his island other than for fishing. He had experienced many storms and lived a simple but hard life. Though he only had a few years of education, he always had been a sharp observer. At the end of the day, Plastiras had to come to the conclusion that not too much had changed since Poseidon had governed the sea, as the sea still held a great fascination to fishermen, sailors, tourists. Probably, he mused. It is the mystery of the constant movement that attracts us. The sea is known for its healing effect, especially on lonely and distressed people, because it radiates peace and unlimited time to reflect. Water can be beautifully soothing over and above being powerful, sometimes vehement and frightening, like people's dreams and fears. Plastiras surmised that all his neighbors had their own personal stories relating to the sea, but never guessed that, shortly, he and the sea would be instrumental in helping a lonely sailor resolve a great mystery of his youth.
Chapter 1. The Sailing Boat in the Bay. Plastiras, the old fisherman, was sitting on his favorite bench, selected for a great view of the sea. It was an evening in the early summer, and the Mediterranean was not as calm as usual. The wind had been blowing the whole day, but had now slowly calmed down. Waves were still coming into the remote bay of his Greek island. Numerous times, Plastiras was out at sea, recognizing Poseidon's intentions by the smell of the air, the sound of the wind, or the special coloring of the water. He had witnessed the mysteries of the deep and had no doubt that old Poseidon was still a force to be reckoned with. It was 1986, and Nina was back on her beloved island after yet another hectic period in her life. This had always been the right place to reclaim her soul. She had returned to this island many times over the past 20 years. Nina had experienced great happiness and despair in her life, and this island was the place where she fled to find peace in her heart and recover from those difficult moments. Today, the Meltemi, a strong wind, had been blowing all day long, which compelled her to sit by the sea to watch the waves. Sailing boats and yachts sat in a small bay nearby, well protected from the wind, waiting for a calmer sea to sail upon. Was it the wind, with its melody, that brought back her energy? It was now licking her lovely pale face and pulling her blonde hair. This fresh breeze cleared her brain and her soul. Slowly, it brought her inner peace. Now, she was finally able to reflect over the past months, which had been so hectic. Besides working as a translator, she had remodeled her house. Finally, it was time for a holiday and to relax on this island. Lately, she had no time left for her most precious self. Now, she would have the time to complete the translation and editing of her deceased husband's memoir. After finishing all the tasks on her list, there was no longer any excuse left to keep her from this meaningful work. For hours, Nina had been sitting alone on a small balcony of her hotel room, fixated on a familiar sailing boat sitting in the bay. She was unable to focus on the manuscript. This particular boat must have been floating there for years because she clearly remembered that every time she returned to the island, the same boat was anchored in that same place, just like an old friend. It seemed to belong in the bay, just like a piece of furniture in a room. Did that boat ever sail? What could possibly be the story behind it? Was someone on board? Night fell, and the sailing boat was wriggling on the waves. The sails were down. The wind was still singing through the rigging, and it sounded almost like someone was playing a lovely melody on a harp. Maybe, Nina wondered, by listening to different tunes, it is possible to discern the boat's history. It was an older, well-designed boat with a dark blue body, a white deck top, and shiny railings. Elegant and proud in appearance. It might even belong to an aged owner who didn't sail anymore. Nina found herself wondering if anyone lived on board. The evening wind shifted and the boat, centering on its anchor, slowly changing its position. A small crest at the tip of a wave caressed its body. The waves looked like silver ribbons in the pale moonlight. As the night grew darker, the bay became quite mysterious. The wind blew even more gently than it had earlier in the evening, and silvery waves gently rocked the boat. Soon after, small lights from the houses appeared on the hill across the bay and reflected on the water. People were at home now, cooking, eating, and chatting. Once in a while, music could be heard, blown over the bay by the wind. A light at the top of the sailing boat's mast helped to display the boat's majestic height at night. Maybe a timer set this light off, as nobody seemed to be there to turn it on. The other fishermen were at home by now. Their small vessels rested at the bay's end until early next morning, when they would take them out for the next catch. Far away, the last ferry boat had left with tourists heading to another island. All was quiet. This might be the time the ancient Greek gods chose to return to their kingdoms to enjoy past memories that appeared like dreams. The cry of a frightened seagull interrupted the calm, and then everything was peaceful again. The music at a nearby tavern had concluded for the evening, and the lights in the houses on the neighboring hill were extinguished one by one. A dog barked far away, breaking the silence. And again, the holy quietness of the night returned. Suddenly, a small bright glow seemed to move around on the sailing boat sitting in the bay. And then it disappeared. Could it be a man's cigarette? Or maybe it was just a reflection from the waves, illuminated by the moon. Again, the entire bay became quiet. Nothing to hear other than the wind playing with the sailing boat's rigging. The sailing boat swung over to the other side of its anchor as the bright spot returned to move about on deck. A dim light turned on in the cabin and was switched off shortly thereafter. Nina was sure there was someone on board. For another half an hour, the boat was still and dark. Then another light went on for just a fraction of a second. A dark shadow moved on deck. Nina realized it was a man lighting his cigarette as he walked back and forth next to the railing. An eerie light illuminated one single small circle on the sea. This made the waves look translucent as they displayed a golden glimmer. The man on the sailing boat sat next to that illuminated spot, holding a fishing rod. This was an odd thing to do because it was illegal to attract fish with artificial light at night. Suddenly, his rod bent over, just like one grass hull in a powerful wind. A strong pulling force clearly indicated that a fish was fiercely fighting against its destiny. The silvery fish bent to the right and left, looking like a hanging sculpture blown by the wind. The sailor pulled the fish on deck and turned the golden light off, changing the sea back to its black color. Nina watched as the light turned on in the kitchen of the boat. Obviously, the man was cooking his dinner. Then he emerged to sit out on deck, eating by the light of a small paraffin lantern. This was now far past midnight, as he sat alone, eating and drinking. He raised his glass towards the sky, as if talking to the gods. Maybe he was thanking them for the catch. It looked like a ceremony. Later, the man cleared the table and stepped back inside. Another small cabin light switched on and off. Perhaps he'd gone asleep. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning and everything was dark again. Only the wind continued its song through the sailing boat's rigging. There was no movement on the boat the entire next day. For years, Nina had been intrigued with that sailing boat, and now her imagination began to create stories around it. The man on board might be able to train dolphins, or he could be a lunatic expelled by society. Sometimes the inspiration created a nice fairy tale for children. On other occasions, her overactive imagination created a dark story. But always, the boat absorbed her mind. Later that night, Nina observed the very same ceremony on the boat as she had the night before. First, the man wandered about on deck with his cigarette, appearing like a dark shadow. A while later, a golden spot of illumination on the water attracted the one fish that he caught for his dinner. Once he cooked it, he again sat at the small table on deck. There was one difference from the previous evening. While he was eating, he lit a single candle, placing it in the middle of the table. Compelled by the secret actions of the past 2 nights, Nina wanted to find out more about the mysterious man on the boat. She was inexplicably attracted to him, yet she had no idea why. Throughout the day, her vivid imagination took her back to the past few nights. She continued to invent reasons for this man's solitude. The next night, the bay was totally quiet, and the lights from the houses nearby had been turned off long before. Though midnight had passed, there was no action on the sailing boat. The full moon above seemed to shine more intensely than ever, so the man on board did not need to turn the light on to catch his dinner. Perhaps tonight the fish might swim close to his boat and check him out. Disappointed by the lack of action, and sipping on her glass of wine, Nina decided to stay on her balcony a while longer. Transfixed, she watched as a huge golden fish swam towards the sailing boat and up to the mysterious man who sat by the railing. In the moonlight, the fish transformed, taking on the appearance of a mermaid. When the mermaid reached the boat, the sailor held out his hand, then pulled her gently on board. The two sat on a small table on deck, the same place where he had sat alone all previous nights. A candle gave off a sensuous light as he poured some wine into 2 glasses. They each raised their glass towards the sky before taking a drink, exactly the way he had done the night before when he was alone. After a while, they rose to embrace one another, melting into one being. His dark clothing made him look like a black shadow next to her ethereal golden light. They were together like this for at least 10 minutes when the mermaid suddenly jumped overboard. She swam far away and was enveloped by the sea. Smoking a cigarette, the man stood at the railing, watching as the mermaid disappeared into the dark waters. Nina shook her head, unable to determine if the vision had been real, a dream, or just her imagination. Was it possible that she had fallen asleep? Regardless, she was now obsessed and absolutely had to find out the real story behind that sailing boat. Not even her local friends Penelope and Demetrios, the hotel owners, or their staff paid attention to it. Nobody else staying at the hotel watched the boat as intensively as Nina did from her balcony. It just sat there alone, year after year, and had simply become part of the view. Nina loved Greek culture, and she had learned a great deal about the Greeks from her close friendship with Penelope and Demetrios, and was very aware that almost every person on the island had a unique history. Chapter 2: Greece Before and After World War I. In 1922, the conflict to recover territories on the Asiatic peninsula that now belonged to Turkey failed, and over 2 million Greeks fled back to their home country. At that time, farmers on the islands were poor and lived on homegrown vegetables, goat's milk, sheep, and the fish they caught from the sea. The seemingly endless war ruined trade. Therefore, exporting fish or olives was not possible, and the isolated island farmers remained poor. Cash was scarce and people were not able to buy many necessary things. Neither tourists nor many Greeks traveled to these remote islands with scarce accommodations, and many children of these poor farmers immigrated to America in search for a better life. Though affected by the hard times brought about by war, Demetra's father, Heracles, decided to send his daughter to school. He wanted her to read and write rather than just learn how to take care of a home. For a farmer's daughter in the early 1920s, this was highly unusual. An education was deemed unnecessary because girls were expected to get married and raise a family. In most families, it was the mother's task to pick the husband for their daughter, while their father would plan and secure her future. Because his wife was dead, Heracles had to decide every aspect of Demetra's destiny. He loved his only daughter very much and was determined to find a deserving groom for his intelligent girl, a man who could give her a more comfortable life. Demetra was a strikingly beautiful young woman with the most unusual blue eyes. They were as clear as the transparent sea that surrounded the island. Blue eyes were rare and considered quite special on this island because most people's eyes were usually all shades of brown and black. What Demetra lacked in fortune, she made up for it in beauty and intelligence. Heracles put together the best dowry he could for the daughter he loved so deeply. As a wedding present, he gave her the choice of an acre of dry land or a sewing machine. She chose the sewing machine because she thought she would be able to make some money with embroidery in the future. This was the only contribution Heracles could make to Demetra's marriage. Heracles was quite impressed by a handsome young man named Costas, who offered good prospects for making money. Even though Heracles wasn't very talented in judging a man's character, he believed Costas would be a great match for his daughter. He was not a poor fisherman's son who would be exposed daily to wind, sun, and sea. His father owned a small clothing store, and, as the only son, Costas would eventually inherit the business. Heracles was very flattered that Costas also admired his daughter. The couple married in 1933. Once Demetra's husband was chosen, there would be no questions asked about whether she agreed or not. Love was not even an option. It was something that would hopefully grow between the couple once they were married. In those days, romance was not expected in marriage and was a bonus when it happened. Life was hard on the island. People worked just to survive. The majority toiled away in the fields, starting early in the morning until late at night, returning home exhausted from working under the hot sun. Then the men would sit in front of their homes and smoke. The women prepared dinner for the whole family and then spent some time with the children before giving them a bath and washing their clothes. By the time most men turned 40, they looked old. The white circles that signified the beginnings of a cataract formed in their dark brown eyes. Men rarely knew how to read or write. Still, they understood the great importance money had and dreamt about an easier way to earn it. Because of the lack of literacy, the local news was told via conversation while smoking and drinking homemade wine in the evenings. Married couples slept in separate beds and sometimes in different rooms. Women worked in the fields right up until their babies were born. Sometimes they did not even have the time to return home, so they would just lie down in the grass and give birth, like sheep and goats. After a few days of recovery, the mother returned to the field with her baby in tow. While the mother worked, the baby slept in a basket next to a bush's shadow. In spite of the inferior role, women still made the major decisions concerning the family and managed the money too. Sundays were the most important day of the week. Everyone walked to church. There, families, neighbors, and the whole village met. They had ample time to chat with brothers, cousins, and friends. Early in their marriage, Costas got into a terrible argument with his headstrong father. He was hoping to increase sales in the store and suggested they expand and start selling household goods. Costas imagined new shelves that would display pots and pans. He also wanted to have tables set with nice pottery and glasses, just as someone would set the table in their own home. It was Costas' dream to see his young wife, Demetra, selling these items to the war-weary villagers who were eager to fix up their homes, even though they didn't have a lot of money. A proud man, Costas' father misunderstood this suggestion totally. He interpreted it as an insult from his son, that he wasn't financially successful enough. Moreover, Costas' father was both stubborn and greedy and felt that the idea to expand the store would cost too much. He feared it would take away from the little money he had accumulated over the years. Afraid of what the future might bring, the older man considered it far too risky a venture. Costas' father was domineering. and his ideas had to be accepted without challenge. He owned the town's sole clothing store, a business that would always be in demand. In such difficult times, it was hard to make enough money to feed a family. If eventually a little extra could be saved, it had to be invested in the next generation's future. So in his opinion, people would certainly not buy or replace household goods, but clothing would always be needed. Although he had been pleased when his son had married one of the most beautiful girls on the island, Costas' father was also very disappointed that Dimitra had no real dowry and did not bring any money into the family. This sore point between the father and son, the cause of serious arguments between them in the past, intensified as the old man stewed over the perceived insult. "Costas, you have insulted me for not making enough money after you bring a poor farmer's daughter into our family." Shocked by the intense reaction, Costas responded, "Dad, I just had a suggestion. And it had nothing to do—" "Shut up! I just do not want to hear any of your excuses. You are just waiting for me to die so you can get your hands on my money." "But that's not the case," Costas tried to explain. Costas' father was beyond reason. He threw Costas out on the streets. "Get out of here. This is my store, which I built up without help from anyone. Do not step through this door ever again. Go to your wife with no money and make your own life. I never want to see you again." Costas knew that once his father had formed an opinion, there was no way to change his mind, so he walked home sadly. He also knew that his choice of wife would always be too bitter a pill for his father to digest. Dimitra saw Costas from afar, climbing up the hill with difficulty, and was worried he might be ill. "Costas, what happened? Are you sick?" She became more worried when she saw his tears. Costas wanted to walk away, but she grabbed his hand. "We are a couple, and we will share good and bad times together. Please, let me know what is wrong." Costas told her about the terrible fight he had had with his father, not mentioning the part about her lack of dowry. She listened attentively until he finished. "It is not that terrible. We will manage our life together, and I am sure we will survive one way or another. The main thing is that we trust and love each other." "Dimitra, you are just so precious," Costas said as he squeezed her hand. Costas never mentioned a single word about the incident or his father again. He also became a very quiet man and always seemed partially absent, lost in his own thoughts. He seldom mixed with other men and avoided contact with old friends. Costas' father sold the store to another relative a week later. Nobody in town ever understood the old man's rage. Costas was now reduced to working the small piece of land he had bought, with some money left to him by his grandfather. His income was just enough for his young family to survive on. A few years passed. Costas and Dimitra had 2 children, a daughter, Penelope, and a son, Genosis. Though poor, Costas was truly a happy man. Dimitra loved her husband and their 2 children. With her positive attitude, she helped Costas to cope with their less than perfect situation. He would always be disappointed that his father had never appreciated Dimitra for her lovely character and positive traits, which became more apparent as she flourished into motherhood. Heracles, Dimitra's father, was also heartbroken to see that her father-in-law did not appreciate his daughter. It made him angry to see that she was not accepted for her soft and positive spirit and her intelligence. He often went to church and prayed to help Costas and Dimitra's destiny. Costas worked their small farm, which surrounded the little cabin where they lived on top of a steep hill. One morning, while picking stones off his land, he was bitten by a venomous snake. With Dimitra by his side, he died of a high fever a few days later. Kostas's father was absent at his funeral, and all other members of his family too, except for Dimitra and the children. Penelope and Dionysus, now 10 and 9, were affected heavily by their father's early death. Penelope especially suffered from the loss. She had admired her father's fierce determination to reach a goal by hard work. She and her brother tried to help their mother whenever necessary. Now, their childhood turned very serious. They had to spend more time working and had less time to play. By 1948, Dimitra was 34 years old and had to raise 2 children by herself. She endured further hardship when her father died of old age that same year. To support herself and her children, Dimitra started to embroider napkins, tablecloths, bed linen, and other nice pieces of material in her spare time, things that she would sell to the few tourists visiting the island. Dimitra had a good heart and welcomed everyone who walked up the steep hill to visit her family. No one ever left her house without getting some fresh eggs or a chicken to take back home. Penelope, only 10 years old, enjoyed helping her mother after school. She especially liked growing vegetables that she could sell at the farmer's market to make some extra money for the family. Penelope really respected her mother and aimed to someday become the same kind of loving mother and supportive wife. So, Penelope learned as a very young girl that love and devotion had so much more influence on a person's life than money alone. Whatever someone did, it should be done with passion, imagination, or as part of a dream for future goals. Every day after school, it took Penelope over 20 minutes to reach her house on top of a hill. Her path passed some stone fences that divided other farmers' lands. Then she would climb up some rocks and stones that had been washed by the wind. These stones had been formed over thousands of years into special shapes. Some looked like small elephants, turtles, or heads of a dog. Penelope knew each rock like old friends and greeted them one by one as she passed by. The surrounding landscape was dry and dusty, yet not quite as dry as it was today. There were no trees along the path, just some shrubs, bushes, and herbs that could scarcely feed the goats. Next to their house was a natural spring, so at least they had fresh water. This was the reason they could grow vegetables and flowers, like in an oasis. From their farm, they had the most wonderful view overlooking the hills, the village, and the sea. On a clear day, the neighboring islands were visible. Dimitra's small house was painted white with blue doors and window frames. The staircase outside the kitchen that connected to their living area was painted white and was nicely arranged with blue painted tins planted with herbs and flowers placed on every second step. Nearby, there was a vegetable garden, flowers, a lemon tree, and an olive tree. The many chickens ran freely about the place, and because of them, the family had fresh eggs for breakfast every day. Inside, family pictures hung up on the wall in the living room. Some were grandparents, uncles, aunts, and cousins. Most of them were faded out. There were also fewer pictures of weddings and other family members' children. Over Dimitra's bedroom door hung a beautiful golden icon showing a portrait of Christ's head. It was a valuable antique, with gold shining bright on the wooden board. A monk had painted the icon in an Orthodox monastery. Dimitra had received it from her mother. Nobody knew how long it had been in her family. but it was certainly over 100 years old. The family believed that it protected them from starvation and terrible sickness. The table in another corner was covered with a fine white lace tablecloth with some plates and cups on it. The two chairs and the small bench beside the table were covered with colorful rugs that Demetra had woven herself. Costas's untouched bed remained in the same corner where it had been the day he had passed away. At that time, it was tradition in Greece for a widow to wear black clothing and to keep her deceased husband's bed in order, to prove she was a woman worthy of raising her children. Marriage was considered to be a lifelong devotion, and remarriage was unthinkable. In those days, another man couldn't afford to take care of someone else's family. Farmers had one marriage and stuck to it until death, happy or unhappy. In the middle of the room stood the old sewing machine, her father's wedding gift. With this machine, Demetra learned to produce her own flowers and bird designs that she would embroider on white linen and sell to locals and tourists. Chapter 3. Demetrius's Family. Demetrius's family lived on the neighboring hill that was a little closer to the village. His parents were also poor farmers. They had a few goats and sheep that they bred for wool. There were 6 children that had to be fed and educated. To that end, his father, Vasilis, a serious and tough man, rode his donkey down to the village every day to haul water for his neighbors. Then sold goat's cheese and lettuce before returning to the farm for a day's work. Later at night, he would go out to sea and catch fish, both for his family to eat and to sell in the village for profit. During the winter, he worked on expanding his little cabin for his growing family to live in. He was not the type of man to whistle a melody while he worked. In that household, the husband, the wife, put aside all thoughts of pleasure to be able to feed the children. Vasilis and his wife, Maria, had a good relationship, sharing the good and bad times. Maria was devoted to Vasilis. She always had a loving expression on her face and was very positive-minded. Often, she thought of new opportunities to help her growing family financially, even if it only helped a little bit. One of her contributions consisted of farming vegetables in their garden to sell at the local market. She also cut sheep's wool, washed it, and hung it to dry on a small piece of land they owned near the port. After it was dry, she spun the wool into a thin thread and rolled it up in balls. During the winter, she sat for hours knitting pullovers and vests to sell to next year's tourists. Of the 6 children, it was their younger son, Demetrius, who liked to work hard with his parents, either remodeling their small shack or looking after the goats. In fact, he liked working much more than going to school and was always there to lend a hand for his family. This was a typical simple farmer's life on a small Greek island in the 1940s. In the days following World War II, 3 children, Penelope, Demetrios, and their friend, Nikos, shared the same bench at the island's small school. A year older than Penelope, Demetrios and Nikos had been good friends since their early childhood. At that time, not many children were enrolled in school, so multiple grades had to share the same room. The trio became inseparable. Chapter 4. Nikos's Family Secret. Nikos's family lived nearby, but they were much poorer than either Penelope's or Demetrios's families. No one on the island knew the truth about Nikos's mother, Sophia. She was believed to have been an orphan, with very little known about her origins. Sophia's secret began with her own mother, Elena, Nikos's grandmother. In 1912, Elena had been forced by poverty to take a job as a maid in the home of a rich Athenian family. The family's son was an extremely fine and intelligent man. Though only in his late 20s, he was already an assistant of science at the University of Athens. The young man fell in love with Elena, and they met secretly during the evenings. They knew what society might think about their social difference, but hoped that attitudes might change over time. Only their love was important. The year 1912 was, for them, the beginning of a new century and a time of promise for a modern society in the future. The young man knew that, at that stage, there was no way his rich and severe mother would ever accept his relationship with a simple maid. However, their passion for one another could not be contained, and they became lovers. Genuinely in love, the young man thought the solution would be moving to Crete and living there without the Athenian society's strict traditions. He had already arranged to work for 2 years as a teacher at the island's gymnasium. Then he would return to Athens, continuing his research for completing his doctorate degree. He hoped that by then, enough time would have passed for his family to have accepted his lifestyle and his wife. He was not at all willing to follow the old family traditions that demanded he find a wife among other rich Athenian families. For him, it was clear he was going to marry Elena. However, he was not ready to reveal his plans until his teaching job at the gymnasium was finalized. In August, on Elena's 21st birthday, he was going to ask her to marry him, and then move to the island of Crete. However, everything turned out much differently to what he had planned. Elena seemed more and more depressed and mentioned to him that her mother got seriously sick and she needed to leave Athens for a while to look after her. Elena was lying. A week previously, Elena had not understood why she was feeling nauseous and dizzy in the early mornings. She was off work and met with her friend, Irene, who asked Elena why she was so pale and nervous. Elena mentioned her morning dizziness. "Oh God, Elena, you could be pregnant. I hope it's not the case. Being unmarried and getting pregnant is considered to be the woman's fault. There is no way you can have an illegitimate baby. You will dishonor your own family too." Elena ran home. Could she really be pregnant? She was unable to talk about this to anyone and would not dare to mention it to her lover. What should she do? Confused, she finally decided to confess to the priest at the nearby church. She found him to be very gentle. She knew he could give her some advice or find a solution. However, the priest's reaction was much different than she had anticipated. "Elena, this is the worst position you could put yourself into. Not only is it a terrible sin to get pregnant and not be married, but also your lover is from a rich family. His mother will do everything to keep you away from him. For aristocrats, it is even worse to admit to such a sin. The reputation will be destroyed. Father, what can I do? Girl, there is no easy way to solve this problem. Probably your own family will disown you too, so there is no way to return to your home. The whole village will point at you for your sin, and your child will never be accepted by anyone there. The only solution would be to enter a convent and give birth to the child there. Your child will be put in a home with other orphans, and you pray off your sin by becoming a nun. There was no way Elena could understand the priest's solution. She was in love. I'm sure he loves me. At least I should tell him. No way. All men tell you they love you, and when this situation comes up, they do not even know you anymore. Elena, believe me, you have to leave Athens and enter a convent. I will help you find one that is adequate. Broken-hearted, Elena just nodded, but she was not ready to follow his advice. Father, maybe I could go to an island where nobody knows me. Dear girl, everywhere you go, you have to give birth to that child all alone, and everyone will realize that you are not married. The best solution is the convent. The child will be raised with other orphans. Elena sat in front of the priest like a pile of ashes. She felt shocked and threatened. Come back in 3 or 4 days. In the meantime, I will find a place for you. Please, accept one more piece of advice. If you really love him, never tell him the truth. Otherwise, it will be the end of his career at the university. Elena was in total despair, and it took her hours to walk home. She had to leave Athens immediately and find an excuse. At home, she happened to meet her employer in the hall. Elena, you've been crying. Your eyes are so red. Tell me what happened to you. Under big tears, Elena just answered that she had received bad news from home that day. Her mother had become seriously ill and she had to go home for several weeks to take care of her. The rich lady was not pleased to see Elena leave on such short notice and started to be curt with her, accusing her of being lazy. A week later, she asked Elena to leave and not return because she had found a better maid in the meantime. Elena never went to see the priest again. However, she saw her friend Irene and, crying, told her what the priest had suggested. Irene tried to comfort her friend. Elena, this is a viable solution. Still, I understand it's hard on you. As you need to take off soon, what will you tell your lover? Shaken by anger and despair, Elena stumbled. I really do love him. And I am sure he loves me too. He mentioned once that if his mother found out about our love, we could move to a distant island together. But see, the priest's advice was to never ever mention a word of my pregnancy to him. This would ruin his career and harm his family's reputation. What should I do? I know this is very hard for you, Elena. Still, I believe the priest is right and certainly knows what to do about the difficult situation you're in. But I am not ready to enter a convent now, Elena cried. Maybe I could escape to another island where nobody knows me. Elena, be reasonable. This will not solve the situation, as you will be an unmarried mother, Irene countered. What did you tell his mother about your immediate departure? Well, I told her that my mother became seriously ill and I must go home to look after her. She got mad and let me go. Did you tell your lover that you are departing to look after your mother? Irene wondered. Yes. And what was his reaction? He understood that my mother needs me. Then, big tears ran down Elena's cheeks. Then he grabbed my hand and told me that he loves me and cannot wait for me to return. Elena told Irene that she did not have the courage to tell her lover that his resolute mother had fired her. Irene put her arm around her friend's shoulder. Elena, I think it's better that you write him a goodbye letter, telling him to forget the whole love affair due to your big social differences. This way you would never need to tell him the truth, and it would not cause him disgrace or ruin his career, as the priest mentioned. Elena sat next to Irene, and for a long time, she was not able to respond. After 5 minutes, she shyly admitted that she didn't even know how to write. Never mind, I will help you. Irene and Elena wrote the letter to Elena's lover, and both decided that Irene would post it the day after Elena had left Athens. Irene truly felt very sorry for her friend. 3 days after Elena had left, the young man had got her note and was totally crushed. He knew that Elena loved him deeply. Now he felt terrible for not asking her to marry him before her birthday. He would immediately find her and rectify the situation. After they were married, he would sort things out with his parents one way or another. A week later, without his parents knowing, the young man took off to find Elena. When he arrived at home, her parents told him that Elena had shown up a few days ago and had returned to Athens the previous day. She had found a new job there, having suffered under the harshness of the lady she had been working for. She had only 1 week off between jobs. However, her parents thought she seemed very nervous and felt that it might have been the uncertainty of beginning a new job. They gave him her new address in Athens. When the young man returned to Athens, he immediately went to the address he had been given. He was happy, expecting to find Elena there, but to no avail. No such house even existed. In total despair, he went to the priest and admitted his love for Elena, seeking for advice. The priest advised him to better forget the girl because she would not fit into his family. Father, I do not care about my family. I have already made plans to move away with Elena to Crete and teach at the gymnasium there. Once my parents accept my wife, I will return to Athens again. Son, I still do not think this is a good solution. You will put yourself in a huge dilemma, the priest countered. You better pray for Elena and wish her good luck. Certainly, I will pray for her. I will pray to find her wherever she is. I love her deeply. Father, do you have any idea where she went? I know that she would come here to pray. The priest saw tears coming to the young man's eyes and now felt sorry for him. Son, she decided to enter a convent. Why? There was no reason to run away. She knew I loved her. Elena felt bad after seeing the many social differences between the families, and before the priest was able to finish his phrase, the young man exclaimed furiously, I will do whatever I can to find Elena, and I will marry her. Was it your advice to send Elena to a convent? Then, gaining control over himself, he continued, I'm sorry to take this out on you. Please, give me an idea where she might be if you know. The priest, realizing the man's deep turmoil, answered slowly in a solemn voice. Son, I see your deep pain, and I will tell you the truth. She confessed that she was pregnant and came to me for advice. She knew the awkward position she would have put you. your family and herself into. So I thought the convent was the best solution. This was a terrible shock for the young man. She never told me she was pregnant. It is impossible for her to enter a convent. The child is mine too. I absolutely need to find her. Please, Father, tell me where she went. I really had no idea where she is, as she never came back to see me again. Son, you better forget that whole incident. Imagine how your family would react. I do not care a bit, Father. I love Elena and I must find her. After months and months of intensive searching, it became clear that it was hopeless. Even her friend, Irene, did not have the slightest idea where Elena could have gone. No one ever heard a single word from her. Depressed, the young intellectual man threw himself into his work. In the evenings, he retired right after dinner to his room, pretending to be preparing for his PhD exams. Some of these evenings, he wrote poems for Elena. His parents were proud of his growing success, assumed that the amount of work was the reason of his nightly sojourn to his room. What the parents didn't know was that after he was able to find Elena, he was absolutely determined to tell them the truth and marry her, despite their disapproval. After leaving Athens, Elena had no idea what the future would hold. She decided to return home for a few days and then take off for a place where no one would know her. She would have to go to another island and find a new job. She lied to her parents, telling them that she had changed jobs in Athens. However, she then got off the boat at a strange island where she had never been before. She was heartbroken because she knew that she had left her lover confused. Still, she decided to give birth to their child in secret, so he would never find out. She loved him with all her heart, but accepted her cruel destiny, that only memories were all she would ever have. Not long after she had departed by boat and landed on one of the small islands, Elena found a job as a kitchen maid on a farm. A few months later, she gave birth to her child in the stable, all alone. The next morning, the farmer's wife found her lying in the stable with a high fever, her newborn daughter in her arms. Elena died just a few hours later. The baby girl survived. The kind farmer's wife adopted the child and named her Sophia. She had her mother's soft, black eyes and pale skin. Sophia was a shy child with a noble bearing, probably like her father, and fragile health like her mother. She was quite sensitive, very different from all the farmer's healthy children. When Sophia turned 18, the farmer's wife felt obligated to let her know about her secret roots. Because lately, Sophia had asked several times why she looked different from and acted differently to her siblings. Sophia, I have loved you as one of my own children. You have to promise never to tell anyone the truth. Your mother died in my arms just after you were born. She told me that she was deeply in love with a young intellectual aristocrat in Athens, who is your father. Your mother was terribly upset about your destiny to be an illegitimate child, and I assured her that I would keep you with us. She was going to tell me your father's name and address, but she passed away so abruptly. I never found out his identity. After a short pause, she continued, I pretended that I found you as an orphan lying in our stable. Nobody on our island ever knew your real origin, so you could grow up in peace. Sophia was very touched by the great love the farmer's lady gave her. It had never occurred to her that she wasn't their natural child. At the same time, she was probably too young to cope with a secret nobody should ever know about. So Sophia decided to just block it out her mind. Sophia was easygoing and a very attractive girl. From humble roots, she considered herself fortunate when she married Pedro, a poor fisherman. He was a rather low-key man with little humor. He was not too exciting or excitable, and sometimes the other fishermen teased him. However, he was a decent man and a good husband to Sophia, who became a loving wife and mother. Pedro spent most of his days and nights out at sea in his tiny wooden fishing boat, catching fish for his family. He was poor, but loved the sea. He tried his best to make a living doing that which he loved, fishing. If he ever caught extra fish, he would be more than happy to sell them. With the little money they made, Sophia bought 3 goats, so the family at least had fresh milk, some fish, and homegrown vegetables to live on. On this island, most family clans built a personal chapel that they used for special events. With only 1 or 2 services held during the year, this was also the place where deceased family members were laid for their final rest. It was every family's desire to own their little chapel, and the poor worked hard just to achieve this goal. Families who could not build their own chapel had to accept a common plot for their deceased, where very poor inhabitants laid, a kind of community grave. Pedro's elderly father worked every free minute to build his family's chapel, as he was afraid he might die before finishing it. He achieved his goal, but due to his permanent lack of money, he could not afford a bell. Finally, some good friends decided to help and sponsored the needed bell on his 98th birthday. He was so happy that he invited them all for a simple dinner, and they celebrated the event together. Shortly after the guests had left, he went to bed, closed his eyes, and died peacefully. Pedro did not pay attention to his old father's chapel, and he never cared about being poor. Neither he nor Sophia knew how to read or write, as this was not necessary at the time for working the fields or catching fish for a living. Nikos was their only living child. Fragile Sophia had lost 2 other babies who weren't strong enough to survive infancy. The first baby had died just hours after birth. The other had died from a high fever at the age of 3 months. Nikos, at 11 years old, was an extremely intelligent and clever boy. He had dark, curly hair, a fine stature like his mother, and remarkable green eyes unlike either of his parents. Nothing could escape his keen eyes. His big dream was to command a huge sea steamer someday, travel the distant world, and earn enough to escape from poverty permanently. He was determined to find a way to leave this simple farmer's life, which had no real future, with hard work and good education. However, his poor parents didn't understand his passion for reading and learning, and regarded his attitude as a waste of time. Pedro especially could not understand why he would ever need all the education if he was just going to be a farmer or a fisherman. Having no education themselves, his parents could not comprehend their son's dreams. Pedro's idea of life was just fighting to survive day by day. Higher education was a luxury for better situated people, not for farmers with no money to spend. Eager to learn as much as he could about Europe, America, and his homeland, Nikos went down to the port to observe people after school, especially the few tourists who found their way to the island in the late 1940s. He wanted to hear them speak other languages and learn all about their cultures. His ambitions went far beyond the small island and its limited opportunities. Growing older, he was aware that learning other languages was mandatory for attending engineering school and becoming a sea captain. Focusing on his goal, Nikos taught himself English, studying a language book and using a dictionary that an English tourist had given him as a gift. Sophia was secretly very proud of Nikos' ambitions and hoped he could make his way out of poverty. She remembered her real mother's tragic and forgotten story. Could it be that Nikos had inherited the intelligence of his grandfather, who might now be a professor? This would explain why Nikos behaved so differently from the other children on the island. She often found him sitting behind books and studying. However, this was certainly not a story to be rehashed, as Sophia was known on the island as an orphan who had been adopted by the farmer's family. Her foster mother had assured her that nobody else knew her real origin, and that she advised her to never mention it again. Otherwise, Sophia might end up paying for her mother's sin. Not even Pedro knew about it. Despite Pedro's idea that Nikos had to become a fisherman like him, Sophia supported Nikos' dream. It was not her intention to let her son know that he might have inherited some of his desire to learn from an unknown source.
Chapter 5. 3 Comrades.
While 13-year-old Nikos was dreaming about becoming a sea captain and traveling the world, his best friend, Dimitrios, also 13 years old, wanted to build big hotels in the future. The two boys often sat on a stone overlooking the port, sharing their dreams for a better life. Dimitrios was rather practical, and no work was ever too hard for him. Nikos, the thinker, pondered how to get a college education in Athens someday. Both had almost unreachable goals. Even though the two of them were totally different, they were inseparable. Every day, they walked down to the village school together with 12-year-old Penelope. Penelope was a calm girl. She never talked much, yet she was easygoing and loved to listen how the boys were going to conquer the world when they grow up. For a girl, it was hard to make decisions about a future profession, as she would get married anyway and soon have a family to look after. That would be her job. She had learned from her mother to look positively at things and turn any situation, positive or negative, into a good one. Then she would be a successful wife and mother. She was a patient listener, and often the boys asked her to evaluate if their dreams would result in success or failure. Sometimes both drifted off in illusions, while Penelope waited until Nikos and Dimitrios returned from their fantasies to realistic possibilities. If the two argued, it was Penelope who helped to sort out their differences. The three of them were a fantastic team, complementing each other's desperate personalities. One day, Nikos lost a goat while he was out in the fields. This would be a real crisis for his family, as the 3 goats were the only capital they had. After a day-long search, Nikos decided to seek Penelope's advice before the night came in, and he would have to return home alone and face the wrath of his parents. Instinctively, Penelope guided Nikos back to the trail he had taken early in the morning with the goats. At one point, she saw a little water pond far below the trail. "Nikos, maybe your goat could have been attracted to the water," Penelope guessed. Nikos had never thought that one of his goats would go off the trail and take the risk of climbing down to an almost invisible pond. Down there, the lonely goat was waiting for guidance to get back to the stable. Like Nikos, Demetrios grew to depend on Penelope. Whenever there was a task at school that Demetrios did not like to do, he would ask Penelope how to best attack the problem. Both friends knew that Penelope's common sense and practical attitude was helpful to them. Furthermore, each of them was sure that Penelope kept their confidential request totally secret, and she would never speak to one about the other's problems. She was the most trustworthy friend they had. Once, a heavy storm was approaching while the three friends were walking through the fields after school. Their parents had already gone home when Demetrios, Nikos, and Penelope decided to finish collecting the rest of the dry hay before the rain could spoil it. However, the rain hit much faster than expected. Lightning and thunder followed in short bursts. It was too dangerous to walk along the barren hills. Nikos and Demetrios panicked and decided to run to and hide under a large tree. In their panic, they forgot that hiding under trees was dangerous. Thunderstorms with lightning occurred rather seldom on their island. Penelope immediately realized that this place was even more dangerous than staying in the open field because lightning could potentially hit the highest point, and this would be the tree they were standing under. She quickly suggested they hide under a huge rock that formed a shade shelter where her goats often hid from the beating hot sun at noon. Already soaked by the heavy rain, the three children reached the natural shelter and stayed there until the storm ceased. Suddenly, lightning hit something nearby. All three watched their hair rise because the air crackled with electricity. It smelled like sulfur, and the atmosphere vibrated. The three children, frightened to death, crawled even farther under the big rock. After an extremely long 15 minutes, the storm had moved on. When they crawled out from under the rock's natural shelter, they saw that the tree was burning, hit by the lightning. Their faces had turned white, even in the orange-red light of the fire. Neither one of the boys spoke a word. Both knew it was Penelope's wisdom to run away from that tree, and that had saved their lives. As always, in such a dangerous situation, Penelope had remained calm and had been the one who managed everyone's panic. The three children grew up together, shared the same school bench, had the same long daily walk down to the village school, and had a similar, simple island farmers' lives. Still, each one had the most different dreams regarding their goals of what they wanted to achieve when they grow up. Nikos learned from a soldier he had met in town that he could enroll in a 2-year military service program when he turned 18. Which would allow him to go to college for free and continue after the second year in an engineering program. So he spent most of his time reading and studying rather than farming. Though his mother understood, to some extent, why he was this way, his father continued to believe that this was a time-consuming distraction. Both Sophia and Pedro wanted him to achieve more than they had. But Pedro was afraid that any intellectual pursuit would come to naught. How could a poor fisherman's son, with a small piece of farmland, hope to make it in the professional world? Pedro's idea of success for Nikos was that he would make enough money to buy a bigger piece of farmland, rather than having him strive in academia, where he might falter. Sophia secretly supported all of Nikos's dreams. She was torn between Pedro's pragmatism and Nikos's ambitions. What if Nikos could succeed? She believed in his dreams, even though she was never able to dream for a better life or even visit the big city. Maybe her son's dreams tended to be a projection of missed opportunities. Chapter 6: Fading Love Letters. Demetrius was very pragmatic and preferred working with his father, constructing the addition to their house or hauling the building material by truck, rather than striving to go to college. Penelope was patient and calm. She accepted any task given to her. She was proud to show that she was a silent performer. As he grew older, Demetrius's admiration for Penelope grew, and he hoped to marry her when he had enough money to support a family. Penelope loved Demetrius, but she was also quite fond of Nikos. While Demetrius made tangible things happen, Nikos dazzled her with his unquenchable thirst for learning. At that time, girls could not show their preferences and had to wait for the man to make a decision. Moreover, Penelope's difficult childhood left her no room for wild dreams that might never manifest into reality. Because of this, she preferred Demetrius and his down-to-earth attitude to Nikos and his seemingly out-of-reach goals. At the age of 18, Demetrius had nothing to offer financially and was too insecure to show Penelope his real feelings. He knew that Penelope admired him a lot and was determined to conquer her heart in the future. Nikos never showed any emotion because he was totally absorbed in his education. So Demetrius never had the slightest idea that Nikos might care for Penelope too. In a discussion between the two, Nikos explained that there was no sense in dating a girl if you weren't prepared to marry her in short order. Nikos wanted to travel the world and become a sea captain before starting a love affair. Demetrius' idea was to build a practical career before settling down and having a family. One day, Penelope and Demetrius got into a heated argument over local politics. Penelope was so furious that she decided she would never speak to Demetrius again. Nikos, who secretly adored Penelope, took the opportunity to get her mind off Demetrius and ask her to go with him to the movies. In reality, Penelope would have preferred it if Demetrius had apologized and made the offer, as she found him more attractive. To her, Nikos was sometimes too absorbed in his reading. However, girls accepted their destiny without question. Now it was Nikos' intent on dating her. After several dates, Nikos found himself falling in love with Penelope. Deep in her heart, Penelope resented Demetrius for not attempting to make up with her. Her heart was torn in two. She knew that she really loved Demetrius, but Nikos loved her. Respecting Nikos, she felt that in time, she might be able to return his emotions. When Nikos turned 18, it was time to leave for 2 years of military service, which would be followed by a special engineering training program. Penelope and Nikos promised to write each other every week. Penelope wrote to him the most beautiful letters. She understood by his letters that living in Athens was much different to life on their small island. Nikos wrote that his life there was hectic and tough, Students had to work hard to pass the exams in a regimented time schedule. This was totally opposite to the island life, where one could take his time with no hurry or limitations. Work was finished when it was done. After his first 6 months in Athens, Nikos was not able to come home for his vacation because he had enrolled in an additional course in astronomy. Penelope understood Nikos' desire to learn, yet in her heart, she felt left out, and her disappointment started to grow. To her, it looked like Nikos didn't care for her, and she was longing to see him after 6 months of separation. He had suddenly gone off to fulfill his own dreams. Writing long and intense letters and not receiving fully understandable responses hurt Penelope quite deeply. Then the letters from Nikos began to arrive less frequently. 8 months had gone by since he left the island, when suddenly his mother died of a heart attack. Nikos came home for her funeral, but stayed only 2 days. Though Penelope was pleased to see him, she realized that her feelings for Nikos had begun to fade. When he took her down to the beach and kissed her, she felt little passion in return. After Nikos left, Penelope remained uncertain about her love for him. He had become even more academic and far away from what she viewed as reality. Questions about their future started to trouble her heart. Would she ever be able to follow Nikos' way of thinking? Could she be happy with a husband who was obsessed with reading scientific books? It was hard to picture him being the head of a family and sharing simple day-to-day tasks. As time went by, his letter came even less frequently, and Penelope concluded there was something important that concerned Nikos, something he would not openly admit to her. He wrote about his studies and told her that he had undergone a shock of sorts after returning to Athens from his mother's funeral. There was a big secret that he would tell her when he saw her in person. He mentioned that he finally found out why he was different to his parents. However, Penelope had no clue to understanding his unclear messages. Penelope felt it was an excuse for having found another girlfriend. What else could the secret be? To keep up love by writing was difficult. She had to wait until his next visit to the island to learn what his secret was all about, and this would be in 4 or 5 months. That was too long a period of time to wait. In the meanwhile, she was suffering from this terrible turmoil. Demetrius was used to sharing almost everything with his friend Nikos. He knew how eager Nikos was to take off for the military service and then be able to go on to study engineering. He remained very curious to hear about Nikos' experiences on the mainland. Demetrius believed that Nikos would have a hard time coping with the lifestyle of the big city. Even more importantly, Demetrius had difficulty understanding Nikos' relentless aspiration to be an academic achiever. Nikos wrote to him just once or twice during his first months in Athens. Demetrius knew that Nikos was still writing to Penelope and felt left out. Nikos was probably homesick, and this was the last thing he could admit to another man, much less to Demetrius. Penelope was the person to communicate with because she would never reveal anyone's secret or break a confidence. She would probably give Nikos good advice. Later on, Demetrius was devastated when one of his cousins told him that he had seen Nikos kissing Penelope when he was home for his mother's funeral. His cousin was sure there was a love affair between the two. Was it not he, Demetrius, who was going to conquer Penelope's heart one day? It was Demetrius's job to go to the village post office to pick up the mail and distribute it to the few houses on the hill where they all lived. No mailman would ever climb up that steep hill, so one of the youngsters had to do it. Demetrius, seeing letters sent from Nikos to Penelope, got terribly jealous, and, in a fit of rage, dropped 2 unread letters into an old tin can that was hidden under a stone. It bothered him that a love affair between Penelope and Nikos might exist. On one hand, Demetrius could not imagine Nikos being in love with Penelope because Nikos seemed only focused on his career. On the other hand, Demetrius had been confident that he was the one Penelope would someday decide upon. A year had passed since Nikos had left for Athens. Demetrius was now 19, and his admiration for Penelope was obvious. However, Penelope's reaction seemed rather distant. Though she would always listen attentively to his ideas, he was insecure about her feelings towards him. On one occasion, Demetrius placed his hand on her arm, but she immediately had an excuse to run home to help her mother. Demetrius wondered if she was afraid of him. Or did she not find him attractive? Demetrius couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. No, she wasn't afraid. Penelope really admired Demetrius. She could easily follow his ideas as a practically oriented man. She realized, at this point, how much she had always loved him when he had touched her arm. It had electrified her. So as to hide how she felt, she had had to run home. Lately, Penelope seemed overly emotional, and Demetrius sensed that something was bothering her deeply. Nothing would make her laugh anymore. Something was wrong. So he decided to confront her. Penelope, what is bothering you? You seem so absent sometimes. Is there something you need to tell me? Is it about Nikos? Penelope, surprised by Demetrius's direct question, blushed and began to shake. Penelope, you know I am your friend. Please tell me what's wrong. Even if it hurts me, it's better to know the truth. Demetrius, I have to break one of my principles if I tell you what's bothering me. Normally, I would never tell anyone about other people's problems. I feel like this would be betraying Nikos, but I am very concerned. Nikos told me that he underwent a big shock after he returned to Athens and has a secret to tell me. A big secret that he can only tell me in person. Sometimes he has such strange ideas. He wrote that he would tell me all about it the next time he visits the island. He never answers my specific questions. I assume, and hope, that Nikos found a girlfriend in Athens. Recalling what his cousin had told him, Demetrius looked at Penelope and was eager to know more. Why are you hoping that, Penelope? Aren't you in love with him? Now it was Penelope who did not know how to react and admit her growing feelings for Demetrius. I just thought it would ease my situation, she answered. And at the same moment, tears began to well up in her eyes. Demetrius took her hand in his and asked, What is it? Please, let me know the truth. You have to know, Penelope. I love you deeply. Now Penelope's big tears made their way along her red cheeks. Embarrassed, she answered in a barely audible voice. I love you too, Demetrius. I have always loved you much more than Nikos. Suddenly, Demetrius remembered his big jealousy, motivating him to hide 2 letters addressed by Nikos to Penelope. under a stone. Now Demetrius learned that Penelope's heart was in fact beating for him and decided to never mention those letters to Penelope at any time. Demetrius was happy that Penelope had opened up to him, and she did not reject him when he placed his arm around her shoulder. He was sure he could feel her heart beating faster. "I was unsure about your feelings and also flattered by Nikos' advances," Penelope explained. However, there was no need for the words because he no longer doubted her love for him. Demetrius embraced Penelope warmly, and a lifelong love affair began. For the time being, Demetrius felt too young and unstable to propose marriage to Penelope. He had to demonstrate his intent to work hard and make some money to ensure a good future before he could seriously court her. After almost 2 years of being away, Nikos returned to the island. He was ready to tell Penelope the secret experience he had had in Athens. In fact, he now had 2 secrets to tell her. His career was going to be secured, so he decided to ask her to marry him after finishing his studies in Athens. If she agreed, he would unveil his other secret: the experience and shock he had undergone in his 2nd semester after enrolling in a special course at the university. Nikos wanted to talk with Penelope, but she avoided him. The next time he saw her, he grabbed her arm. "Tell me, what is wrong with you, Penelope? You know I love you." "Leave me alone. I don't want to hear anything. I know you have another girlfriend in Athens. You just wanted to tell me in person. I understood your secret well enough." Penelope answered furiously. "That's not true, Penelope. Nikos tried to continue, but Penelope cut him off. "It's over. Forget it. I am now in love with Demetrios." Nikos realized that her love for him had totally faded away during his long absence. Penelope would not talk or listen to him. By not speaking about his emotions, Nikos had missed love. There was nothing he could do about it. Hurt and very disappointed, Nikos decided to concentrate on his career. Within a few days, he returned to Athens to continue preparations for his graduation exams, without seeing Demetrius or any other friends. Penelope had rejected him, and his mother had passed away. Nikos would have loved to resolve the issue with his mother, but sadly he learned about the secret only a few weeks after she had died. Worse, he never got any encouragement from his father for setting such high goals. He was left on his own to struggle for his dreams. So he could not find any reason to return to the island again. Immediately after Nikos left, Penelope was certain that Nikos' love was for someone else. Chapter 7: The Secret. During his 2nd semester of military school, Nikos enrolled in some additional astronomy and mathematics courses at the University of Athens. He was certain this would help him later in his engineering studies. Besides, not only was he extremely interested in astronomy, but it would also serve him well on those long nights out at sea when he reached his goal of becoming a captain. His professor, Christopher Thermopylae, was quite impressed with his intelligence, which he found quite exceptional for a fisherman's son. Thermopylae, an elderly man, was also pleased to have such an enthusiastic student. There was not one exam that Nikos didn't get the highest grade in class for. All of the students really admired their remarkable professor, and Nikos was happy to perform to the great man's expectations. This fine old man seemed to respect his capacity to learn. and for the first time in his life, Nikos felt understood by someone. One evening, the professor was correcting his students' tests and came across Nikos's paper. He was totally surprised by Nikos's logic and intellectual answers. This poor student coming from an island continued to impress him. He paused for a moment, sat back in his chair, and reflected. This youngster is a son I wished I'd had. He was surprised that such a strange thought went through his mind. He and his deceased wife had never wanted children. Firstly, when they got married, she had felt that she was too old to start a family. And secondly, they had both been eager to focus on their teaching careers. She had never suffered over not having children, and he had not really cared. Maybe I'm thinking such strange things because I'm a widower now, and sometimes I feel lonely in my house, which is too big for one person alone. The following week, Thermopolis was sitting at his writing table drawing some birds. Suddenly, Nikos came into his mind.
Today this youngster intrigues me again. After the lecture was over, he handed me the class papers. I watched how Nikos kept his left little finger and ring finger folded. Didn't I note this many times before?
Some days later, the professor walked down the aisle next to Nikos's chair while the young man was placing some books in his bag and was shocked by what he saw. Nikos had a big black mole on his inner left hand, just like he himself had. That evening, the professor sat in his study at home, resting his head in his two hands while he pondered for hours and hours. His thoughts went back to a time when he had been in his 20s, and painful old memories returned. Then, when he decided to go to bed, he realized that tears had wet his notebook. His imagination carried him far away from reality. He made up his mind to observe Nikos more intensely for several days. One day after a lecture, he engaged Nikos in a conversation. Nikos, I am impressed with your knowledge of astronomy. I believe you must have learned a lot about fishing off your island at night. But tell me, how could you ever be so keen on mathematics? Nikos, totally surprised that his professor had such an interest in him, replied thoughtfully, I was always reading about astronomy and mathematics in my spare time. My parents are poor farmers and often complained that I was spending too much time with science instead of helping my mother to work the fields or going fishing with my father. The old professor smiled. I would like to hear more about your island and fishing on the Aegean Sea. May I invite you for a cup of coffee? Nikos was extremely flattered to be singled out by his great teacher, but felt intimidated sitting opposite this old man, whom he admired for both his knowledge and elegant appearance. The professor asked him about his island, his parents, and his goals. The conversation went on for over half an hour. Then the professor pointed out to Nikos's left hand. Nikos, let me see. You have a brown mole on your hand between middle and ring finger. Does your father or mother have that too? Embarrassed, Nikos looked at his left hand and laughed. No, nobody else I know has that. When I was a child, my friends always pretended it was dirt and joked that I didn't wash my hands properly. Smiling, the old professor continued. That mole might look really similar to dirt, but now I will ask you to turn my left hand around. Nikos looked into his professor's eyes, not quite understanding what he meant. Turn my left hand around, Nikos. the old man repeated. Nikos did as he was told. See, I have exactly the same brown spot in the same place as you do. I noticed it the first week you were in class, and it caught my attention right away. Then I started to observe you more. And after I noticed your green eyes, an eye color few families in Athens have, I went home and looked at my family picture album. I came across a picture of myself when I was in my 20s. With trembling hands, the professor searched in his coat for his wallet and pulled out a picture. Nikos took it and saw a handsome, tall, young student with curly, black hair and a noble appearance. Do you see any similar features? The professor asked before continuing. If the clothing didn't date back 50 years, you could see the remarkable resemblance. He then grabbed the confused Nikos' hand and looked straight into his eyes. Nikos, look at my eyes. Mine are old now, yet they are as green as yours are. The professor continued, I will tell you about a terrible mistake I made in my life, which has remained a secret in my family up to this day. Nikos, I believe I must be your grandfather. I have never been so interested in any of my students before, and when I saw the brown mole on your left hand, I had several sleepless nights. From your appearance and acute ability to learn, I guessed that you must be my grandson. Then, after I finally found this picture a week ago, I knew it was the truth. The old man confessed. When I was 26 years old, I fell in love with my parents' maid. We had to keep our love affair a secret because my harsh mother would never have agreed to a marriage between a rich Athenian and a poor maid. One day, Elena realized that she was pregnant. However, she never told me that she was pregnant because she knew my family would not let me marry her. At that time, to have a child and not be married was a sin. So she told me her mother was seriously sick and that she absolutely needed to return to her island for a short period of time. The professor's eyes filled with tears as he continued his confession. Nikos, I am sorry that you have to see my pain, but I need to tell you the full truth. Elena had such a noble character, and sensed the drama my dominant mother would have started. I was trying to find a job on the island of Crete and leave my judgmental family to marry the love of my life. Elena promised to write me and return after her mother recovered. However, some days after she had left, I received a letter from her. She said that in order to avoid big problems with my noble family, she preferred to end our love affair. I was completely shocked and could not understand her decision at all. Immediately, I went to the island where she came from. I was desperate to find her. Her parents told me that she showed up for her mother's birthday, then left the next day to start working for another family in Athens. They gave me an address, but neither the house nor the family existed. In my despair, I needed advice and went to our local priest. The priest told me the truth. My search was totally fruitless, and I never heard from her again. The professor wiped more tears from his eyes. Nikos felt sorry for this fine man he admired, and began to love him more as he continued to open up. Then he told Nikos that he had lost track of Elena completely. Many years later, he had married a high school teacher. But they had had no children. His wife had died a few years ago, at the age of 68. Nikos was speechless and needed time to absorb this sad story. He sat across from the man who fascinated him, his professor who claimed to be his grandfather. Now Nikos started to see similarities in both their character and appearance. If both had an idea, it had to be processed immediately until a result was shown. Any new lead had to be checked out and compared with existing results. Elena was the name of the professor's love. After having heard his professor's story, Nikos remembered that his mother had seldom mentioned her real mother's name. Was it Elena? Yes, now he recalled. Her name was really Elena. He vaguely remembered that Elena had died right after his mother, Sophia, had been born. And then the family Elena had worked for had adopted his mother as an orphan. Nikos, emotionally moved, said, "Professor Thermopolis, you're right. If I recall well, my grandmother's name was Elena." For a long minute, the two men looked into one another's eyes. No words were needed. The professor grabbed Nikos's hand and said softly, "Nikos, my grandson." Nikos and his grandfather shared as much as they knew of their past, feeling more and more how much they belonged together. Nikos's lack of resources put him at risk of being unable to finance the final year of his education. So it was a great relief that the professor decided to pay for his engineering studies. His grandfather was also happy to share his beautiful home with Nikos. For Nikos, this was one of the most wonderful experiences of his life. He had never dreamt that he could so quickly escape from his simple farmer's life and live in this aristocrat's house. Since Nikos's mother had died shortly before this encounter, they both did not feel it was right to reveal the truth to Nikos's father. The professor was extremely proud of his grandson. Nikos decided to continue his engineering studies for an additional year. He always counted the years in Athens among his most memorable. Life became a challenging experience, and he spent all his time on his education and with his grandfather. Finally, his desire to study was well understood, and his efforts were genuinely appreciated. Nikos also took his grandfather's advice on his long-term goals. Shortly after Nikos graduated, his grandfather died at the age of 73. Along with his fortune, Nikos also inherited his grandfather's sketchbook and colored pens. Now, he perfected his new hobby, drawing and writing poems, exactly as his grandfather had done. Nikos remembered the cozy evenings when they had both sat at the dining room table. While Nikos worked on his mathematics, his grandfather had either worked on his book about astronomy or sketched birds, trees, or fantasy landscapes. Then he would write a poem on a subject drawn and read it to his grandson. Nikos was in awe of the many talents his grandfather had possessed, and was grateful that he was able to expand his own talents and abilities. While Nikos was happy to have found out about his real roots, the secret was the heavy burden he had to cope with after his grandfather's death. In the end, it seemed to Nikos that his grandfather had never gotten over the loss of Elena. Just as in life, in death, she was still a secret cavern. Nikos vowed that nobody should ever learn the truth, especially not the people on his home island. Thus, his mother, Sophia, had to be remembered, even after her death, as an adopted orphan. This was another reason Nikos did not want to go back home. A handsome young man of 26, Nikos had completed his university studies as an engineer and begun his first practical training out at sea to further his goal of becoming a sea captain. From his earliest childhood, Nikos had dreamt of sailing huge steamer ships. It was during this time that Nikos fell in love with Carola, who he met shortly after his grandfather's death. She was from a rich Athenian family, very spoilt, and was totally smitten with his beautiful green eyes. After she had found out that he owned a house in a good neighborhood, she invited him to a dinner party at her parents' elegant home. Carola was delighted to hear that he was an engineer, because her father was too. Her parents liked Nikos. He was a good-looking man, sincere, and interesting to talk to. At first, Nikos was not overly crazy about Carola. However, she found her way into his heart with her charm. Finally, she managed to lure him into a love affair. And then he fell hard for her. Soon after, Carola's father wanted Nikos to join his well-established engineering company. It looked as if her family had already planned everything for their future. But Nikos was not ready to give up his dreams of captaining a steamer. Carola did not like his long journeys abroad and finally decided that he was not the right man for her. She wrote him a nasty letter blaming him for not accepting her father's offer to join the family firm. That, she stated, was the reason she had decided to marry someone else. Nikos felt unlucky in his personal affairs once again. Confused and disappointed, he took off and traveled to faraway countries. From then on, he decided to share his secrets and dreams with his sketchbook and the unpredictable sea only. After his mother's death, he never returned to his island and lost contact with the friends of his youth. He never wanted them to know about his real roots or the fortune he had inherited from his grandfather. Nikos was very knowledgeable, trusted in his profession, and determined. He was strict, yet open and fair with his co-workers and subordinates. They all respected him for his loyalty and generosity. However, in his private life, he was really a lonely man. He preferred spending his time off duty alone, either reading or learning a foreign language. The long evenings were spent drawing sketches of his travels. This, and writing poems, became his passion. Chapter 8. Demetrios and Penelope. Demetrios, who had developed into a good-looking man with black eyes and a bright smile, was determined to realize his dreams step by step. His first and most important dream was to marry Penelope, as he appreciated her gentle character, her lovely smile, and the way she encouraged his hopes and dreams. She always supported him to go ahead with his tangible ideas. He often thought about Nikos, who had never returned to the island after being honorably discharged from his military service. Nikos had promised to write about his additional studies in Athens and his adventures out at sea, but not a single letter had arrived. Though Demetrios would never admit it to his face, he had always been impressed with Nikos's ability to learn. Sometimes, he even wished that he could be more like Nikos and learn languages or explore the world. But Demetrios, more down to earth, needed to achieve goals in concrete terms, in things he could see and touch. He knew that Penelope had always loved him because of his ability to work hard. Demetrios was driven by her love, and the two became inseparable. Penelope knew Demetrios would be able to provide for her and that she could trust him. He was also extremely loving and gentle. Now, she was glad to have his full attention. As time went by, Penelope totally forgot about Nikos. She was happy and proud to officially be Demetrios' bride and look towards a mutual future. After a year of dating, they wed in a small chapel near their village, overlooking the sea. The wedding party was quite elaborate. The villagers decorated the small church with flowers and candles. When a warm bay wind blew gently into Penelope's veil, she knew that she would have a happy life with Demetrios, who promised that one day he would make her happy and rich. To supplement his income, Demetrios drove the local bus and trucked fresh water to several families on the outskirts of the village who did not have wells of their own. This was the very same task his father had done years ago by donkey. Demetrios now continued it by truck. Chapter 9. Nina's vacation on the beautiful Greek island in 1986. Nina took a walk along the shore. She found the island to be exceptionally picturesque. Like many typical Greek islands, with the small white houses thoughtfully arranged around a small harbor. It looked like a fairy tale, and the wonderful setting attracted an increasing number of tourists every year from all over the world. Originally, the port had been only a fisherman's harbor, but she saw where it had recently been expanded with berths for large cruisers. Huge steamers showed up almost daily in summer season, and the passengers invaded the little village for a few hours. These tourists were clearly recognizable by their snobbish attitude and their fancy dress. They walked down the narrow streets with their cameras ready to capture impressions, such as purple flowers hanging from blue balconies along the White House walls, black cats stretched out in the sun, or the few elderly people in black clothing sitting in front of their houses. Some of them strolled into souvenir shops, while others sat at the bar next to the sea and watched the sunset, while drinking ouzo or metaxa brandy. The red sun turned the waves and the endless sea into liquid gold, and then it slowly disappeared behind the horizon. This was indeed a romantic event every evening. Sometimes, the colorful horizon was cut by a trespassing sailing boat in a theatrical manner. From most places, there was a view of the sea where there is always some action. Fishing boats passing by, sailing boats working their way in a strong wind, or just rolling waves coming in or moving out. Some of the small bays formed wind shelters for boats anchoring at night or during rough weather. Among them is a bay where Nina's mysterious sailor had anchored his dark blue sailing boat for many years. During the winter months, the whole island was left alone and almost looked deserted and still. Most of the stores were closed, and the few locals enjoyed that peaceful time to recover from the summer's hectic pace. The farmers worked their fields, and houses were fixed and repainted white each year, made ready for the next season's tourists to come. Locals found time to socialize among friends and family and renew stories or old legends. Nina found a table at a cafe and sat alone to enjoy the romantic atmosphere. It was misty, not like most days. The sea was calm, and just in front of the island, a great three-mast sailing boat was heading into the port to anchor for spending the night in shelter. The sun, red and round like a fireball, tried to shine through the mist. Then the sea turned reddish gold, and all the boats lying in the port took on the look of a surrealistic painting.
Is this reality? Or am I just watching a scene from a movie? She asked herself. A small, lonely fishing boat arrived in the port late at night. The fisherman's boy tied their nutshell, this is what the Greeks call a tiny wooden boat, into another fisherman's boat. Then the boy and his father walked through water towards the port, carrying home 3 big fishes. Some dogs followed the fishermen along the port, hoping for any food. Nina had returned to this island many times over the past 20 years, and still remembered her first trip here in the early 60s. Before many tourists had discovered this jewel, it might not have been different in earlier times, even centuries ago, when the ancient gods had still ruled Greece. On a boat traveling from another island, Nina met Dario, a handsome young lawyer who, like her, was on vacation after having just completed his studies. They decided to explore the beauty of the Greek island together. It turned out to be a very romantic vacation. About a year later, Dario became her husband, and she moved to Portugal with him. She watched as tourists strolled along the pier, too elegant and overdressed for this simple place. An hour ago, they had disembarked from the huge cruise ship lying at the other end of the port, which really meant dumping a group of noisy, laughing people. They barely felt the special atmosphere of this place. She wondered if they realized the beauty of this romantic spot. Most likely not, as they just looked everywhere to grasp any souvenir to bring back home or run to the big restaurant the tour guide had recommended, a place where someone familiar with the island would never go. There were many small, authentic restaurants situated in more picturesque, sequestered settings. She also recalled that some 40 years ago, donkeys had been people's constant companions, walking about on the roads and carrying farmers home from the fields in the evenings. Local women washed their sheep's wool in the port's salty water and hung it on strings next to their windows or fences for drying. The best wool was selected and sorted out. Then they spun it into fine threads. In the winter, the women dyed it, and either weaved it into colorful carpets used on church benches or knitted warm jackets for the cold winter nights. Winter was mostly humid and very cold. Warm woolen sweaters were needed, since most of the time, the kitchen was the only warm place in their homes. The whole family gathered around the fireplace and told stories about adventures out on the rough sea, adventures some family members had experienced, or possibly adventures they only dreamt of. Chapter 10. Nina knew about Demetrius's dream. Demetrius's family owned a small piece of farmland on the other side of the peninsula, not far from the village overlooking the bay. At the time of his marriage to Penelope, this area had been isolated and only reachable by donkey or by walking an hour or two on a steep trail. No asphalt road or bus connected the bay with the village. Here, on that rock, Demetrios decided to build a small house where his family could spend extremely hot summer days near the cooler sea. As their marriage blossomed, Penelope and Demetrios were blessed with 4 children. A daughter, Iphigenie, who they called Genie, and sons Michaelis, Manolis, and Tassos. Genie was wild and strong-willed. She knew just what she wanted. She was also stubborn. Whenever she had made a decision, she would never change her mind. Michaelis, just barely able to speak, would run about searching for stones, shells, or other objects to play with, while baby Manolis was contemplating from his crib the clouds blown by the wind or shadows from the tree leaves moving. Some years later, all were delighted when little Tassos was born. One could easily see that the older sister, Jeannie, was a positive influence on the two older brothers. Each became interested in people coming from the mainland or from other places in the world, because she was. The young boys pursued the tourists and questioned them on many issues, such as, what does Europe look like? Is it true that the fields and hills are covered with green vegetation almost all year round? Are there lots of new cars on the roads? How is Europe different from here? Sometimes, the boy helped to clean the tables at the port bar just to listen to people sitting at the next table commenting about other countries. More and more tourists found their way to the island, and this strongly encouraged them to learn other languages. Michaelis was very outgoing and extremely active. When his father gave him a task to do, he immediately worked on it and wanted to have it done right away. With much charm, he reached everyone's heart. Manolis was quieter and carefully evaluated the best way to reach his goal diplomatically. When given a task, he would take his time to figure out the perfect solution before doing it. With his dark black eyes, he had a convincing way of selling everyone on better solutions that he came up with. Tassos, still being a small boy, would follow his two older brothers whenever possible. Supported by Penelope's positive reinforcement, Demetrios started to build a small summer house for his growing family. Stone by stone, it was put together with the help of a few friends, and soon it became a nice little home. The first summer, all their children had to sleep in one bedroom. Needless to say, if one got ill, all four were sick within a few days. On a positive note, this way they learned how to stick together, help one another, and share. At that time, tourists never thought of crossing the island to see Demetrios' small bay. They were lazy, demanding, and not ready for hiking on a dirt road in the burning heat. Demetrius' vision was that some distant day in the future, more and more tourists would visit his island. Overwhelmed by its beauty, they would stay for several days, requiring the creation of good hotels. His plan was to rent bedrooms to the few tourists visiting the island by next summer. He shared this goal with Penelope and decided to add on some guest rooms to his small summer house and eventually turn it into a hotel. Penelope, always ready to support Demetrios' vision, encouraged him. Demetrios, no man should ever dream without trying. If there is the possibility of achieving it, I will do my best to help you make your dreams come true. If it works out, our children will benefit from it someday. With her talent of turning problems into winning solutions, Penelope was able to make her husband and children happy. Never would one of her children miss out on anything. Being poor were normal, and she taught her children how to appreciate the island's beauty and simple things in life. From her mother, she had learned to sew and was able to make shirts for her boys and dresses for Jeannie. With the few ingredients available from their piece of land, she prepared typical meals, seasoned with wonderful spices she had picked between the rocks. She baked her own bread and made sandwiches with garden-fresh tomatoes and goat cheese. Fresh goat's milk and eggs were always available from her mother, Dimitra. Their house was small, consisting of 2 rooms and a kitchen. No bathrooms or showers existed on the island at that time. In a huge bucket in the front yard, water from the well was put in the sun to warm up every day. By the evening, The children could take their bath right in the tin bucket, one after the other. If one had a bruise or a mosquito bite, their grandmother knew that the best disinfectant was fresh lemon juice that burnt. Lemons grew right in front of their kitchen window. Once in a while, Grandmother Dimitra would come and take her grandchildren down to the remote beach where Dimitrios had built the summer house that he planned to expand into a hotel. As planned, by the following summer, he added on 2 more rooms, which they were able to rent to young tourists who liked the remote and beautiful sandy beach nearby. Penelope served the guests tasty homegrown tomatoes and olives, along with Greek specialties like moussaka and rice wrapped in vine leaves. As Demetrius's first tourist hostel started to grow, his dream evolved into creating the best hotel in the area. Penelope understood that her husband was a creator with dreams engraved in his heart, and she agreed to help him in any way possible. All around their small property, she started growing the most colorful flowers. Her oleander bushes grew more beautiful from year to year. Some tourists returned summer after summer and eventually brought their friends from overseas. Penelope remembered well when Dario, the young Portuguese lawyer, and his wife Nina were among the first tourists to discover this picturesque spot in the 1960s. Penelope saw Nina return often to their hotel. She would come to visit this unique place to get away from her busy and often stormy life. Nina saw their children grow and their business expand. Penelope knew that, to Nina, this remote island was a shelter where she could sit and review so many details that she had to deal with. Since childhood, Nina had beautiful dreams. Some she was able to realize, and others had unfortunately turned into nightmares. This was the place where Nina was able to find her inner peace. Penelope's family greeted her warmly whenever she arrived, and this gave Nina the feeling of returning home and being like a member of the family. Here, Nina found the real meaning of friendship. This place, close to the Greek gods, was where Nina's soul felt like it was flying above the troubles she experienced in her life. As time went by, with the few pennies they saved each year, Demetrius bought additional land to enlarge his property and add more rooms to his blossoming hotel. These rooms were arranged along flower beds, forming a small village in itself. He built a wonderful terrace out on the rocks, which allowed for his guests to watch the picturesque sunsets. Penelope's mother made white curtains with embroidery, and the hotel's rooms were so charming that the tourists would happily return summer after summer. Before he realized it, Demetrius's dream of owning a profitable hotel had come true. Tourists from all corners of the world came and enjoyed the solace of this place beside the increasingly busy port near the village center. Demetrius realized how important it was that his children become world citizens, able to communicate with people from every corner of the globe. He encouraged his young daughter to help at the hotel reception desk every day. By constantly repeating words that the tourists spoke to her, she started to improve her language skill and quickly learned English. Young Jeannie wanted to please her father and often helped by handing out room keys and escorting the guests to their rooms. The next generation would need to deal with people from other countries, and so Demetrios and Penelope encouraged their children to learn foreign languages and costumes. Penelope and Demetrius made every possible effort to educate their children to run the hotel in the future and planned to send them off to Central Europe for a special management education. Now that one of Demetrius's dreams had finally come true, he continued dreaming for more. One day, Demetrius returned home with a new idea. Having 3 sons, he wanted more than just one hotel to leave as a legacy. So he decided to create another, much fancier hotel at a special location in a bay overlooking a historic mystic island nearby. After a long search, he finally found that special piece of property and bought it without even asking Penelope. He was flying like a bird, happy to create even more on his island, was the only comment Penelope had for his new adventure. Every day, Demetrius was at his new construction site, designing fancy bathrooms with some inlaid mosaics of dolphins. The guest rooms had breathtaking views of the turquoise sea. Each room had to have a special feature. Some were decorated with a chimney similar to an old church tower. Another would have a private swimming pool. He also wanted his own small theater next to the hotel overlooking the sea. Demetrius worked around the clock until his luxury hotel became a reality and opened its doors. Day and night, he and his 2 older sons worked to make it happen, understanding that the importance of a close team working to get the business up and running was for the well-being of the entire family. Penelope set the best example for her children. She had learned from her mother, Demetra, a long time ago to work relentlessly towards making dreams become a reality. Chapter 11. Nina at the beach, listening to a conversation of 2 friends. Nina was disappointed when she noticed that the sailing boat was gone. Had she seen too much from her balcony, intruding on some secret, witnessing the dance with the mermaid? Maybe this was not a dream, and she knew that nobody should have seen it, or would ever believe it had occurred. Nina felt a little guilty about her role as a spectator of someone's personal life. She decided to walk the nearby beach and forget about that sailing boat. It had left anyway. Almost asleep on the warm sand, Nina was suddenly intrigued by a conversation between 2 local men in their 50s who were sitting on the towel next to her. Apparently, these 2 friends had met after being abroad for several years, and now refreshed old memories of their time growing up on this island before all the tourists had invaded it. She guessed that the one in gray hair was a businessman in Athens, being well-shaved, wearing designer sunglasses, and carrying a little black purse for his belongings. He was very good-looking, and, of course, he knew it. The other man was tanned and wore a golden chain with an anchor around his neck. His hair was still black, and his vivid eyes seemed to catch every movement on the beach. His constant smile showed his white teeth, even though he was a heavy smoker. Alkis, see all those expensive yachts? Do you remember when this was still a deserted spot? He asked. You're right, Socrates. Now many tourists are enjoying this blue sea. They try to break away from their hectic daily lives like we're doing right now. The only difference is we can proudly say this is our island. Alkis, with gray hair and sunglasses, replied, It's unbelievable how much this all has changed since we left this island. Socrates commented. Did you know that our schoolmate, Demetrios, owns that hotel over there? Alkis continued. Imagine, since I left school, I have not seen Demetrios, and I do not even know what he does for his living. Socrates, do you know where Nikos went? I heard he has never been back to our island. Is that true? Alkis inquired. Socrates responded. Nikos became a sea captain. I did encounter him out at sea. He was still the same. Nice fellow, but seemed kind of depressed. After some girl broke his heart, he left home, and I guess you're right. He never returned. I met him one other time in Hong Kong. Nikos was a real dreamer, but he seldom had the courage to grab into his dreams when it concerned his private life. Chapter 12. A Meal in Hong Kong. Tell me something about Hong Kong. That is a place I always dreamt of visiting someday, but never found the opportunity or time to leave my work in Athens. Alkis begged. Well, we didn't spend much time there. I only had a 24-hour stopover. Hong Kong is a very busy place. There are lots of people everywhere. Little stores and their owners are out in the street trying to catch potential clients. They invite them in for a special deal and try to sell their merchandise. Hong Kong is very colorful and overcrowded. Nikos and I didn't go too far into the city. However, I can share with you my impression of a local restaurant we went to. Alkis, if you want to hear it. Without waiting for an answer, he continued, You cannot imagine how strange the experience was. Everything was so different here. It was the first time either of us had been to China. A Chinese sailor took us to a restaurant that was located in the basement of a small building. It was dark, but nicely decorated, and had about 7 round tables, all covered with clean white tablecloths. I guess we were the only strangers in the whole room. Everyone looked up as we walked by. Probably the locals hadn't seen many nose people. That is how the Chinese identify Caucasians. They looked at us as if we had come from the moon. Our Chinese friend ordered for us because we couldn't read the menu. The meal consisted of about 10 different dishes. It was all very tasty. A 1-year-old egg was the first dish, followed by a spicy bowl of soup. Then a single fish, for all of us, was served. The plate was put at the center of the table, and each of us had to tear off pieces of it with chopsticks. There were no forks. It was kind of a messy job for someone as clumsy as I am. For me, it was a battle to hold a bit of rice or a piece of fish between my sticks. I was amazed how the Chinese were able to eat so fast with their chopsticks. Sometimes I could not get the food to my mouth before I dropped it on the tablecloth. Nika seemed more at ease, as he had been invited a few times to a Chinese restaurant during his studies in Athens. Nika's always liked to get to know new and other ways of life. I felt a little uncomfortable. Alkis, still listening, laughed. I think I could never eat with chopsticks. Please, continue. After we ate the fish, our Chinese friend offered to share the fish's head with us. We waved, not understanding what he meant. Later, we learned that to eat a fish head is a special honor. With pleasure, he put the whole fish's head into his mouth and sucked it loudly, then spat the remaining bones directly onto the floor. Alkis could just shake his head with disbelief as Socrates went on. Nikos and I just stared at each other. We had never seen something so repulsive. By now, the place was filled with local customers, and we realized that they all ate the same way. A little boy was constantly walking from table to table, mopping up the remains on the floor. The noodles and vegetables were really good and served with a sweet and sour sauce. Then we got an egg souffle, a specialty. It was extremely fine. We ate whatever our Chinese friend ordered. Later on, we asked him what was in that excellent souffle we had eaten. He told us, with a straight face, eggs and worms and bits of snake. At the end of the meal, hot tea was served. The guests used a tablecloth to wipe their faces and blow their noses on. Everyone's loud burp meant the meal was good and was a compliment to the cook. If you can imagine that! That's what happens when you travel far from home. Many things have a totally different meaning on other continents. So I have not missed too much by not being able to make a trip to Hong Kong yet. Still, I believe you and Nikos had a good time together, Alkis commented. Then Socrates told Alkis about 2 other occasions when he had run into Nikos. I met him several years later in Southampton, and about 10 years after that in San Diego, where we both had a week off. We spent a lot of time together, and he told me about his life. I don't believe that he has many friends. Nikos was always an introverted person. He told me about many good and bad experiences he had traveling the world. He admitted to being homesick, but said that he never wanted to return to our island for some reason. Chapter 13. Nikos. The 2 men could not help but wonder what was behind Nikos's deep melancholy all these years. Socrates remembered that Nikos and Penelope had been close friends since they were very young. In fact, Socrates never forgot the day that Nikos started to really admire her. It was in 1st grade, on the very first day of school, and all the other children were teasing him because he smelled like the goats at his home. Remember? Socrates continued. Nikos's family lived up on the hill and did not have a well in their garden like Penelope's family did. Nikos was lucky to get a bath once a week. Sometimes in the fall, water was scarce at the well, so he had to wait even longer for one. Because you and I lived in town, we never realized Nikos's poor situation up on that hill, Alkis commented. So that day at school, Penelope felt sorry for Nikos and decided to take him to her house after school, where her mother prepared a large wooden tub filled with sun-heated water for the children's evening bath every day. An embarrassed Nikos was dragged by Penelope into her garden, having no idea what was going on, Socrates recalled. Before Nikos could even think, he was undressed and sitting in that bucket of water. Penelope's mother scrubbed him with soap and washed his black hair. Then she gave him a pair of her son's fresh underwear and a fresh t-shirt. Nikos was cleaner than he had ever been in his life. As he confessed much later to me, he felt grateful, but very embarrassed about his poverty. He admired Penelope all those years. Later, he courted her, but apparently missed the right moment and could not understand why Penelope rejected him. Much later, he learned that Demetrius was in love with Penelope and that they were going to be married. The 2 men had obviously never spoken about their similar intention, and Penelope was good at keeping secrets. Heartbroken, Nikos then decided to never return to his home again. Alkis wondered, how could Nikos have financed the 2 years of additional engineering studies in Athens after military service was over? Did he receive a grant? He never mentioned a word about that, and I never thought to ask. Personally, I believe that being an excellent student, he might have been able to receive some special scholarship for his studies, Socrates answered. That's great. I can only admire Nikos's energy and intelligence, an extraordinary achievement coming from such a simple background, Alkis conceded. After his additional education at the university in Athens, he signed a contract with a shipping company and sailed to the Far East. Nikos spent many years at sea, experiencing small and big storms and sunshine, like so many other Greek sailors. The boat was his home, and He focused on fulfilling his goals and worked his way up to become a captain. To his co-workers, Nikos was always considered to be excellent in his profession, but a very lonely man in his private life. Socrates concluded. Chapter 14. Nikos' Trip to Europe. After working at sea for several years, Nikos decided to get off the boat at Southampton and work at a regular job for a change of pace. He often felt lonely on the open sea and hoped to make friends while he was working on shore as a mechanical design engineer. Sometimes, Nikos felt homesick for the small Greek island of his youth. By now, both his parents had passed away, and he had no reason to return. England had always fascinated him. Though he wasn't too fond of his job there, he stayed for 2 years and decided to take an extended vacation and travel to Europe. He especially wanted to see the south of England, the landscapes of France, and northern Italy. But his ultimate dream was to see the snow and glaciers of Switzerland. He began his adventure with a drive through the southern part of England, where he visited the impressive site of Stonehenge and other historical landmarks. The landscape was so green there that everyone seemed to farm whatever he or she could. One late afternoon, he got lost on a small road that ended in several dirt roads. He had a terrible time finding his way out. He drove by a large turkey farm and, hoping to get directions to find his way back to his hotel, walked up to the owner's house. He had never seen so many big birds and was studying them, running around in the caged area, when a man spoke to him. Driving around in circles for hours, he was happy to finally be able to talk to a real person who could give him concrete directions. After giving Nikos that information, Giles, the farmer, invited him inside for a drink. He gave Nikos a tour of his centuries-old house. Nikos was enamored with English architecture, so different from the architecture of his grandfather's house, built at about the same time. The two men chatted for hours, sharing their adventures, one out at sea, the other in the remote area of Dartmoor, where a stray person seldom showed up. Giles told Nikos all about his daily life. With his old truck, he took his turkey to the farmer's market once a month, then bought food and whatever he needed for the following month. This trip was the only distraction Giles had. The conversation with his unexpected guest lasted for hours, and it grew late. Giles invited Nikos to spend the night in his guest room because it was far too late for someone who didn't know his way around to drive on the unpaved country roads. After dinner, they chatted until midnight and decided that sleep was in order. Nikos was amazed by how beautiful the guest room was, decorated with many antiques. There was a 200-year-old cupboard, a small table with a leather chair, and a baldachin bed with dark red velvet curtains. Certainly, rich people had once owned this house. Nikos was surprised to find all this antique beauty out in the middle of nowhere. He was so tired that he soon fell asleep and dreamt that he was in a castle. Hearing a strange noise, Nikos woke up and realized that it was the middle of the night. The bedroom was dark, and a white shadow, or maybe it was a light, slowly moved towards his bed. He told himself not to move or breathe too hard. Then he pinched himself to be reassured that he was really awake and not dreaming. Suddenly, he saw the almost transparent silhouette of a woman. It was not a real woman, as it looked two-dimensional and not like a real human being.
as she stood still at the foot of his bed. He immediately thought it must be a ghost. Hopefully a good ghost. What will happen next? He wondered. Then the ghost started to talk.
I have been lonely after losing my true love in the war. There's nothing more difficult than crying over a lost love. I never overcame the loss. My destiny is loneliness.
After the ghost spoke, she disappeared through the closed door. Nikos got out of bed and checked the door. It was closed and had never been opened. How could the ghost have passed through it? He had heard that sometimes in England ghosts would appear, but dismissed the notion altogether. Though nervous, he went back to sleep, wondering if he should tell Giles about this in the morning. At breakfast, Giles sensed some nervousness in Nikos. "Let me know if you slept okay. You don't seem very relaxed." Surprised by Giles's acute perception, Nikos answered, "Thank you. Yes, I did rest well. I probably had a mysterious dream, which I do not understand. Though, to be honest with you, it seems so much like reality." Nikos tried to drop the conversation entirely, but Giles was relentless in his curiosity. "Please, share your dream with me." Then Nikos started to tell him about the ghost's appearance and tried to explain all the details he still remembered. Suddenly, Giles chimed in. "This is really strange. Some older people who used to live nearby told me there was a ghost in this house. I never saw her myself. The story about the ghost was told to my parents when they bought the house years ago, but they never paid much attention to it. My older brother pretended to have seen her once. That was more than 25 years ago. Since I inherited the house and lived here alone, nothing has ever happened." Giles went on to tell Nikos the old story that dated back centuries during the civil war against King Carl I in 1641. A soldier from the enemy's army was heavily wounded and carried into this house. Everyone was sure that he would die. Anne, whose father owned the house, tended his wounds with much care, even though he was the enemy. Well, they fell in love, and her family had to hide him because their neighbors wanted to see him dead. In the beginning, her parents were furious, but eventually recognized the soldier's gentle character. Every day, Anne, putting on new bandages, assured him the wounds would heal. At the same time, she convinced herself that he would get better. However, her mother knew that his wounds were incurable. Nevertheless, nothing would change the girl's mind. She was too much in love to even see his fever growing, or that the infection was getting worse. The soldier adored Anne and tried to walk a few steps to make her happy. Though exhausted and without strength, he absolutely wanted to recuperate. One night, they walked into the garden and held each other as if it was the last time they would ever have together. Then he got cold and barely made it back to his bed. The next day, his high fever rose even more. He had pneumonia. He died shortly thereafter. Anne, absolutely inconsolable, just sat for days in her room. One morning, pale as a sheet, she walked up to her mother, who immediately recognized that she was sick with pneumonia. 3 days later, she died.
According to the story, Anne was so unhappy to have lost her lover that she would return to her parents' house as a ghost to visit unhappy or lonely men. Nikos did not know what to say. He just knew that he had been unlucky in his love affairs with Penelope and others. Still, he believed life was worth more than an eternal heartbreak. He needed to be more confident about his feelings and not be afraid to fall in love again. Maybe this was the ghost's message to him. Nikos asked Giles, "Have you always lived alone out in this country?"
Yes.
"I even like to be alone with my turkey farm, and I never feel unhappy, though this may sound strange to you." Nikos spent almost a week at Giles's farm and never mentioned the ghost again, nor did the ghost return. Soon after, Nikos came to believe that the ghost held a greater meaning for his life. He knew he must change his pattern of hiding from his emotions and stop lamenting over lost love. He needed to become more sociable and make new friends. He was still a handsome young man with lots of spirit and not ready or willing to die of a broken heart. Nikos traveled on to London, which proved too crowded for his taste. He hastened across the Channel and traveled through Belgium and France. His greatest desire was to visit an area in the high Alps. He wished to see the snow, mountains, and hopefully even see some glaciers, as they were non-existent in Greece, where he had grown up. So he boarded a train that was headed to a ski resort. The trip first took him through flat, green farmlands. Then the landscape continuously changed, and soon he was traveling along blue lakes, a gushing river, then in a narrow valley with little housing, mostly woods and some rocks. Later, he spotted some houses up on a steep hillside. It looked like they were glued onto the rock. He could see that the people who lived up there had a fantastic view overlooking the narrow gorge, and wondered how much time and effort it took them to walk up to their houses after work, or for the children to get home after school. Traveling by train for several more hours, he observed the tracks gradually climbing higher and higher, gaining altitude as they went through twists and turns, inside tunnels and over bridges. After each tunnel, the view of the valley had changed and was seen from a much higher perspective and at a different angle. Nikos was very impressed to see how the train followed such well-designed railroad tracks. The train stopped at a little station on a high platform. Only a few passengers exited and nobody boarded. Nikos finally saw some snow on the ground, partially covering the landscape. His destination was still another half an hour away. Hopefully, he would find a lot more snow there. A slow, smooth start indicated the continuation of the trip. A few minutes later, the train entered into a very long tunnel, indicating that they were now crossing the mountain range that divided the north and south. He felt like it was hours riding through the dark until, suddenly, the bright sunshine indicated the end of the tunnel. It took him a while to adjust his eyes to the bright daylight. The train had now reached its peak elevation and offered the most beautiful view into a valley totally covered by snow. A small mountain river was gushing down between rocks, with snowcaps, ice, and icicles laced along the railroad tracks. Trees, overloaded by snow, cushions protected 3 big mountain moose standing near the trunk. It all looked like a child's fairy tale, and Nikos realized that one of his dreams was now coming true.
Enamored by the beauty of the very thick snow cover, he never thought that he would see such big volumes of fluffy white. Chapter 15. Nikos at the mountain resort. After arriving at the ski resort, he immediately wanted to explore the village and the surrounding areas. He was now going to change his life for the better and participate with other people. The second day, he came across an ice skating rink and watched how the skaters would glide along so swiftly on two sharp edges, turn, jump, and dance. He had never seen ice skating before. Sitting on a bench, he was captivated by a very pretty skater. She was dancing to the rhythm of the music, jumping in the air, then landing on one foot, and elegantly jumping up again quickly to enter into a fast spin, pulling one foot up nearly all the way to her head and touching her ponytail. He wondered how she could be so at ease on such slippery ice. 3 other skaters followed with similar skills, and in a corner, a teacher worked with other students, 3 girls and a boy. Nikos was smitten with the skaters' elegance and returned to watch them practice every day, especially the pretty one he had first noticed. During the long winter evenings at the resort, he sat for hours in the hotel room and tried to capture some of his dancing ice princess in his sketchbook. He almost felt her movements and was eager to return the next day to observe her more intensely. Unconsciously, he fell in love with the girl with the ponytail and wanted to figure out a way to express his feelings to her. He did not even know her name or her age, and didn't have the courage to ask someone who she was. It looked as if everyone at the resort knew each other, and he was still too shy to express his feelings or expose himself to strangers. He considered his observations as his personal secret and was afraid that if it got out, it could spoil his situation. One evening, some local men at the restaurant were discussing the skaters and their skills with great admiration. One mentioned that she was not even paying any attention to his advances. "Katarina is very selective," was all he had said. Would Nikos have the nerve to approach her? If he did, then how should he proceed? Why would she select him above the others anyway? After a sleepless night, he decided to walk down the street and buy a bright red rose. He hid it under his windbreaker so nobody could see it and went back to the ice rink to watch the skaters. He sat on his bench for hours. The girl with the ponytail was there too and skated just as she had the days before. Normally, she was the last one taking the trainer's lesson. Most likely, she would soon leave the ice rink, and that would be the best moment for Nikos to speak with her. Suddenly, his heart started to beat heavily, and he lost the courage to approach her. Instead, he waited and watched as her trainer walked away. The lesson was over, and she continued to skate, trying a difficult passage, followed by a jump, spinning in the air, then repeating the sequence several times. Wasn't she exhausted? Would she ever take a break? The skater seemed totally engrossed in what she was doing and continued until the teacher called her into the cabin. This was the moment that Nikos chose to throw his rose onto the ice, and then he quickly hid behind a small bush. Would she return to the ice and pick it up, or would someone else pick it up? How would she ever know that the rose was meant for her? Nervous, he watched as she went back and repeated the jump as before, not even seeing the rose. As she was skating off the ice, she spotted it, picked it up, looked puzzled, and carried it into the cabin. Nikas repeated this routine for several days, returning every afternoon at the same time, hiding a rose under his jacket, and then waiting for a good moment when nobody could see him throw the rose to his ice princess. But the longer he did this, the more his courage to actually confront her in person diminished. Each day, she had the same reaction. She picked the rose up, sometimes smelled it, began to smile, and brought it into the cabin. Because he heard that she might be selective, he was afraid she would reject him. Nika still suffered from the times when women had rejected him in the past, but knew that the only way to calm his heart was to take action. He intended to have an encounter with her on the road. Waiting at the ice rink when she was done with skating, he was determined to grab the opportunity to speak with her, even if it was necessary to follow her home. What he didn't take into consideration was the possibility of a natural phenomenon cutting his or her vacation short. The skater wondered where those red roses lying on the ice each day come from. She guessed that she might have an admirer. But who could it be? Neither she nor anyone else from her crew had ever seen someone throw a rose into the ice. However, she had spotted a stranger watching them on the bench, but he always sat there with no reaction. It was hard to believe the rose came from him. She could not figure out who would send her roses and asked everyone around the ice rink for their opinion, but nobody had a clue. Were the roses really for her? She was flattered to have an admirer, so she hoped it was true. Some days, she dreamt that he would wait for her at the top of the stairs leading to the ice rink, with a rose in his hand, like a prince in a fairy tale. For a week, those roses had been lying on the ice each time when it was her time to skate. That evening, Nika sat frustrated in his hotel room, drinking a glass of red wine all by him.
Why am I such an idiot? Why can't I just tell her how much I admire her? The worst that could happen is that she turns away. But at least I gave it a try.
He became angry with himself for not having more courage to use this stupid inner obstacle as an opportunity to open his life up. He would rather face a huge storm out at sea and calm all his passengers and nervous crew than speak to this young woman. Suddenly, he was reminded of Anne,
The ghost at Giles's home.
and reaffirmed that he absolutely need to stop being afraid. If he didn't, he might end up like Anne in her solitude, haunting fellow lonely hearts. After a second glass of wine, his anger intensified. So he opened up his window and threw his wine glass down into the yard. It landed softly on a pile of new snow, marking it with a dark red spot. The red spot was illuminated by a nearby lantern and looked quite eerie. After calming down a little, he sat down and sketched the obscure scene in his notebook. By doing so, a deep quietness calmed his body, and he started to write a beautiful love poem for his muse. Then he declared loudly, "Tomorrow, I will throw this poem together with my rose onto the ice and watch her reaction." The next afternoon, he wrapped the envelope, holding the poem carefully around the rose, and threw it into the ice. Hidden behind the bush, he watched her reaction. As before, she picked up the rose, and when she saw the little envelope, she skated, kind of embarrassed, to the far end of the ice rink, sat down on a bench, and slowly unfolded the paper. While reading, he saw that her red cheeks became flushed.
and he could even detect a sweet smile on her face. She'd probably like my poem, he thought. I will wait for tomorrow and then I will definitely speak to her. She was surprised by the lovely poem, but couldn't bring herself to show it to anyone on her team. So she hid it in her pocket and returned to the skater's cabin with a rose in her hand. That evening, she imagined that her secret admirer came from another country, and she hoped to soon meet this mysterious prince. The only indication the poem gave to help her recognize her prince would be his green eyes watching her skate. Dreams are born, lost or die, to be reborn every day again. Watching you dancing with my green eyes bring me the pain. Chapter 16. Heavy Snowfall. It had snowed all night long. By the morning, the snow was still falling, and it continued to fall heavily all day long. Nobody was out skiing or skating. A few people would take walks with their children or dogs. The whole village looked sleepy, and the atmosphere halted most of the traffic. There was a real vacuum of quiet. The snowplow could barely perform since every passage on the road was covered with an additional layer of new snow. Nico sat in his room for hours, admiring the landscape that he had always imagined seeing. It relaxed his soul and reminded him that nothing was more important than finding his inner peace while sitting in this nice, cozy, heated room. He had had a similar experience a few years earlier when he was alone on the bridge of his vessel during a calm night, under a full moon, out on the ocean. While he watched how his vessel calmly made its way through the dark sea, the regular sound of the waves had filled him with this same feeling of contentment and gratitude. Now, as the snowflakes grew bigger and bigger, various thoughts flashed through his mind. As these thoughts became clearer, Nikos came to realize that we are but a small part of the entire universe, exactly like a single snowflake among all others. Still, each one of us has his special destiny, and one person cannot exist without others. Later in the afternoon, hoping to break out of his sequestered world, he went down to the hotel's cozy sitting room. The walls were covered with wooden panels, and the antique furniture was about 400 years old, or more. He guessed that each piece of furniture must have seen numerous generations of people grow and disappear, and that each piece could tell stories long forgotten. At one time, only candlelight had been used. Now, electricity had taken over, except for some special moments at Christmas, birthday parties, or romantic dinners. Some older villagers sat together in a corner, discussing their life experiences and, remarkably, their unfulfilled dreams. A well-dressed man with a mustache said, "I agree, because people know better who they really are today. They should also try to forget who they were or intend to be." Each had made many decisions through this lifetime and admitted that some had been wrong. When you were young and made mistakes, nobody cared to admit it. But once you grow older, and probably wiser, admitting a mistake did not hurt. Sometimes you wanted to handle life differently to how your parents had, until later on when you realized that you ended up with the exact same philosophy. The two other men, who were sitting close by, admitted that they had finally returned to their roots, their village, where they really felt more comfortable. One was an elegant, retired medical doctor who had spent years working in Italy, and the other was a retired teacher who had also lived abroad.
Nikos gathered from their conversation that dreams, destinies, disappointments, and challenges existed everywhere in the world. He was impressed by how these older men had become wise with age, and knew that there were many things he could learn from them. Through the entire conversation, Nikos sat in a corner pretending to read a book, but actually listened to every word that was said. He remembered that even on his Greek island, most people who had left returned after being away for years. Up to this very moment of this philosophical conversation, he vowed that he would never return to his island. After his parents had died, he had had little contact with friends or other family members. Now, it seemed that he might have jumped to this conclusion too soon. Though only 28 years old, Nikos felt like a hermit, a lonely and isolated man. He had not been lucky with love and felt so insecure about himself that he rarely even made new friends. He had desires and dreams like everyone else, but lacked the courage to grab opportunity when it came his way. From the conversation he was listening to, he knew that now was the time to enjoy every moment in life as if it was his last. He knew very well how to deal with nature, its beauty, and its danger. His problem was dealing with people. As dinner time approached, John, Ralph, and two young men Nikos had met a few days before dropped into the hotel's restaurant. John was an electrician, and Ralph was the village elementary school teacher. They greeted Nikos warmly and invited him to join them for dinner. Ralph explained the snowfall is exceptional. In about 40 years, we hadn't had such a large amount of snow within just 2 days. Most of the village seemed deserted, and guests have rapidly departed, not to be caught in the valley since the mountain highway is closed down and the trains aren't running anymore due to the danger of avalanches. The few guests still remaining just go out for short walks. At dinner, Nikos finally got up enough courage to ask John or Ralph about the skater. It was the perfect time to forget about the past and look towards a romantic future, even if it wasn't with her. At first, he couldn't get a word in edgewise, as Ralph, his new friend, chatted away about local village news. Nikos realized that in the mountains, as well as at sea, people like to talk about other people and their unusual experiences. John had not spoken a word up to now. He seemed concerned and absorbed by his thoughts. "John, why are you so quiet?" Ralph asked. "You are pale. Aren't you feeling well?" "I experienced a while ago a terrible encounter. How can I find words to tell you all I just saw?" John stumbled over his words. The group of older men turned around and listened when John shared the latest dramatic event he had witnessed while walking his dog a few hours ago. "Nobody ever guessed that the two good friends, Peter and Sylvan, loved the same girl. One day, Sylvan suspected that she might be in love with someone else, and he asked her if she was in love with him. She had answered yes and no, as she was also in love with his friend Peter. The two suitors got together and had a terrible argument. Neither one was ready to give her up, nor could she make up her mind. Then they started to hate each other, and since they had once been friends, they decided that they would take their hunting guns, go to a remote area at night during a snowstorm, and shoot each other. Of course, it would be dark, so they could not see. Yet both of them were totally frustrated and ready to die. Many villagers knew about the rivalry, but didn't believe they would react like that. Nobody in the village ever believed their intention was real.
Ralph added. John continued. At 5 o'clock, I heard gunshots and wondered what was going on. So I followed the footprints in the snow that led up the hill and found both men crying in each other's arms. One was slightly wounded and his foot was bleeding. I wanted to call for help, but they waved me off, saying they had already taken care of it. Having once been friends, Peter and Sylvan decided that the unwounded one should marry the girl. Neither was able to kill the other, so they decided to put a fair end to a saga that might have been tragic had it taken place in the American Wild West. If you all knew the problem, why couldn't you prevent this dangerous shooting? Nikos asked. Nobody gave much thought to what was said after too many glasses of wine. The threats weren't taken seriously, and no one really knows what goes in someone else's soul, Ralph answered. Everyone in the restaurant was totally shocked about the event that John had witnessed just a few hours earlier. As Ralph had explained, most locals knew about the rivalry, but had never thought they would go as far as the shooting. After listening to the crazy story of the two rivals, Nikos lost his nerve to ask the locals about his ice princess, fearing not only gossip, but also the conflicts that love often brings. During the long-lasting snowfall, the ice rink was closed, and Nikos missed seeing his lovely skater. He decided to use this time to mentally prepare for a real encounter with her. The first day the rink reopened, Nikos sat on the bench he had frequented so many times before, with a rose hidden under his coat. Now, he was finally ready to talk to her after she finished skating. The other skaters and the trainer were there as usual, but he didn't see her. He sat there until the sun disappeared, and he felt the cold penetrating his bones. When she did not show up, he decided to return to his hotel and take a hot bath. Over the next few days, Nikos returned to the rink, but to no avail. She never showed up. For hours, he blamed himself for having missed another opportunity. He had put it off until it was too late. Then came the day when Nikos knew he had to move on. The night before in the restaurant, the gossip at dinner also revolved around the beautiful skater. The locals, Ralph amongst them, knew about the roses on the ice and wondered where they had come from. Nobody had seen anyone throw them on the ice, nor had anyone guessed that the roses came from the shy foreign visitor. Nikos held back his feelings and participated in the conversation, wondering, as the locals did, and certainly never mentioning that he was a secret admirer. Remembering the story of the two friends who loved the same young woman, he absolutely did not want to have his feelings for her revealed and become the village gossip. The only information he could glean was that Katharina had left during the snowstorm to continue her studies in a nearby city. Everyone seemed to know her quite well, as she often came to skate on that rink. Just once, he heard the name mentioned, but was not quite sure if it was her name. He didn't have the courage to ask for the skater's name outright. Furious at himself, Nikos left his 3-day-old rose in an empty wine bottle in his hotel room. It seemed to be Nikos's destiny to be unlucky at love. Yet, he had to admit that it was probably his fault, as he never took action in romantic matters. Penelope had been stolen by Dimitrios, and his second love had disappeared. Even though the skater did not respond to his roses, she would always remain in his dreams as his ice princess. Early the next morning, Nikos boarded the train to Lucerne and continued on to Venice, where his next job was waiting for him on a vessel sailing to Australia. For several years, He crossed the Mediterranean Sea, sometimes unloading some freight in Piraeus or other ports, and then continued on with other merchandise for the Atlantic. Day and night, he watched the sea's colors change, the waves and the wind. His cargo ship passed through the Panama Canal to follow north along the west coast towards San Diego. Chapter 17. Socrates and Alkis ponder Nikos' life. What seemed like hours later, Socrates, still sitting on the beach with Alkis, explained that he had met Nikos in San Diego about 10 years later, and they had spent some more time together. Despite the fact that we were both 39 years old, it seemed as though no time had passed, and we were both young guys again. After he told me all his stories, especially the delicate one about the skater, I realized that he had become kind of frustrated and distant with people. However, I know that the other sailors were very impressed with his talent as sea captain, as well as his great command of several languages and ability to communicate with people anywhere in the world. Nikos really opened up to me and even mentioned how often he would sit alone at night out on the deck of his vessel and hate himself for not being more outgoing with people. "See," he told me, "since I left our island, I never had a real friend like you, Socrates, to whom I could talk to so openly. I was lucky during my studies in Athens to have found a wise old man to whom I could turn to for advice, yet he died a long time ago. Sometimes I get so mad at myself that I shout out to the sea at night. No one can hear me because the noise of the waves is much louder. I realize that much of this loneliness is my own fault. I cut myself off from my personal life." Nikos went on to tell how he had lost touch with Demetrios and hadn't written to him as he had promised. He never expressed his feelings for Penelope because somehow he sensed that she loved Demetrios more than him. He suffered in his personal life because he did not express himself clearly and missed several opportunities to find real love. He only really succeeded in his job. Then, the more businesslike Alkis gave his take on the situation. "I admire that Nikos was successful in his career and made some money, but his lack of confidence in personal relationships blocked his feelings. Certainly, it's not all his fault. He never had any brothers or sisters who could give him extra strength. His parents were so poor and had neither time nor interest in his goals." Socrates had a more profound view. "Nikos is an exceptional guy with lots of talent and is also a deep thinker. The last I heard about him was from a colleague 7 years ago, who found him sitting alone on a rock, fishing and watching the waves, while other sailors went into the port and had fun. Then for years, nobody has heard from him at all. Who knows where he could be? I guess he's still out at sea and probably alone." Alkis responded, "Who knows? Maybe he was thinking or dreaming on that rock over happier times and was not ready to share it with his mates. I recall that as a boy, Nikos often sat on a rock, drawing beautiful sketches of our landscape and sea. Probably not all his loneliness has to be explained as sadness. Some of it might be his creative nature. So different from our practical way of thinking. He always seemed to me as a special person, though I never became one of his intimate friends." The two school friends spent the rest of the day at the beach before deciding to go for a drink to the nearby restaurant. Lying on her towel next to the two men, Nina found herself totally absorbed in their conversation. As the story of the skater began to unfold, she began to feel a chill run through her body in spite of the Mediterranean sun glaring down from above. She remembered vividly those red roses that had been thrown onto the ice. She was the skater they were talking about. She had never discovered where those roses had come from or who her admirer was. Nina had kept the admirer's poem in her purse, dreaming that she would meet him one day. For a while, the roses on the ice was the village gossip. Several local boys pretended to be her admirer. Nina knew they were just joking to get her attention. After some time went by, the story was forgotten and it faded away as a distant memory. But the poem had been stored in the skater's purse for years. Months later, after Nikos had left, the hotel owner, who also had participated in the guessing games, admitted that he found a faded red rose left behind in the room where a young foreigner had stayed. Chapter 18. The veterinarian's daughter, Katharina, in her hometown. Katharina, called Nina by everyone, grew up in a small mountain valley village with many narrow-minded people and small-town ways. Nina dreamt of traveling the world to escape the limitations of her hometown, which was located in a picturesque valley right at the toe of big mountain ridges. In winter, it became an active tourist center. People from all over the world came to ski and skate at the local resort, which flourished after the war. Many villagers prospered from this tourist trade with their small businesses and stores, while others made money working at the resort as skiing teachers and lift operators. A few of them ran some luxury hotels and lodges. The more academically oriented locals developed their careers and fortunes living abroad and returned after reaching the age 50 or 60 with enough money to build themselves elegant villas. Many of them spent most of the year in the beautiful valley, while maintaining residences in the cities and countries where they lived most of their professional lives. Nina was a bright and enthusiastic girl with long, fair hair, mostly worn as a ponytail. Her soft brown eyes showed a deep understanding for other people. Though Nina was rather shy and introverted, her parents still encouraged her to learn more languages. This was not a popular viewpoint, as other parents wanted their children to remain in the valley. However, there were times when she was not understood by her friends at school because of her special desire to study ballet or play the violin. At most times, such cultural luxuries were not available since there was no teacher for those subjects in the rural valley. For her part, she could never understand why the others aimed for only the basic things in life: a simple home, a husband, and a family. Sometimes, considered by her classmates as too liberal, she was ridiculed when she expressed interest in joining the ice skating team and trained at the nearby resort. They wondered if her father had the money to pay for such a luxury. However, in the end, it was not because her parents were rich that she was able to pursue the sport. It was her talent that got the attention of a very prominent trainer named Theodore Germain. Under his tutelage, she felt encouraged enough to reach for the moon because his international group of skaters was more open-minded than her classmates. After she graduated from high school, she could hardly wait to move to the big city and attend college. Even when she was in college, she liked to come home and visit her parents on the weekends because they were progressive, vibrant people. Her father had worked as a veterinarian in France, but returned to his hometown earlier than most villagers because he was able to take over the practice of the previous veterinarian in the valley. Her French mother was outgoing, and the locals readily accepted her because of her cheerful personality.
At the local resort, Nina had been exposed to people from all over the world, and switching from one language to the other was a daily challenge. As far back as she could remember, her parents had connected more easily with the people who had returned from the lengthy stays away from the valley, or with tourists coming to the resort from different countries, than with the natives who had never left. Some of the tourists brought their dogs to her dad's office, which was a good way for the shy girl to see how they treated their animals. Those tourists introduced her to new ideas and art as developed in large cities and were hardly seen or heard of yet in the remote valley. It was one of these clients, a former Olympic championship skater, who was now a trainer, Theo Germain, who changed her life forever. Growing up in the mountains of Switzerland, Nina, like everyone else, was used to winter sports. When she was 14, she was introduced to a small group of international ice skaters that returned to the resort year after year with Germain. Nina was quite talented, and he noticed her potential while she was practicing on the rink one afternoon. He wanted to teach her to skate professionally, but her parents couldn't afford the lessons. Then Germain's dog broke his leg in an accident at the ski slope. It was a Sunday and impossible to get the dog treated. But, by chance, Nina's father was nearby with a client and immediately stepped in to help. He pulled the belt off his trousers and used it to bandage the dog's leg to stop the bleeding. Then, he took the dog to his office, where he performed surgery. Her father didn't charge Germain, and the trainer decided to give Nina free skating lessons to show his gratitude for saving his dog's leg. Soon, Nina became part of Germain's professional skating team, most of the others being children of rich Italian or German industrial families. Now, she had an outlet for her artistic desire and spent every possible minute after school on the ice rink, perfecting her skills. She continued with this training through college and during her vacations. She liked working with Germain, who helped transform her immature laziness into magnificent discipline and achievement. Like most young women who had just turned 20, Nina had dreamt of a lovely prince, maybe even from a faraway country, who would show up someday, fall in love with her, and take her away from the valley. That was the time when Nina had found the red roses on the ice rink. The more the other skaters had assured her that the rose was meant for her, the more she had dreamt about her special admirer. Every day, she had tried to skate more elegantly to please him. And in doing so, she felt more beautiful. She wondered who her admirer could be. She was sure that one of her friends from the village or members of the skating team would eventually spot this stranger. However, nobody ever had a clue as to who it could be. It had all been kind of mysterious. Then one day, a beautiful poem about her skating had been attached to the rose. She had been very flattered and hoped that he might soon introduce himself. In the dressing room, the other skaters, watching her read the note, asked if she finally knew the admirer's name.
No,
She answered,
there's no name. It's just a short poem attached to this rose.
"Finally, this is the proof that the roses have been for you," said one of her colleagues.
Yes, the poem explains.
She replied. She had been uncomfortable with her questions and decided to slip out before more would arise. She looked down from the street that overlooked the ice skating rink, but nobody was visible.
She made up her mind to watch everyone who walked by the next afternoon because she was eager to meet the poet. However, the encounter had never happened. The big snowstorm ended all possibilities. The big snowstorm ended all possibilities because the rink had been closed for several days. By the time it was over, she had had to return to the city to continue her studies. She had left the resort very disappointed, never having seen or met the young man who had sent her the roses. Shortly after the rose incident had occurred, she had had a serious collision with another good skater on the ice and had to be taken to hospital. Her lacerated and broken leg had been stitched and put in a plaster cast for several months. The injury had forced her to quit skating, which was a great disappointment to her. A dream was over. Meanwhile, she concentrated on her studies and put all her energy into finishing them with good marks.
Chapter 19. Greece. Nina, still at the beach, going to Maria's cafe. The two strangers sitting next to her on the beach revived the long-forgotten incident after decades. Nina stood up and walked over to the small cafe. She really needed something to drink. No longer just a spectator. She was actually a participant in this whole story. There must be a reason that these two strange men were talking about the great mystery of her youth. Nikos was their friend. How strange that he was the same guy who had thrown the red roses on the ice rink decades ago. After all this time, she finally knew that the man with a rose was a Greek sea captain and a very lonely man. Shaking her head, Nina still didn't understand the coincidence in all of this. She decided to eat one of Maria's special salads at the cafe, and later drink her juice on the way back to the hotel. Then, at the exact moment that she got up to leave, the two men from the beach came into the cafe, ordered ouzo, and continued chatting and laughing.
They did not acknowledge her, as they hadn't even noticed her at the beach. There was no way they would ever have imagined that she knew the other side of the story of the rose.
Nina felt awful for eavesdropping on the conversation about other person's fragile feelings. Worse, Nina also realized that Demetrios and Penelope, her friends, were friends of Alkis and Socrates too, and therefore involved in this story. She had just listened to a personal conversation between two men she didn't know, who had happened to be randomly sitting next to her on the beach.
It was like an endless puzzle. Should she tell Penelope and Demetrius about this strange coincidence?
No, she would never tell them what she had just learned. After all, Nikos had once been in love with Penelope. Penelope and Demetrius had to be the couple the two school friends had spoken about. Unnerved and haunted by the various thoughts that now were popping through her mind, Nina decided it was better to forget that day's incident. She ordered a glass of orange juice to go. It was far too hot to climb up the steep hill back to the hotel right then. She had no other choice. She had to get out of the cafe. The afternoon sun was burning hot, causing tourists and locals to come to the cafe from the beach to enjoy some shade and have a cool drink or an ice cream. Due to her state of mind, Nina would have preferred to battle the heat and rush back to the privacy and safety of her hotel room. Maria, the cafe owner, nursed a screaming child with a bruise on his knee, and the old fisherman, named Plastiras, Maria's father, came for a cup of coffee. He knew some of the locals, and they started to talk. An elegant German lady came in, looking for a packet of cigarettes. Another fisherman joined Plastiras. The cafe began to get crowded with a mixture of tourists and locals. Socrates and Alcus ordered a second glass of ouzo and joined the table where Plastiras sat. Children gathered next to the ice machine, where ice cones were sold. It was a relaxing gathering as the blue cigarette smoke mixed with the tunes of some Greek music played from a recorder.
The atmosphere became louder, with a lot of laughing, probably accelerated by the alcohol.
Maria's cafe was a cozy small place. Just 2 ranges of tables near the walls and a middle pass to walk through. Old pictures of huge steamboats decorated the walls, and some fishnets hung from the ceiling. The owner happily prepared some homemade salads, knowing that day's income was secured. In the middle of all the noise and commotion, no one paid any attention to the quiet entrance of just another individual into the cafe. An attractive man, probably from one of the yachts lying in the bay, entered and walked straight towards the counter. He ordered 3 bottles of water, a bottle of red wine, and a loaf of bread to go. He seemed to be a regular customer. The elegant man had captured Nina's attention because he was tall and fashionably dressed, in a black t-shirt and elegant black jeans. While most of the other people wore white or light-colored shirts and shorts, he came off as kind of absent, lost in his thoughts and in something of a hurry. It became obvious that Maria, the cafe owner, knew him quite well as they exchanged some words. Without looking around, he exited the cafe. As he drew closer to Nina, she noted that he looked younger close up than he had at first sight from a distance. Making a fast break, the man nearly stumbled over Nina's foot. He looked at her briefly, excused himself, and continued towards the door. While rushing out of the cafe, he quickly greeted Plastiras near the door with a short handshake. Plastiras was clearly glad to see him and asked him to sit down.
The man waved him off, rushing and flustered, and dropped his loaf of bread.
One of the 2 men, chatting with Plastiras, picked it up and handed it to him. Their eyes met and Socrates stopped cold. He was momentarily speechless and shouted in excited recognition, "Nikos!" Nina froze. Had she heard properly? Was that man's name Nikos? Perplexed, not to say confused, she knew she had to leave this place immediately. For a moment, she felt paralyzed. Could this really be the same Nikos they had spoken about at the beach? The men exchanged warm embraces and convinced Nikos to join them.
What a coincidence to meet you here, Nikos. I've not seen you for so long. In fact, since the time we spent together in San Diego, how have you been?
Socrates asked.
Gee, Nikos, I haven't seen you since you left the school bench.
Alcus added. Nikos smiled in spite of himself.
This is really the greatest surprise. I never thought I'd see either of you again.
Nikos replied.
Nikos, what made you decide to come back to the island? Didn't you tell me years ago that you would never return? Socrates asked. At first, Nikos was shocked by his direct question. He took his time deciding to answer while his friends just watched and waited. Yes, that is what I always intended. I don't live on the island. I live out at sea and sometimes come in here to just get some food. At this time of day, I normally do not see any villagers in here. Nikos answered. A little embarrassed, he added. I just want to be alone. In fact, I try to avoid meeting people whom I used to know on the island. I prefer this small bay, the sea, and the waves. Are you still working on large transports? Again, Nikos waited a while before answering. No. I decided to live on my small sailing boat. Now and then, I take some tourists on chartered tours around the island. Socrates and Alkis continued to question Nikos, and he slowly started to open up. Finally, the three old friends and Plastiras entered into a lengthy conversation. Nikos, how nice that you met some of your old school friends. Finally, you're being sociable. Up to this minute, I thought you didn't like people at all. The old man humorously commented. So you remained alone, Nikos? Socrates asked. I have traveled the seas all over the world and visited numerous countries, but since you've asked me so directly, I'm still unlucky in regard to women. So I finally decided to share my life with the sea only. I had dreams that remained dreams. I know others are able to turn more dreams into reality, but love has been a secret to me. Nikos admitted with some sadness. The men continued to talk, catching up on decades of life. You look so neat and elegant in your black clothing, Alkis observed. What a change from your youth, when your parents couldn't even give you a proper bath. Certainly, you saved some money by not having a family. Nikos had no answer to Alkis's tacky remark. They changed the subject and spoke of the destinies of their other friends from the island. The conversation automatically went to Dimitrios. I do not know anything about Dimitrios and his family. I just lost track of them, Nikos admitted. Dimitrios had great dreams, but I don't even know if he ever achieved one of them. I would bet he did, though he was always a winner. Alkis visited the island quite often and knew just how many dreams the pragmatic Dimitrios had already achieved. In fact, several times, Alkis had stayed at Dimitrios' elegant hotel that overlooked this very bay. Instinctively, neither told Nikos a word about how rich and successful Dimitrios had become. Was Maria's cafe the place where the Greek gods had chosen to stage Nina's destiny? Of course, none of the men realized that the lady at the table nearby knew even more. She was confounded by her emotions. All seemed like a surreal dream, where someone was caught peeking into somebody else's private garden through a small hole in the high wooden fence and observed things they would prefer not to have seen. Nina really wanted to go back to the hotel, but there was absolutely no way to leave the cafe other than to walk by the table where the four men sat. She planned to exit fast and disappear.
The mysterious story had turned into a strange and amazing coincidence. As she discovered her role in it, some of her own dreams were let loose and unveiled. Suddenly, her memories flashed back to the time when she had been skating and an unknown prince had thrown roses onto the ice for her. Obviously, at that time, she would have liked to get to know that special person. It took her a long time to forget this man's nice intentions.
And now the unveiled Nikos was in front of her. She had a feeling all was going to fall onto her like a huge waterfall,
And that she would drown. Nina got up to leave while all these mixed thoughts crossed her mind. She tried to be inconspicuous as she passed the table where the four men were sitting. She didn't see the child's sand shovel lying on the floor. It tripped her and she stumbled.
A muscular arm grabbed her quickly as she started to fall. She met the man's eyes and caught her breath as she noted their unusual bright green color.
As if struck by lightning, Nina remembered that the man who had written the poem for her had green eyes. She knew that instant that she was face to face with Nikos, the secret prince of a nearly forgotten dream. His warm hand held her arm firmly as he helped her to the next chair. She turned her head as she felt tears come to her eyes.
"Did you hurt yourself?" he asked.
No, don't worry about it.
She answered, feeling the blood rush to her cheeks.
"You have tears in your eyes. You've hurt yourself. Please, sit for a moment and relax."
Before she realized what was happening, Nina was seated in a chair next to Nikos and a glass of ice water was placed in front of her. Her knee was bleeding a little bit and Maria, the cafe owner, repeated her actions of an hour earlier with the child. She cleaned the injury and placed a bandage on the cut. As the Greek woman bandaged her cut, Nina's leg was exposed to reveal a long scar near her knee, just a few inches beneath the spot that was bleeding.
"You must have quite an accident to have such a scar in your leg,"
Old Plastiras commented. Nina answered politely.
Oh, this is an old scar. It dates back to a sports accident I had when I was a young girl.
Plastiras was curious.
"A sports accident? What type of sport did you play as a child?"
Nina wanted to escape, but there was no graceful way to avoid the question. She answered simply,
It happened while I was ice skating.
Nikos froze. Stunned, he looked closely at Nina's face and then into her eyes. Unwilling to meet his gaze, she turned her head away.
"Are you sure today's injury doesn't hurt too much?"
Nikos asked.
I am fine, really.
Nina insisted. This time, she turned to look directly at Nikos. A little confused, Nikos stammered his question.
Do you like red roses?"
Nina's eyes met Nikos's, freezing both of them in the moment.
Nikos got up and immediately left the cafe to return to his sailing boat. Without waiting for her to answer, Plastiras watched Nikos rushing back to his dinghy. Plastiras
had noticed Nikos's emotional reaction to the woman
and was puzzled by it.
He had never seen Nikos react to anything like that during the 10 years he had known him. Other than coming in once or twice a week for water and wine, Nikos occasionally drank a coffee with him at the beach cafe. Most of the time, Nikos dashed in and out, and nobody knew how he actually spent his days. Lestiras' house was located at the other end of the bay, so it was hard to see Nikos fishing at night. For most locals, Nikos was non-existent, except for Lestiras. Later, Lestiras was sitting in front of his daughter's cafe, watching the sea, while Socrates and Alkis helped the lady back to her hotel. The sun began to disappear behind big gray clouds. It looked like a storm was going to develop. Chapter 20. Nikos' Doubts and the Storm. Nikos was totally confused after that incident at the cafe. Could she possibly be the ice skater who had dazzled him so many years ago? There was something so familiar about her, but she had not answered his question about liking red roses. Yet he was sure he had spotted tears coming to her eyes. Could it be the pain of her accident, or was it some other feeling that had nothing to do with him at all? He remembered very clearly that when he had asked about the red roses, she had started trembling and a great dark emotional expression had come into her eyes.
This was probably just his imagination.
He had to admit that he was a big daydreamer. Often, he did not recall if things really happened or if they were just his imagination. The incident in the cafe made him feel awfully disturbed. So he ran off to his dinghy and rowed back to his sailing boat, deeply confused and haunted by so many questions and emotions. He needed to be alone.
Normally, he felt like a strong man, but now tears fell from his eyes.
These tears were for the many disappointments he had experienced in life, and on the island he had once vowed never to return again. These tears reflected Penelope, who had married Demetrios, as well as another Athenian girl who had dumped him for a more stable man. Also, his tears were mirroring his passion for the young woman he had missed meeting because of a heavy snowstorm almost 25 years ago. He then remembered his grandfather's tears over the loss of Elena, his grandmother. The old man had never forgotten her. His grandfather had missed the opportunity to marry Elena because he feared his strict mother and lacked the courage to fight for what he really wanted.
Could he,
Nikos,
have been haunted by the same fears as his grandfather?
was it destiny? Or had he inherited this losing attitude? While he was musing, the sky turned gray and a heavy wind started to blow. The sea became agitated, and Nikos realized that a storm was building up. As Nina finally reached her room, she was in a kind of a daze, as the events of the last few hours ran through her head. Now Nina needed time for unwinding from the mysterious encounter in the cafe. The memory of that afternoon played over and over in her mind. She knew nobody in the cafe, except possibly Nikos, had observed the deep turmoil on her face. Her thoughts went back to Nikos. After he had rushed out of the cafe, she had seen him rowing towards the middle of the bay in the direction of the mysterious sailing boat. She wondered if he was the sailor whom she had watched all those nights. Nikos wore black clothing, just like the sailor on the boat. She now realized that it was Nikos' sailing boat, the same boat that she watched secretly every night from her balcony. The same boat that had become her obsession as it revealed the lonely sailor living on board and his actions at night. She remembered the mystical dance with the mermaid and still could not determine if it was reality, her imagination, or a dream. What did this now mean in conjunction with her life after the strange coincidences at the beach? Back on his boat, Nikos realized that he needed to challenge his fear now and try to grab opportunities. Yes, but how? He went into his cabin and decided to write in his diary. This was his personal way of overcoming anxiety. However, he couldn't find his pencil. He felt so wrecked inside, and it seemed impossible to draw or write in that condition. So, he went out on the deck and lit a cigarette. Even up there, he did not feel better. He decided the only way he could calm down was to take the boat out to sea, sailing into the upcoming storm. Being a good seaman, he knew that this was not the right time to take off, but he needed to experience a challenge of fighting with the wind and the waves to clear his mind, to be absorbed by the strength of nature and not by his human weakness. Night was coming and the wind blew stronger and stronger. For some reason, Nikos just sailed aimlessly without a destination. Out at sea, the water became extremely rough and the waves grew bigger and bigger, while the wind blew extremely strong. Water splashed over the deck. Nikos needed to focus his whole attention to master the dangerous situation at hand. He fought with all his strength to gain his course back to the bay. Could he ever reach it safely? Unable to sleep, Nina went out to her balcony. Now the wind was blowing stronger and the waves swelled higher and higher. A single fishing boat rushed into the small harbor, drawing white foam lines behind it as it plowed through the waters. The dark silhouette resembled a Japanese brush painting. From her window, Nina observed that her sailing boat was gone. She was very disappointed that the old friend lying in the bay had disappeared. Could it possibly have sailed to another bay? Why would Nikos take off on such a stormy night? This seemed, to her, very unsafe. Now sitting on her hotel bed, Nina could not stop questioning, again and again, her emotional uproar while listening as the upcoming storm grew stronger minute after minute. The wind blew for hours and built up immense waves that slammed against the rocks below her balcony. The loud splashing was piling up in a never-ending rhythm. Restless, Nina started to wander about in circles in her room. There was no way that she could find peace in her heart. The storm seemed to block out all other thoughts. There was a storm building in her soul. Why could she not stop worrying about Nikos on his sailing boat out at sea? he had possibly anchored it before the big storm in a nearby bay. Would this storm ever end? The wind blew so strongly that the oleander trees near her balcony bent almost horizontally downwards and could barely recover. Branches were torn off and blown away. Now, a heavy rain started, and the water drops splashed against her closed balcony windows. For a long time, she sat as if paralyzed on her bed, just listening to the extreme forces of nature. Haunted by all these thoughts and emotions, she finally fell asleep. However, after a short period of time, she jumped up, awakened by a wooden shutter on her balcony banging against the window. It was still dark outside, yet she heard dogs barking from the neighboring hill, and now and then the cry of a lonely donkey. The wind slowly calmed down and whistled through the rigging of the remaining sailing boats still anchored in the bay. It sounded like harp music. Nina was still too horrified by the shock that Nikos had gone out to sea during that heavy storm. She could not find sleep again. She got up and drank a glass of cold water. For hours, she fought with her turbulent thoughts. How should she handle this new situation? Why was she so concerned about Nikos? She needed time to understand her feelings. Sleepless, tossing in her bed, a squeaky noise outside forced her out of her balcony once again. The storm had calmed down, and she saw her sailing boat working its way back through the waves to its original spot in the center of the bay. Why had Nikos sailed at night in such a heavy storm? This was absolutely insane. Relieved, she heard the peculiar rattling noise from the anchor falling. The sailor, dressed in black, was now rolling the sails down. He was alone, as he always was. Once the boat was secured, the sailor disappeared into his cabin. Finally, Nina felt able to relax and fell asleep at last. Certainly, it was Poseidon, the ancient Greek god of the sea, who commanded this unusual storm, forcing Nikos to return to a sheltered spot back to his bay. When Nikos finally made it back into the bay, it was early morning. Totally exhausted by the endless battle with the huge waves and the continuous wind, he anchored the boat, shaking from relief that he had survived this stupid ride. He went to his cabin, crawled into bed, and fell immediately asleep. His sleep was so deep that it lasted the whole of the next day and night. He woke up with a terrible headache, convinced that the sight of the Ice Princess was just a dream. Or was it his imagination driven by loneliness? He thought that going to the cafe for a real strong cup of coffee might help. Nikos had to recover from 2 fierce storms, one out at sea and one within his soul. In the early morning, there would be no customers in Maria's cafe. Only old Plastiras would be there, helping his daughter prepare salads for lunch. Plastiras was the wise person he needed now. Chapter 21. The Ice Princess. The small cut on her knee kept her from going to the beach for a day or two. The incident at the cafe really shook Nina up. Embarrassed to have overheard the friends' discussion at the beach, she was also totally confused about the unexpected encounter with Nikos. She needed time to rearrange the situation in her mind. It seemed impossible that he would recognize her after almost 25 years. Then again, she believed his hand had been shaking for a fraction of a second, and then she had observed an extremely emotional expression, maybe even tears, coming to his eyes. This was probably just her imagination. Yet she had to admit that both incidents at the beach and the cafe were kind of bizarre. Now she was really uncomfortable. Instead of being a mere observer, she was about to become an active participant within the group. She felt like an actress on stage in front of an audience of strangers. But this is not how she wanted to perform. Moreover, she had no desire to ever be reminded of her painful past, her hard life filled with broken dreams. A few of her dreams had become a beautiful reality for a short period of time, and then turned into terrible nightmares. This island was the place where she came to forget. She had always returned to this island to renew her strength. The entire day, she sat alone on a rock overlooking the bay, distracting herself from yesterday's shocking incident by watching the sea. The waves started to grow from the upcoming wind and turned the great body of water into different patterns and shades. She found herself observing the details of some rocks nearby, picturing their shapes and comparing them to animals. Over the years, the wind and the water had transformed these rocks into surrealistic sculptures. The Meltemi wind was blowing strongly and continuously throughout the day. Again, her thoughts returned to Nikos, the man who had thrown the roses on the ice rink some 25 years ago. What a strange coincidence to meet him here. Yet something about him seemed out of sync. His friend, Socrates, had mentioned that he hadn't seen him for over 10 years, and Plastiras knew that he spent most of his time sitting on his sailing boat in this bay. Why would he stay on his boat like some kind of hermit? From what she had heard, he was traveling a lot while he was a sea captain. Maybe he was living off his memories. Also, strange was the coincidence that Nikos, Dimitrios, and Penelope had been friends during their youth. Even more coincidental was the fact that Dimitrios had built his hotel, his dream and greatest achievement, just on top of the very same bay where Nikos anchored his sailing boat. That was how close destiny had brought them all together. Just thinking about all this confused her so much. She switched her attention to a few fishing boats working their way back into the bay along the rocks, using them as a wind shelter to protect the tourist on board from getting splashed by rising waves hitting the side of the boat. However, every once in a while, the fishermen could not prevent the tourist from getting splashed by a wave that hit the bow of the boat, and they responded with loud screams. Today, the sea water varied in shades of green, blue, dark blue, and deep gray, depending on the depth of water and the type of rocks underneath. First, the wind played gently with the waves, then blew stronger, curling up with white combs of skim and pushing them out to the open sea. She could see the strong hand of a fisherman managed to work his boat safely through an upcoming storm towards the small port. Some tourists stepped off the boat, sopping wet, pleased to be safe back on land. Watching this, she imagined how difficult it must be to face a real heavy winter storm out at sea, and realized how much it mirrored aspects of her own life. There were so many ups and downs, sunshine and raging storms with enormous waves. She was a dreamer who was emotionally shaken by her destiny that abruptly changed in unexpected ways. Sometimes life dealt such hard blows that she was afraid to dream anymore. In these moments, she worked hard to look at the positive side of everything that had occurred, and never lost her humor. Nina sat on her favorite rock near the sea, listening to irregular rhythm of the bamboo bushes hitting each other in the breeze, while simultaneously producing a whistle-type melody with the wind running close to the sharp edges of the bamboo leaves. And then her whole life began to unroll like a movie through her mind.
Chapter 22. Nina's life with her first husband, Dario. After finishing college, Nina shared the common dream of many other young women to meet the perfect lover, get married, and start a family. After graduation, she took a trip to Greece, to her island, and met an attractive young lawyer from Portugal named Dario, who was traveling on the same steamer that she was. Dario was tall, had dark blue eyes, black hair, and perfectly tan skin. From the moment they met, they had been attracted to one another and decided to discover the island together. One day, they hiked to a remote bay. Tired and terribly in need of lodging, they found 2 simple rooms for rent at Dimitrios and Penelope's house. Penelope was happy to host her first guests and cooked a fabulous dinner. Afterwards, they sat peacefully at the dinner table while their host's small children played in the garden. She and Daria stayed there for several days, enjoying the hidden, clean bay. They swam in the sea, talked for hours and hours about what a future together might bring, and held hands while watching the sunset. Dario was a very romantic young man, but still very realistic at the same time. He loved to sit next to the water, keeping his eyes focused on the horizon while talking about a common future. She thought that Dario was the love of her life. Whenever they argued or she was angry about something, Dario would just turn around and wonder with whom she was talking. He mimed a second person being behind them, placed his arm around her shoulders. Just forget your anger. The other guy did not even listen to it. See, I'm here to protect you. At this point, she exploded with laughter. Any misunderstanding between them was forgotten. Daria was unusually sensitive and entirely lovable. Nina had just turned 21 when they met. 1 year later, Dario had asked her to marry him. Because he and his family were ultra-religious Catholics, and she had not been brought up that way, she felt that she might not fit in. Dario knew how to handle her doubts with his gentle, patient personality. There was no way that he would let this affect the relationship.
He was never angry or selfish, but still knew exactly how to reach his goals. He was never a dreamer, but a consistent achiever. After the wedding, they had moved to Portugal. Nina had wanted to keep her independence and pursue a career. This was obviously not the normal or socially acceptable way of life for a lawyer's wife in the late 1960s in Portugal. Dario worked at his father's law firm and was well on his way to becoming as successful a lawyer as his father was. Nina's skills as a translator were very useful to them, so after a short time, her job was very important. For a while, her mother-in-law seemed to let it go, but then suddenly confronted her about what she considered low-class behavior. Here in Portugal, it is customary that women married to an academic man do not need to go out and work for money. If you would do some unpaid social work, nobody would care. That's what ladies from good families can do. Imagine if some of my girlfriends asked me if Dario was not earning enough money to support you. This would be very embarrassing. I love my job, Nina explained.
And, as you see, I am very useful in the office. What's wrong with that? I am not giving up my interesting job just to please other ladies.
Then Dario stepped into the house and heard the disagreement between his mother and his wife. I hear you both have some different opinions about working. One is to earn money to survive, and the other, more important one, is a passion for what one does. We both love our jobs, and Father is so pleased with my darling wife's skills. He would not ever let her go. Dario's mother sighed in resignation. Yes, that's what your father told me too. Dario had managed the situation. The two ladies accepted each other's opinion. Nina and Dario were so happy together, and things seemed almost too good to be true. They were great lovers and good business partners too. Dario enjoyed showing her Portugal's beautiful landscapes, cultural centers, and sights. The couple loved to sit at some local cafes and listen to the popular folk songs called fados at night. These typical Portuguese songs explained some events that had happened in town, including local scandals or love affairs. In earlier times, fado songs brought attention to local politics or the unfairness of certain authorities in an elegant way. Within a short time, Nina was totally integrated with her new country. She had mastered the language and adopted their traditions as her own. Both of them wanted to start a family, buy a home of their own, and develop the law firm to be even bigger than it already was. Dario became a respected lawyer throughout Europe, and Nina utilized her translating skills for the firm's international cases. 1 year after they were married, they bought a small, pale, yellow house with white shutters and a beautiful pergola. They did not have a lot of furniture to move since they had been living in a small flat not far from the home of Dario's parents. By this time, they had many close friends and an exceptionally good relationship with Dario's parents. Dario loved his young wife a lot and was also proud that she had adapted so well to her new family and environment. Nina had definitely inherited her mother's ability to adapt to a new country and language with ease. When Nina learned that she was pregnant, it finally seemed that her entire dream was coming true.
She took off one afternoon to see the doctor without telling Dario, because she wanted to be certain about the pregnancy before getting him all excited. She had been waiting for him at the door when he had returned from work, kissed him, then guided him to the living room where she had served him a glass of wine. "You seem so happy. What did you buy in town today?" he asked.
"I have an invisible present for you. A present you need to wait for until I am ready to give it to you. Can you guess?"
Well, I suppose you bought a nice piece of silk material to make me a new tie. Am I close? Dario asked, laughing.
No, you are far off. Try again.
Then, let me think. Could it be a little kitten you always wanted?
No, Dario, but it is much nearer to what my present will be. It will be alive.
Dario looked at her eyes and felt a deep desire to take her in his arms. Is it a present for both of us?
Yes, it is a present we both wanted so badly.
No more words needed to be said. They both knew their baby was on its way. Dario took her face between his warm hands and kissed her warmly. Nina loved her job and decided to work up to the last month before the baby was born. Several months into her pregnancy, one early morning started with a drizzle that looked like it would turn into an interminable rainstorm lasting for days. As usual, Dario had left for the office an hour earlier than his wife. Nina was preparing to leave for work when the doorbell rang. When she opened the door, she was shocked to see her mother-in-law standing there crying. Through her tears, she stumbled that her only son, Dario, had died in a terrible car accident on his way to work. An inattentive driver had disregarded a stop sign and crashed full speed into Dario's car. This couldn't be true. They had been married for only 2 years, and their first baby was on the way. Now, at the young age of 23, she was a widow. Instantly, her dream turned into a horrible nightmare. Unable to reconcile herself with the news, she had fainted. When her father-in-law had arrived, he carried her into his car. She had awoken to find herself in bed at her in-laws' villa. The doctor was standing by her bed, ready to examine her. His diagnosis was that she was in shock and needed plenty of rest. Her illness forced Dario's parents to take responsibility for the accident's lawsuit, the police, and the business, which was in desperate need of her deceased husband's skills. Her life seemed to be a vignette out of a horror movie. She could not even remember the funeral, other than the incredibly comforting music in the church. Nina's in-laws had helped her out in a very loving and sympathetic way. They had invited her to move in with them until the baby was born. Despondent, she had found herself continuously in tears and felt that she could never overcome this tremendous loss. Selling the lovely little house that she and Dario had just bought was the worst. The stress proved to be too much. A month after Dario had died, she woke up one night with a terrible pain and was immediately taken to the hospital by an ambulance. For 3 days, a well-trained team of doctors and nurses fought to keep the baby. Sadly, she had no strength to battle and lost her unborn baby. The reality of life was far too harsh for Nina, and she fell into a deeper depression. Not only had she lost Dario, but she had also lost his baby. It was hard to accept this as being her destiny. However, she had not been ready to leave Portugal yet. Slowly, she had tried to recover. She moved in with his parents at their villa. On the top floor, there was a small, separate apartment. She had her independence, yet was surrounded by loving people. One day, while looking through her old things, she had found the poem she had received from an unknown admirer so many years before. Sitting down in a chair, she had read it over again and again. Both the words and sentiments of the writer touched her.
Dreams are born, lost or die, and reborn every day.
This was a philosophic message, a message she needed now to regain her inner strength. She had to overcome this terrible period of her life. From that day on, she had stored that poem in the little pocket in her purse and read it whenever she needed to. She would not run home to her mountain village, but would overcome her depression where she was. She had remained in Portugal, the exotic country where she had such a lovely and romantic episode with Dario. She needed to heal her pain and focus on new goals. Everything there reminded her of Dario, but she had found that it helped her more than she could have ever imagined. Even her in-laws realized that it was better for her to go back to work, as it made her become part of the real world again. She chose to work long hours every day. That way, there was no time left for dreams.
Chapter 23. Nina's second husband, Alfonso. 4 years later, at a local charity event, Nina had met a cheerful man named Alfonso de Samaca, who was 10 years older than her. Somehow, time went by and she found herself engrossed in an interesting discussion about foreign countries, languages, and local traditions with him. While others danced, they continued their conversation and nearly forgot to finish eating. She didn't want to dance, as it would just bring up an old wound about happier times. Unaware of her past heartbreak, Alfonso asked her, as she was too shy to say no the second time he invited her onto the dance floor. His noble bearing and gentle manner had surprised her. Such smooth dancing reminded her of when she had been skating at the resort back home. Just once, he had given her a soft squeeze with his left hand, a moment she was afraid to think about. She had felt her cheeks turn red, which followed with an ever so slight, but at the same time, strange feeling in her chest. She had to admit that he was an attractive and really interesting man. Throughout the rest of the evening, they had discussed art and music, and he spoke about the work of some Portuguese artists she did not know about. He had been immediately smitten with her, and to demonstrate this, sent her 15 red roses the next morning. Embarrassed, she told her in-laws about this encounter. To her surprise, they were both delighted to see her finally making new friends. She was much too young to live in such solitude. Her father-in-law knew the nobleman and told her that he was, in fact, a count who literally lived in a castle he had inherited from his ancestors and was obliged to take care of. A well-educated man, Alfonso had done a lot for the country by sponsoring young people, especially artists and musicians. She had gone out with Alfonso several times and had become more and more infatuated with him. After attending a concert together, he had stopped his car and taken her hand. "I've never been so happy than when I'm with you. I admire your interest in art, music, and people. You're so natural, soft, sometimes even shy, and never demanding. I admit, I am simply in love with you." Their friendship had turned from admiration into a deep love, and she had known it. However, she had been taken by surprise, never having expected to fall in love again. "See, I have been a widower for over 12 years, Alfonso explained. "After a happy start to our short marriage, my wife came down with multiple sclerosis and died 2 years later. Before she died, she urged me not to be alone. I never thought I would ever get married again, but since I got to know you, all my desires have returned. I love you so much and think it is time to take you in my arms forever." He had not waited for any answer, but had gently grabbed her face and kissed her intensely. It had been a kiss she would never forget. Love really had returned to her life. Alfonso was a very handsome man, with a strong character. Extremely gregarious, he had been very respected by everyone. Between them, a passionate and mature love, mixed with appreciation, respect, and mutual understanding, had begun. 6 months later, Count Alfonso de Samaca had asked her to be his wife and move into his castle. It was almost like another dream being fulfilled, yet she could not help but question herself. How would her life be with a man who was 10 years older than her? Before proposing marriage, he had confessed that he was sterile, due to a case of the mumps that he had got in his late 20s. He had asked her if she would accept not being able to have children. Having lost Dario's child, Nina had decided back then that she would pursue a career rather than raise a family. She was determined not to suffer, and assumed going through another pregnancy would stir up some grievous feelings from the past. Besides, she loved Alfonso deeply. He was warm-hearted and had strong personal values, knowledge, and wisdom. His noble attitude was more compelling to her than his wealth. In old noble European families, the attitude towards money is different. No one would talk about or show wealth. Wealth was used for a good education or for sponsoring others rather than for luxury. She had agreed with the Count not choosing a luxurious lifestyle, but rather a humble and decent one. Her own life would be dedicated to helping young artists succeed. Sensing this awesome task, many questions had gone sailing through her mind, as she hadn't felt prepared to live a life in a castle as a patroness of the arts. But she was attracted to this strong and charming man. Nina loved his smooth voice and his warm touch when he placed his hand on her arm before he spoke. He was gentle in so many ways. Their love had grown to a new dimension of devotion and admiration for one another. Her self-doubt had vanished as she saw him attack life with a joyful zest that couldn't help but bring out her own self-confidence. An art historian, Alfonso had been involved in a project researching local art and how it integrated with other European art. Soon after they were married, he had asked her to collaborate with him on this important work. This seemed to be the great start of a happy new episode in her life. Alfonso was a tall, handsome, well-dressed man with dark, almost black eyes, black hair, and a pale tan. Wherever he showed up, everyone turned around to watch his dignified entrance. The only son of his family's dynasty, Alfonso owned his family's beautiful old castle, surrounded by well-kept gardens, a chestnut tree alley, and a myriad of tropical plants. He kept his own horse and 6 hunting dogs. Nina was proud of her husband's character, especially his generous way of helping poor people. Though rich, they lived a fairly simple but intellectual life. For Alfonso, devotion and love were more important than material possessions. He was always ready to help other people reach a goal. Alfonso loved to talk to the simple farmers because he believed that they were down to earth and understood the real value of nature and hard work. There had been many artists in Nina's new entourage. She had helped Alfonso organize concerts and lectures for their friends with local artists or brought some of the world's most famous musicians, writers, painters, and scientists to Portugal. Alfonso had challenged her talents. She had soon got involved in Alfonso's sponsorship program as he was in need of her translation skills. He also aimed to turn part of his castle into a public museum, with a concert hall where musicians could perform. He had put her in charge of this immense project. Chapter 24. Pablo. Whether they were traveling around the world or just around Portugal, Alfonso never stopped looking for young musicians to sponsor. Pablo was the son of the local farmers and had learned to play the guitar all by him without even being able to read music. Sometimes Pablo played in a restaurant to make some extra money, or on the streets where people walked while they were shopping. This is where Alfonso had first found him. "Where did you learn to play the guitar? Your playing is excellent." "I never had any lessons. I just play what I hear until I know the melody," the intimidated boy had answered. "You are really talented. Where do you live?" "In the North Valley. My parents are farmers. I wanted to make some money here in town so I could buy a better instrument." "Well, give me your address. I think I might have a better guitar for you at home," Alfonso replied. The boy's eyes opened up as he scribbled his name and address into a piece of paper. Alfonso wanted to deliver the guitar in person to make sure it would be in perfect condition. A few days after they had met, Alfonso had loaded his used guitar into the car and driven to Pablo's family's farm. When he had arrived, Pablo's father was fertilizing the soil, and his mother was feeding some pigs. Both looked astonished to see a brand new car stop next to their gate. "Is your son Pablo at home?" Alfonso asked. "Yes. Did he do something wrong?" The mother was concerned. No. I heard him play the guitar in the streets downtown." "Yes, I know. I was telling him that this may not be permitted and Pablo should stop playing in the streets." "I do not think this is a problem. I believe your son is quite talented." "May I speak to him?" Alfonso asked, relieved
Her concerned face changed into a soft smile. Pablo, please come out here. Pablo looked very surprised as he walked out into the driveway. Good day, sir. Do you remember? You gave me your address last week. I wanted to bring you my unused old guitar. Follow me to my car and open the trunk. What's in there is a present for you. Pablo was astonished when he saw the instrument. I can't accept such remarkable gift. I'm not a good enough player yet. Not good enough. Do you mean you need lessons to play better? Alfonso inquired. This was my guitar when I was a boy. I played it quite well, and now it's yours, with one request, that you take lessons and learn more. You are talented, and one day you may well be one of the best guitarists in our country. Starting tomorrow, if it's okay with your parents, I will enroll you at the Music Academy in Lisbon, and all your lessons will be sponsored by me, under one condition, that you will work hard. Pablo's mother had started to cry. It's like a dream. I always knew he was talented, but we were too poor to educate him. Do you accept my proposition, Pablo? Sir, I will do all my best, and thank you for your generosity. Pablo had answered firmly. Pablo went through the 3-year guitar program and went on to become one of Portugal's best classical musicians. Chapter 25. Alfonso's Goals. Alfonso's gentle character had helped Nina to heal from the earlier loss of Dario and the baby. Almost like a tradition, every evening after dinner, Alfonso had taken her walking with his dogs around the castle gardens. This was the moment when they had had their most profound conversations. He had successfully reactivated her interest in art history, his favorite subject. His knowledge and experience in evaluating local problems and international politics had also inspired her to get involved in community affairs. One evening, while sitting on a stone bench dating back to the 17th century, she came up with a suggestion. Alfonso, you should write your family's memoir, relating it to the culture of Portugal. This idea absolutely delighted Alfonso. What a great idea! I want to have it published throughout Europe. Will you help me with the translation? From that day on, they worked long hours together on this exciting project. Alfonso also persuaded her to go back to college and take some courses on local art and poetry. One day, she had shown him the little poem that she was still carrying in her purse, the one that she had received at the time when she was an ice skater. Impressed with the writer's sensitivity, Alfonso had decided to have it translated into Portuguese. They named it A Lost Dream, and it was read the next time that they had artists and musicians performing at their castle. Alfonso loved Nina's sense of humor, and she was also admired and loved by all his friends. Nina helped her husband organize his fundraising parties for young artists and never hesitated to visit poor farmers and villagers who were in need of help. She had now found a new, interesting challenge in her life. To Alfonso, his family's wealth was to be used responsibly to assist less fortunate people to improve their destiny. For him, the destiny of the country depended on the happiness of its people. She was happy to share this crusade with him. Alfonso took great care of his young wife by supporting her special skills and indelibly etching a positive attitude in her heart and mind. She was able to share all her emotions with him, her fears, as well as her hilarious notions. He was wise and knew how to motivate her. Under his protective wing, she had overcome her shyness and became an elegant woman. She had cherished every minute they spent together and sometimes felt like a princess being guided towards an important mission in life. One day, Alfonso returned from a routine medical checkup with very bad news. Not holding anything back, he had told Nina that he had an advanced stage of leukemia. This had really been a surprise as he was always strong, healthy, and active man. After 6 happy years, all her dreams came to a complete halt. At first, in denial, they had both tried hard to postpone the truth and continued living as they had before. However, as the weeks flew by, Alfonso began to tire more easily. Gradually, he lost his strength altogether. Nina arranged a house concert with Pablo, the guitarist who Alfonso had sponsored, and a young pianist were featured to play a Mozart concerto. Alfonso was terribly fond of his guitarist and prepared a speech to congratulate him on his enormous effort to become such a high-quality musician. This was followed by a short performance by 2 very young music students, both of whom were receiving scholarships. When handing out the envelope containing the grant to the second student, Alfonso was barely able to grab his hand. Then his face turned white and he stumbled. For the rest of the presentation, Alfonso had to be seated. Once a secret, his illness was now apparent to his friends. As a loving wife, Nina had done whatever she could to lighten her second husband's tragic destiny. Alfonso had always felt extremely happy when he was still able to walk with her on his estate, placing his arm around her shoulders. This was the only time he had mentioned his personal pain. At an age less than 50, I have to accept that my life will soon come to an end. I have been so lucky to share such precious time with you. Your life has to go on after my death. You are strong, determined, and still young. I believe more good things will come to you. Please, look forward to your future. We have achieved so much together. There are several artists you could help on their way up. I started to think about what will happen after I die. I cannot ask you to follow up everything. It's simply too vast a chore. Pablo has been like our son, and he certainly will do anything he can for you. Also, you should not remain stuck in this castle unless you want to be. We need to work out a solution that suits you. What do you suggest? Trying to be strong, Nina looked straight into his eyes, but 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. Alfonso, I'll do whatever you want me to. I don't feel qualified to take over from you. The castle belongs to your family, and I don't think that I could live all my life here. Maybe it could be turned into a school for musicians or into a museum. Alfonso, I am not one to decide. You might be right, my love. I think the castle would eventually become a burden to you. I will stipulate in my will that whenever you might decide to let the castle go, it will be turned into a music school and 1 or 2 grants a year will be handed out to talented students. Pablo may be appointed, if he wants, to be the school's dean.
The old gardener has to remain here up to his death. I will write it all up with a lawyer within the next few weeks. Can you help me with that? Even though it had been extremely hard for her to accept his realistic thinking, she had known that the end result was inevitable. Alfonso's life would be over soon. Sometimes she had been so angry that she walked back and forth in the hallway next to his room, ready to break the precious Chinese vase that had been in his family for centuries. She had had such a hard time containing her frustration and anger that one night she tore her nightgown into pieces. Ashamed of her emotional explosion, she had gone down to the garden after midnight, sat on the antique bench where they had shared so many memories, and cried. The next morning, Alfonso had realized something was terribly wrong. Tell me, what's bothering you? She had confessed what she had done to her nightgown. Your anger is absolutely normal. You wanted to fight against destiny, but you have to realize there's nothing else for us to do but accept it. When I realized I was going to die, I was very angry too. But then I knew that a greater force than I had decided upon myself. I am just grateful that I had found the love of my life in you, and that we were able to spend so much time together. Alfonso had taken her in his arms, and for the first time, he had wept. She had known she had to be the strong one during his last days. He had spent most of the time trying to solve all the potential problems that might arise after his death. See, this is our destiny. One thing we have to learn in life is to overcome difficult situations and grow stronger and wiser. Please try to look at all bad experiences as a barometer for better things to come. I know this sounds hard to you, but I feel that you are strong and will find your way to happiness again. Remember, in that philosophic poem you carry in your purse, it talks about how a lost dream can be reborn. Nina, with tears in her eyes, had replied deeply. Alfonso, you taught me the real value of life. I can only admire your character. I learned so much from you. I will always try to look at life from your wise point of view. I will promise to do the best I can, not to complain about my destiny without you. She did everything she could think to save him. But all the money spent and the special doctors called in couldn't thwart the cancer. To make his transition easier, she had invited musicians over and organized house concerts for Alfonso, who loved classical music. As Alfonso had become weaker, Nina stayed by his side day and night. The servants had brought their food into the beautiful suite overlooking his park. The three of his beloved dogs got special permission to sleep on the silk carpet next to his bed. Every day, she had read Alfonso the poems that he loved. After a long period of agony, he died peacefully in her arms. The last words Alfonso spoke to Nina were words that she would never forget. Nina, try to remember only the good part of life, and always strive to see the beauty. Remember, the hard life experiences make you gain more strength. Chapter 26. Nina starting a new life at age
35. Now, at age 35, Nina was a widow for the second time in her life, and saw no way to move forward. How would she ever overcome this loss? She was weak and hopeless. Nobody could cheer her up or fill the void that now existed. Sometimes she sat in Alfonso's room, enraged that he left her alone. She was in a terrible emotional turmoil and unable to do what he had asked. Depressed and frustrated, she decided to live in total isolation at his castle. When friends tried to see her, she turned them away. It seemed that all the dreams she had had as a girl had become true. Yet these dreams were suddenly be blown away like a fluffy white cloud in a heavy storm. She tried hard to remember Alfonso's favorite saying, that after each storm with black clouds and rain, the blue sky and the sun would appear again, but didn't believe this would really ever happen to her. After a year, tired of feeling sorry for her, she had remembered Alfonso's last words and decided that it was time to change her life again. She had gone home to the mountain village of her youth. She had had no plans for her future at first, and even found herself envying some of her former classmates who had never left the valley and were happily married, living a simple life. Maybe her dreams were too demanding for someone with such humble roots. Her wise mother tried to comfort her by doling out some meaningful advice. Don't envy anyone else's life because you never know what cross they carry on their shoulders. Each of us carries a dark burden in our lives. This, I believe, helps us learn to better appreciate and enjoy the good parts. The very same day, she had decided that it was time to take a vacation where she could think over new goals and a new future. She had fled again to her island in Greece and decided to never discuss or complain about the past ever again. She loved this place, the island where she had first met Dario, and the place where she had loving friends, people with wonderful hearts. After her stay in Greece, she returned to Portugal and, with Alfonso's fortune, continued to sponsor artists, musicians, and poor children who wanted to go to college or trade schools. Her only real companions were Alfonso's dogs. Every winter, she visited her home village in the mountains and sponsored ice skating lessons for young children who could not afford it. Having once been a skater herself, she considered the whole group of young skaters to be like her own children and spoilt them. A few years later, she finally felt that she was far too young and vital to live in the past anymore, and decided to move away from Portugal. It had been Alfonso's wish to turn his castle into a music school, so she had called his lawyer to enforce his will. Knowing that wealth alone did not guarantee happiness, it was easy to let go of the opulent castle. She needed to focus on a new challenge and made up her mind to move back to her own country for good. This was a tough decision, but made easier by the fact that Portugal was reminiscent of both her dreams and nightmares. It took her 2 months to achieve all this. She gave Alfonso's precious art books to the local library. Boxes filled with clothes, furniture, antiques, correspondence, and photographs were prepared and moved from one room to the next, until the movers picked them up to spread among local collectors and artists. Alfonso's hunting dogs remained with the gardener, as he loved them as much as Alfonso had. Only Alfonso's most loved Dachshund, Skilos, was to move back home with her. Skilos was totally confused by all the boxes that were bigger than he was. She sensed the dog was the only one that fully comprehended her pain. The dog understood her fear and sadness. He was the only one who saw her tears dropping and loyally followed her from room to room. Packing up the car and saying goodbye to all her friends was the last and most difficult task she had to complete. Then, she shipped off her few remaining boxes and, exhausted, boarded her car early in the morning before dawn with Skilos and left. No one, other than her little dog, her only remaining friend, shared her sadness at leaving a life behind. Following Alfonso's advice, she was determined to look towards the future, so she planned to get strength on her Greek island, find a job, and go back to work. Nina wanted to remember just the lovely parts of the life she had had in Portugal. Chapter 27. Greece, 1986. Nina sitting on a rock. Absorbed by her memories, Nina was still sitting on the rock next to the Aegean Sea. Now she was watching the upcoming storm when suddenly turned dark and balmy. The wind had changed its direction and the storm was pushed out to sea. The atmosphere in the bay had changed again to the peaceful quietness at night. She did not feel the hours go by. Protected by some small shrubs from the late afternoon's wind, she was distracted by her reflections on her life. Nina observed the nearby cafe getting more and more crowded as the music began to play. Once in a while, she recognized tunes of a familiar song. Again, she was the comfortable spectator. She sipped on her water bottle, which was now almost empty. She wasn't hungry. Her injury hurt a little and kept reminding her of yesterday's accident at the cafe, an incident she did not want to be reminded of. So she focused on watching the night emerge. The sea was now calm and the wind had ceased. There were no more big waves, only a slow swell with some smooth curls that flickered when illuminated by the tavern's lantern. The yachts anchored in the bay were almost still, just slowly blown to the other side to return a few minutes later, similar to a clock pendulum swinging, centered by the anchor chain. On a big yacht, a noisy party was in full swing. The people on board were laughing. They had probably all had a good day out at sea and seemed overly happy that their captain made it back before the storm. They enjoyed the unexpected calmness of the warm night. Some other people headed towards the cafe to have a little dinner. It was a clear night, and one could see the next island's silhouette. A few lights at sea indicated fishermen working their way to find a spot to place their nets for the next morning's catch. The rocks sticking out by the sea looked like sleeping, docile animals. Nina decided to go back to her room, carefully avoiding some noisy tourist in the hotel lobby. She did not feel like meeting anyone. She sat on her private balcony and sipped a glass of wine. Hours passed and she could not remember how long she had been sitting there. The unusual impending storm of this time of the year started to grow again out on the open sea, driving huge waves towards the rocks below her hotel. The party on the yacht had been over for a long time and all the passengers were probably asleep. At the deserted cafe, the owner was sweeping the floor and stored the chains properly under the table for the next day's lunch. Nina was tired and went to bed. Yet, there was no way for her to find sleep. Her mind went back to the day several years ago when she had moved back to her country, started a brand new life, and given up her past. Chapter 28 1985 Nina back home after Alfonso's death. After Nina left Portugal, she rented an apartment in the city where she had gone to college. It was not far from the town where she had grown up, and once in a while, she would vacation at the ski resort. She wanted to go back to work as a translator and to pursue a new career as a writer, completing Alfonso's memoirs. Though she hadn't been able to help save his life, she could be useful in keeping his legacy alive. Hopefully, if she was absorbed in her work, she could also overcome her painful emotional crisis. Was it that there was no time left for dreams, or was she just afraid to believe that she could be happy again? It was nice to return to the town where she had spent most of her happy, carefree college years. Her new apartment was not far from the city center, and now she was set out to find work as a translator. Oddly enough, the first day she walked down the main street with her dog, Skilos, to shop for some leather chairs, she met her former boss, James Smith, the owner of a small publishing firm. She had not seen him since she had left for Portugal years ago. "You are back in town. Where have you been all this time?" Mr. Smith asked.
What a coincidence to see you, Mr. Smith. This is my first walk in the city. I just moved back from Portugal and am furnishing my new apartment. And then I might ask you for a job.
Delighted, he made her an offer she couldn't refuse. "Are you by any chance fluent in Portuguese too? I was just going to place an ad in tomorrow's paper. I really need someone to translate a book from Portuguese into English. It is a remarkable and extremely funny story about three youngsters wanting to reach the moon. It's a cross between a fairy tale and science fiction. Any interest?"
Are you kidding? I am seriously looking for a translating job, and this sounds fun.
"I always appreciated your ability. Please, come with me and have a look at it. If you like the story, you are employed." Skilos barked in excitement. "That little dog of yours looks like a motorized ant." Mr. Smith laughed. "Is it a real dog?" Nina was happy to have met up with her old boss. He was jovial and always found something to laugh about. So she walked with him to his office and, after looking at the manuscript, she accepted the job, agreeing to start in a week. First, she needed to unpack and store all her things. Then, she decorated her apartment with new light yellow drapes, hung pictures on the walls, and placed some of Alfonso's beautiful antiques in every room. This also included the Chinese vase she had almost broken when Alfonso had been dying. In his memory, she placed it near the fireplace. At Mr. Smith's office, she saw some of her former co-workers and felt at home. The past seemed like yesterday. Nina ran into an old friend from her village, Alicia, who was now working as a gymnastics teacher at the nearby high school. Often, the two women spent their free time together, walking along the river with Skilos or playing cards in Nina's cozy apartment. Life was good. Nina spent Christmas and some of her winter weekends at her hometown resort, and in summer, she visited her favorite island on the Aegean Sea during vacation time. She quickly adjusted to her new job and began looking forward to conquering the upcoming challenges. One Sunday morning, while Alicia and Nina were walking in the woods, Skilos disappeared. This was the worst possible thing that could have happened because the little dog was Nina's closest companion. She replayed the incident over and over again in her mind. The last time she had looked at the dog, he had had a knowing look in his eyes. It reminded her of the way Alfonso had looked at her the morning he had gone to the doctor and had been diagnosed with leukemia. Nina searched relentlessly for Skilos, walking all through the area and crying his name out loud. It was impossible to find the dog. Hopefully, someone had picked him up. He was probably soaked from the night's rain. She called the police, wrote to veterinarians, and drove morning and night on the trail he might have taken when they had lost each other. After searching for months, she was convinced that Skilos was at someone's house and had hopefully found a good spot. Then one night, she had a dream that Alfonso had the dog sitting on his lap and was looking after him. The next morning, it occurred to her that the dog might be dead. Though sad, this dream helped her to accept her destiny, a destiny that seemed to mean being alone again. Nina threw herself into her work. Her job as a translator was challenging, and it filled her days as she attacked the most difficult tasks. After a few years, she felt emotionally much stronger. She decided to buy a house and only work part-time. She wanted to devote more time to the translation and compilation of Alfonso's memoirs. To go back to work on that heartfelt project brought her a lot of satisfaction. She was now able to accept her destiny and even felt fortunate for the things she had experienced. After all, she had gone through 2 wonderful marriages. The first, with Dario, had been filled with passion and intense excitement, and the second, with noble Alfonso, had taught her maturity and wisdom. Chapter 29. Greece, 1986. The Pending Storm. Nina stood out on her balcony, watching the sea while she fought with her inner turmoil. Could it be the new storm building up that made her think about those old memories right now? They only bound her to the past she tried so hard to forget. This island was the place where she came to heal after 2 husbands' deaths. Finally, she remembered both her mother and Alfonso, telling her to focus on the positive things in life and expect more good moments to come. She made a pledge to enjoy her vacation and live in the present.
Why would Nikos take off with his boat into the turbulent sea despite a sailor's knowing of the danger? Why did this incident with Nikos upset me so much?
Exhausted, she went to bed while the wind started to blow stronger. She felt great relief knowing that her sailing boat sat safely anchored in the bay. One could hear the wind whistling through the anchor's boat's rigging, waves splashing along their bodies. In the hotel's garden, leaves swept along the terrace. 2 big plant pots fell, and some unfixed shutters were banging. All this turbulence did not affect her anymore, as she drifted away into a deep sleep. After 2 days of sleep, Nikos was finally ready to go back to the cafe. It was still early in the morning, and no guests would be around at this time of the day. It was quiet there and, as expected, only old Plastiras was sipping his black coffee, sitting alone at his table near the entrance. Plastiras was very surprised to see Nikos there so early in the morning.
Nikos, is something wrong? You look like you haven't slept for 2 nights.
For a while, the 2 men sat at the table not talking to each other. but stirring their coffee. The only sound was that of the spoon scraping the porcelain. After a while, Plastiras looked Nikos in the eyes. "Come on, Nikos. Tell me what's happened." Astonished by Plastiras's insight, Nikos wondered how on earth this wise old man sensed his desire to reveal all that was pent up inside his heart. Still, he didn't know where to begin. Plastiras urged him to speak. "Why did you take off late at night to go out to sea, Nikos? Any seaman know better than to go out when a storm is building up. You never did such a thing before. What happened?" "I do not even know why I sailed. I just needed to get away," Nikos answered slowly. "You could have killed yourself," Plastiras lectured. "I was up almost the whole night until you finally made it back." "I know, it was absolutely stupid. After fighting the wind and the waves for a while, I myself was not sure I would ever make it back," Nikos confessed. "Never do that again. You might not be so lucky the next time," Plastiras continued. Nikos sat with an absent expression on his face. Plastiras placed his hand onto Nikos's right arm with compassion. "Nikos, I know you are lonely, but it is not good to hold in all your emotions. Trust me, I am old, maybe a little wiser. Let me be of help to you." Nikos looked into the old man's trustworthy eyes and finally opened up. "I do not know what happened to me the day before yesterday. After we helped that lady who fell, she sat at our table and my heart started to hurt. She reminded me of one of my lost dreams when I was a young man." It took a minute or two of silence until Nikos was able to continue. "See, Plastiras, I succeeded in all my professional goals. However, I had several desires concerning my private life, but never grabbed at chances. Now I realize that I usually back off from conflict instead of attacking the situation." After another pause, he went on. "The lady reminded me so much of a young woman with whom I fell in love with from afar years ago, but missed the chance to meet in person. I know this is ridiculous." Nikos paused briefly and then asked Plastiras if he had ever seen this woman before. "Yes, Nikos, she comes to this island once in a while and had been to this cafe many times. I never spoke to her though. Do you have any idea where she's from?" "My daughter mentioned that she lives in Portugal, but she's not Portuguese. That's all I know." At this point, Nikos lowered his voice. "Perhaps it was just my own desire to place her back in that mountain resort when I admired and missed the opportunity to speak to a young skater." Nikos took a deep breath and continued. "That was the reason I had to take off with my boat and fight not only sea waves but also the turbulent storm in my soul. I realized that I have the tendency to run away from problems and not face them. Thank you for listening to me, Plastiras." Nikos got up and left. Plastiras watched Nikos leave. When Nina woke up late the next morning, the storm was over and the sea looked calm again. From her balcony, she saw Nikos take a short swim around his boat, then disappeared into his cabin. This was the first time she had seen him there during the day.
Funny how things come around in life,
she thought. Years ago, she had dreamt of finding out who her secret admirer was. Now, over 20 years later, she finally knew and had even sat next to him at a table in the cafe. When he had helped her up, she had felt a deep chill that penetrated her heart. That same day, Alkis and Socrates had coffee with Plastiras at the cafe and were engaged in a heated discussion about politics when Plastiras changed the subject. "Socrates, as I remember, you have seen Nikos grow up and know him quite well. He spends all summer here on his boat. What is he doing all day long?" One night, when I was wandering on the beach, I saw him out on deck, watching the stars. Nobody sees him on shore unless he comes in for food before the tourists invade the beach. He avoids people on purpose. In winter, he is gone. Nobody here knows where. Socrates shrugged. Plastiras and I have no idea what he is doing. He probably retired from being a sea captain. I have not run into him in almost 10 years, but I often ask other seamen about Nikos, and nobody had been in contact with him. I have no idea where he spends the winter. Plastiras pushed Socrates, hoping he might reveal more information. Can you think of a reason for his sudden departure after that lady's accident in the cafe? Socrates, too, realized that it had been a strange encounter. Yes, now that you mention it, I remember that it was awkward when he left, but I didn't pay too much attention. Nikos is kind of a hermit. Now Alkis chimed in. You're right, Plastiras. He flew out of here after he asked her a strange question. Socrates and I helped her back to her hotel, and I have to admit she was a little shaken up. After such a small injury, this seemed to be a bit of an overreaction. Plastiras questioned Socrates again. Have you had any idea why Nikos asked her if she liked red roses? Socrates had no response, even though he knew about Nikos' infatuation with the ice skater and the red roses he had brought her. He couldn't believe that, after all these years, Nikos would still be searching for her. For a while, all three sat at the table, laughing at some jokes Alkis was telling. But Plastiras was absorbed by other thoughts. He wanted to find out more about Nikos. After that incident, Nikos took his boat out to sea late at night, in the storm. By chance, I saw him take off, and could not understand how such an experienced seaman would ever leave a safe bay at such a dangerous moment. About around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, he barely made it back here. That was the time I was finally able to sleep. Socrates shook his head. That's totally insane. No sea captain leaves a sheltered spot when such a storm is building up. All I know about Nikos is that he had always taken precautions, and he never challenged himself with difficult situations at sea. As a sea captain, he has one of the best reputations. That's why he was offered so many international voyages. What are you telling me does not make sense with his temperament? After a short pause, Socrates, concerned, offered his opinion. The only reason I can imagine such a reaction might be a terrible personal turmoil. Could it be possible that the encounter at the cafe affected him so much? Plastiras sensed immediately that Socrates seemed very concerned about Nikos and added, Socrates, we must find out more about the whole incident. Maybe it brought back some bad memories for him. I believe you're the only one able to ask him straight away what happened last night. Remember, Nikos only decided to sit with us after he recognized you. You are the most thoughtful one of the three of us. Let's make a plan. Alkis, not used to focusing his attention on someone other than himself, seemed unwilling to participate. Why are you so concerned? You two are worried over nothing. Being a captain, Nikos knows very well how to command a boat in rough weather out at sea. Why should we believe that he needs help? He's a strong, capable man. Plastiras didn't appreciate Alkis's perspective. Alkis, remember each of us has a soft part in his heart, and this has nothing to do with our normal way of life. One thing I have learnt in my long life is that it is a beautiful thing to help a friend when he needs us. Here, we might help to solve someone's problem and not just think of ourselves. Socrates and Alkis were astonished by old Plastiras' words. Normally, he was known as an elusive and cynical person. As the men talked, a seagull had picked a fish from the water and flew off with it.
The three men were chatting about other subjects. Suddenly, Socrates brought them back to the discussion about Nikos. I have a question. Did Nikos really ask her if she liked red roses? If so, I might know the reason for his painful distraction. He then told Plastiras the story about Nikos's ice princess. Socrates couldn't help but surmise that the coincidence regarding the sports accident might have reminded him of an event over 20 years ago when he had missed the right moment to talk to a young woman. Chapter 30. The Matchmaker. The weekend was over, and Nina assumed that Nikos's friends had returned to Athens and finally felt safe to walk down to the beach where nobody knew her. There, she found herself distracted by a family playing in the water with their children. They were having lots of fun, and the little boy kept climbing up and falling down from his floating raft. It was a beautiful feeling to watch them, and sensing a feeling of joy within herself, she realized that it did not hurt her to see married couples with children having fun. Obviously, she was healing from all the losses in her life and felt increasingly hopeful. Old Plastiras walked along the shore once in a while, picking up a piece of paper from an empty bottle. He focused on the horizon. Maybe he was checking the water's changing color and locating the fish. He didn't pay much attention to the tourists. The water was crystal clear, and one could observe the rocks and fish near the bottom of the bay. Today, there were almost no waves. It was a calming atmosphere, with the water surface mirroring the shores. Good for Nina to enjoy her vacation. Her injury healed, and she could swim again. While she was watching a sailing boat leaving the bay, she didn't notice Plastiras approach her. Hello, madam. How is your injury?
Thanks to you and your friends, I'm fine. It's just a ridiculous little scrape.
At that moment, Plastiras continued, it looked more serious, and I guess you must have been in some pain. I believe that I saw some tears in your eyes.
It was the embarrassment.
She quickly replied. Why should you be embarrassed when you stumble over a child's toy? See, I am old, maybe wise, and felt that there was more to it. Plastiras said with his deep, mild voice. She had never talked to Plastiras before and was surprised that he had asked about the injury, but she preferred not to answer him. Plastiras, being a good psychologist, sensed her tension, bid her a nice day, and left. Back on his boat, Nikos was still confused. Why on earth had he ever confessed his woes to Plastiras? Maybe it was helpful to talk about his weaknesses so he could get a fresh perspective on how to overcome them. However, experience told him that admitting a weakness is one thing, but overcoming it is an entirely different matter. He knew that he somehow had to accept Plastiras' good advice about looking ahead in life and not being sorry about the past. Like a lightning rod, Nikos remembered the day in the restaurant in Athens when his grandfather had told him all about his life. He now realized how much his grandfather's destiny resembled to his own. He seemed to have exactly the same personal problems as his grandfather had had. Looking at his life right now, Nikos, angry, threw a bottle of wine into the sea. He needed to take a break, relax, to avoid getting overwhelmed by his emotions. Still on deck, he lit a cigarette and stared at the sea. Today's color was strange, as it turned to dull gray, almost looking like lead. The blue sky slowly started to become covered with clouds, with the sun peeking in and out, followed by darker clouds
promising rain. During the season, rain was highly unusual. Normally, it rained on the island during the winter months only. Another storm was approaching. Chapter 31. A Walk Downtown. Nikos grabbed his black windbreaker and, for the first time in years, left the boat and walked into town, a place he barely recognized anymore. It was full of tourists, souvenir shops, and bars with loud music. So many things had changed since his youth. Still, this was his hometown. Fortunately, he did not meet anyone familiar on the street. After a while, he saw Father Gregory, the town's priest, from a distance, walking towards the chapel. They had been friends, and Nikos felt much better after seeing his familiar face. Yet, he was not ready to talk to him about even the smallest thing. He had last spoken to the priest at his mother's funeral. Nikos was sure that he would have to explain too many things, forgotten incidents, or why he had never returned to his home island, even for his father's funeral. Even though he had grown up in this town, he continued walking and exploring from the perspective of a stranger. Numerous restaurants and shops had popped up. Nikos continued his walk through town. He did not exactly know what he was looking for now. He had decided to explore the town where he had grown up and find his way back into the world he had tried to escape from a long time ago. Suddenly, he saw a young girl selling roses to tourists dining in a local restaurant. She did not seem to be successful, as the restaurant's owner had just thrown her out in a rough way. She was probably hoping to make some spare money to help her family's finances. Nikos was amazed by the extreme contrast on the island, the local poverty versus the tourist millionaires. Roses, red roses. Why not buy one? He asked the girl for a single rose. She took his money but gave him a strange look. Why would a local guy buy a rose on a hot summer night? Only tourists usually purchased roses. Sympathetic, Nikos offered her even more money than she had asked for. With a big, happy smile, she turned around and moved on to the next tavern. Nikos had bought a red rose. He hid it under his black jacket and decided to walk back to his sailing boat. He would send it to the lady who had been injured at the cafe. He assumed that her bruise might have hurt more than she had ever admitted. Hadn't she had tears in her eyes for a moment? For a fraction of a second, he reflected on a memory of his youth. How had he ever had the nerve to ask her that silly question, if she liked red roses? She had not reacted at all. He was going to send her the rose, after all. It was useless to keep reliving an event from the past. A few hours ago, he made up his mind to take action instead of only dreaming about getting the desired result or backing down for fear of failure. What did he have to lose? She was an attractive woman. Nikos remembered that Socrates and Alkis had brought her back to the place where she was staying, the beautiful hotel above the bay. Now he knew where she was and had no excuse. Tomorrow, while she would probably be sitting on the beach, he would bring the rose to the hotel reception and ask them to put it in her room. Chapter 32. The Beach Cafe. Nina came to the cafe for her usual lunch. Plastiras' daughter, Maria, served her typical Greek salad with tomatoes, cucumber, onions, and a piece of goat's cheese, topped with oregano herbs, and a glass of cold water to drink. She sat all alone at her usual table at the far end of the cafe. Plastiras, with his short, white, unshaved beard, had his head covered with a sun-faded blue sailor's hat and wore a white and blue striped short-sleeved shirt and dark blue shorts. His skin was dark brown and leathery from the exposure to wind and sun. His expression was gentle, and nothing ever escaped his vivid eyes. He was not a big talker, and selected the people he would talk to. He seldom spoke to tourists. He liked to walk barefoot, and this irritating habit caused Maria to nag incessantly. "Dad, do you own any sandals?" "Did you ever see me wearing shoes at all? To come here, I walk along the beach on sand, and sand is in front of your cafe. This would just mean sand in my shoes. No way you should ask an old fisherman to ever wear shoes near a beach." "If tourists complain," Plastiras said, laughing, "tell them that what they are seeing is a genuine fisherman of the island. This, this might even attract more clients." Plastiras usually sat in front of Maria's cafe, watching the people at the beach. Just by observing, he could guess how someone was feeling. It was his long life experience. Now, he nonchalantly walked back to where she was sitting. Passing her table, he greeted her. "That's a fine salad. I hope you like it." She answered him politely.
Yes, Maria really prepares it well, fresh and spicy.
Plastiras continued the conversation. "How long are you staying on our island this year?"
I will be here for another 10 days or longer, depending on the weather.
"You must like our island. I have seen you returning year after year. Where are you from?" he questioned. She did not really want to give him an exact answer.
Well, I lived in Portugal for many years, and now I just finished moving for the third time.
Plastiras knew this was a vague answer, but sensed immediately there was no use in asking further questions. So he changed the subject. "Are you married?" She winced, then relaxed.
No, not now. I'm a widow.
He then asked her what type of work she did. For a while,
I worked as a translator, and for the past 2 years, I have been mostly writing on my own. By the way, are you still fishing at all? I often see you take off late at night with your fishing boat.
Nina successfully changed the subject because she absolutely did not want to be reminded about the previous day's incident. So the conversation went on for a while about the sea, the weather, and some local events. Chapter 33. A Reunion Between Old Friends. That same day, Nikos decided to walk up the hill to the hotel where she was staying and deliver the rose. He had seen her sitting far away at the other end of the beach, reading a book. It was a strange feeling, walking on the same path as yesterday, path he had not taken for so many years that led to her hotel. He had never been to any of the island's resorts. By the time he reached the entrance, he was fearful and wondered why he was delivering the rose in the first place. Why was he always such a coward? Every time he decided to advance in his personal life, he started thinking too much and talked himself out of it. It was easier to dream and simply avoid any confrontation with people. Plastiras was right. His loneliness was his fault, and it was time to change the pattern and follow through, no matter what would happen. Then, someone stepped out of the hotel, holding the door open for him so he could go inside. Now, there was no way to chicken out. And suddenly, he found himself in the lavishly decorated lobby, which had beautiful marble floors and a gorgeous view over the bay, overlooking his sailing boat. Most of the guests had already left for the beach or for sightseeing tours, so the lobby was quiet. A person, probably the owner, was sitting behind his desk sorting out the mail. He had his back turned and caught up in his work. He didn't even hear Nico's approach. Excuse me? Sir, Nikos began. The owner, a man about his age, turned around. Yes, sir? What can I do for you? Are you delivering something? Nikos decided he was going to hand over the flower exactly as a store's delivery man would. I need to deliver this rose for a lady who got injured at the beach a few days ago. Is it possible that you could bring the rose up to her room? Nikos asked. Something flashed through Demetrius's mind. He knew this man's voice and he looked straight into his eyes. Nikos? He explained. Where have you been all these years? I missed you. Demetrius got up and took his friend in his arms. Shocked, Nikos lost his voice. Both men became teary-eyed with their memories, and it took a long time until both were able to speak. Demetrius, I never knew this was your hotel. This same hotel that overlooks the bay where I have quietly anchored my sailing boat for many years. This was the only thing that Nikos could say. Nikos, let's get a drink and move to a quiet corner in my garden so we can talk. I'm so happy to see you. For years I was trying to get some news about you, but nobody ever knew where you were or how to reach you. The only thing I heard is that you were captaining vessels out to sea. Totally shaken up emotionally, Nikos told Demetrios that he had been living right under his nose all that time. My sailing boat sits here in the bay. Can you see it? Demetrios was truly puzzled. For years I watched it sit in front of my hotel. Some guests even asked me if it was abandoned, as nobody ever was seen on it. Do you really live there? Yes, I do, Nikos answered. Nobody has ever seen you, either on the boat or downtown. Please tell me, why haven't you been around all these years? Was it the fight you had with your father? Nikos was caught off guard by his direct question and didn't know exactly how to respond. However, he knew the truth had to be told. Demetrius was waiting for him to answer and immediately knew he had touched on a very difficult subject. As for Nikos, he had no desire to beat around the bush because he had no more time to lose. Nikos stood up from his chair and started to walk in circles, pondering how to convey his answer. Well, he started. After returning during my military service, I went through a big personal disappointment. After a deep breath, he continued. I know a large part of it was my own fault. The other reason was that my father never understood me and didn't agree with my plan to become an engineer. He tried to persuade me to remain here as a fisherman or shopkeeper. I got into a fight with him and told him that I would leave forever. Demetrius felt how delicate the situation was and, without being too pushy, tried to find out more. I think my parents did not agree completely with their children's ideas, so I guess this was the secondary reason you left. Let me know what your big disappointment was. Nikos, very embarrassed. Demetrios, how can I tell you this? When we were young, Penelope, you, and me, we always shared everything between us. Then, one day, I realized that I loved her, but felt it wasn't meant to be, as I knew she cared for you. For the longest time, I did not dare to approach her and didn't until after the day I witnessed a fight between you two. I don't even recall what it was about, but I remember she wouldn't speak to you for quite a long time. So I gathered all my courage and invited her out.
We went on several dates after that, and when I left for my military training, we decided to write to one another. In the beginning, she wrote me beautiful letters, and I planned to marry her upon my return after 2 or 3 years. Yet I never really proposed to her. Then, after a while, she stopped writing regularly, and finally, the correspondence ended completely. Nico sat back on his chair and, after a deep sigh, continued. I was sure that she was in love with you. Demetrius felt awful and told Nikos his side of the story. At the time, Demetrios had never had any second thoughts about what Nikos' intention might have been, since he was always so indifferent regarding his emotions. He had never imagined that Penelope could be in love with Nikos until his cousin had mentioned that he had seen them kissing at the beach. Demetrios confessed that he had become terribly jealous and had hidden 2 of Nikos' letters in a tin under a stone. Demetrios remembered. Penelope had told me that you, Nikos, would only explain a big secret in person after returning to the island. We both assumed you had a girlfriend in Athens, and the secret had to be connected with her. Maybe she was pregnant and you could not tell this to your parents? For a while, Penelope seemed very upset at not having a clue what kind of secret was bothering you. See, Nikos, Penelope never knew that I hid your 2 letters, and probably still does not know. She never mentioned a word about the love affair between you 2. More than a year after you left, I began to date her, and our love grew. Everyone in town knew that she had admired me all through school, and our relationship was just a culmination of that. Tell me, Nikos, what happened to that girlfriend you had in Athens? Demetrios, I never had a girlfriend in Athens. Penelope totally misunderstood. The secret had nothing to do with a girl. It was just my personal secret. Nikos took a deep breath and made the decision to tell his friend the truth now. Imagine, when I went to the University of Athens, I met my grandfather, my mother's biological father. My mother didn't even know that he existed because she was adopted. To avoid gossip, it was essential to keep this a secret. Now, this all looks like a tremendous misunderstanding between the 3 of us. Demetrius looked into Nikos' eyes. Nikos, I need to apologize. I always felt guilty about hiding those letters. Penelope probably thought you lost interest in her. I only realized that there must have been a love affair between you 2 many years later when I met your friend, Socrates, downtown, and he told me that you had decided not to come home again because of an emotional disappointment. He also mentioned that you chose to remain a lonely captain out at sea. Please, dear friend, if I was the cause of this, accept my apology. I feel so terrible. See, I had dreams and you had dreams. Too bad we never spoke about our dreams to one another. Had I known, I would never have kept you from Penelope. Can you forgive me? Demetrios, I realized a long time ago that you and Penelope were meant for each other. For me, this was a lesson. It was all my fault that this terrible misunderstanding regarding my secret occurred. I am ready to forget the past. I really need to live for the future and not make the same mistakes again. I should never have hid my real feelings and run away. The problems have only followed me. I have decided to change my stupid behavior right now. The 2 men sat and talked for hours and hours. There were so many things to explain and issues to straighten out. It was late at night when Nikos finally returned to his sailing boat. Too many emotions had crossed his mind during the past several hours, and now he needed a long rest.
Chapter 34. The Rose. Nina returned to her hotel room late that afternoon, happy to have avoided answering several of Lestirus's questions. She was not willing to bring up the past and still had no idea that the great gods had spun a thin thread for her to follow, to find the way out of her labyrinth full of pains, doubts, and disappointments for a better future. As usual, she retrieved her key at the reception desk, went straight to her room, took a shower, and got ready for dinner. It took her a while to discover the beautiful red rose placed in a vase on her table. Who could have ever sent her this? There was no message. Maybe it was Socrates and Alkis, but they had already left for Athens. Plestirus, the old fisherman? That was impossible, as he would never enter a tourist's hotel. Nikos? But he never left his boat, and there was no florist shop near his bay. When she asked at the reception desk, nobody knew anything about the rose. Penelope saw Rose lying on the reception desk with an unfinished note by Demetrius, saying that it was for the injured lady. Demetrius had probably been called to do another task, and had totally forgotten to put the rose in the vase with water. So, Penelope took the rose and placed it in Nina's room before her guest returned from the beach. Penelope knew exactly who the rose was for. Nina had been hurt at the beach the other day. She had probably fallen while she was swimming on a rock out in the sea. These things frequently happened. From afar, Penelope had seen her returning to the hotel, accompanied by two men who she knew. The bruise did not look that severe. Nina was shaken up by all the incidents that had happened during the last few days. How should she handle her feelings? She was now aware of the other people's dreams and disappointments. Even worse, some were connected to her own. She knew now about Nikos, the dream prince of her youth, who had written her such a sensitive poem. Now it turned out that Nikos was one of Demetrius's oldest friends. Nina was aware that she already knew more than she should. Why was this red rose in her room? She decided to have a quick snack at the hotel's restaurant, hopefully avoiding the owners. But in the hallway, she met Penelope, who seemed genuinely concerned about Nina's accident at the beach. "Does your bruise still hurt you? I never asked you how it happened." Nina answered as indifferently as she possibly could.
Oh, it's healing. It was just a little bruise. Nothing to worry about.
"Well, I saw you returning accompanied by Socrates and Alkis, so I thought it might have been more serious." Penelope was watching her expression change and continued. "You seem kind of perplexed since this happened. Not like we are used to seeing you. Maybe you should have a doctor look at that wound before it gets infected." Nina was a little uncomfortable that Penelope seemed so concerned and assured her that the wound was minor and healing well. There was no way she was going to tell Penelope why she was so shaken up. So, as with Plestirus, she decided to change the subject altogether. Or so she thought.
Penelope, I have a question. I found a beautiful red rose in my room today. By any chance, do you know who sent it to me? Nobody at the reception desk knows anything about it. No note was left with the rose, so I have no idea who has sent it to me.
"Oh, I happened to pass by the reception desk shortly after the delivery man brought it and found a note Demetrius attached with your room number. He must have been called somewhere else because he left it there without water," Penelope answered. "Well, if you don't know, then just enjoy the flower. Such things can happen on a mysterious Greek island. It might have been from one of the guys accompanying you up the hill. Or use your imagination. Maybe you have a secret admirer somewhere." Penelope's secret observation stung Nina like a bee, and she returned to her room. She did not feel like eating dinner yet. Lost in her thoughts, she had to admit that this would be a lovely way to bring back the same prince, Nikos, the illusion she had dreamt about as a young woman. Chapter 35. Memoirs and Achievements of Nikos and Demetrios. Demetrios was totally shaken up after his encounter with Nikos. So much time had gone by without seeing or hearing from him. He had searched for him decades ago to no avail. Suddenly, Nikos had appeared like a ghost at his hotel reception desk. Demetrius was so emotionally spent that he had even forgotten the reason Nikos had come to the hotel in the first place. The two had decided to meet again in the garden and next afternoon at the same time, while it was quiet, since most of the guests would be at the beach. Thanks to Plastiras, Nikos started taking action to change his life for the better. He was now ready to see Penelope and her grown children. Besides, Demetrios and Penelope surely knew who she was. It would be easy for him to inquire about the strange lady who had impressed him so much at the beach cafe. The next day, Demetrios and Nikos met again in the hotel garden. Nikos was proud to hear how many dreams Demetrios had actually achieved and to see the beautiful hotels he had built on their island. Demetrios gave him a tour of another hotel that he had just finished, which had a breathtaking entrance hall overlooking the blue sea, with mosaics of dolphins inlaid on the shiny marble floor. Nikos considered dolphins to be his favorite animals out at sea. Nikos opened up to Demetrios and told him about his life as a successful captain, as well as his personal disappointments. By the time they had finished catching up, Demetrios and Nikos understood each other exactly the way they had at the time when they were classmates. While showing Nikos around, Demetrios tried to give his old friend some sound advice. See, Nikos, we both are dreamers. I had to fight a lot to overcome my obstacles, to be able to turn my dreams into reality. You did this with your career, but I guess you didn't confront your personal obstacles. Perhaps this is why some of your dreams remain dreams. Nikos, you deserve some real happiness too. If I could be of any help to you, never hesitate to ask me for advice. Nikos realized these were basically the same words that Plastiras had said to him a few days ago. Now, they walked along the path with blooming oleander and rose bushes that Penelope was watering. Penelope, come and see who I met, Demetrius called out. She turned the water off and joined the two men. At first, she didn't recognize the mysterious man wearing all black. Penelope, you just look great. I believe you're the most blissful woman on earth, the man in black said. It took her just a fraction of a second to recognize him. Nikos, how amazing! We have not seen or heard from you since you came home for your mother's funeral. I'm happy that you have reconnected with Demetrios, the love of my life. It was one of Penelope's noble attributes that made her show Demetrios that she had always loved and admired him, and him alone. For quite a while, conversation continued happily, as if no time had passed since their childhood together on this island so many years ago. The three old friends kept talking. Little did Nikos know that he would have a witness when Penelope pointed towards three handsome young men and summoned them. See, Nikos, here come our sons, Michaelis, Manolis, and Tassos. Boys, meet your mom and dad's long-lost friend. This is Nikos Chrysantinos. We spent so much time together while we were children. The young man greeted the stranger politely.
Manolis took a second look at Nikos, and his face changed into an astonished smile. Professor Chrysantinos? You know my parents? I never would have guessed that you are from this island. Manolis, how on earth do you know Nikos? I was searching for him for so many years, and all this time he was right under my thumb, Demetrius exclaimed. Well, Professor Chrysantinos was my math professor when I studied at the university in Athens, Manolis replied. Utterly shocked, Nikos could hardly believe that his favorite student was the son of his oldest friend. Manolis, I wish I had known you were Demetrius' son. What a coincidence. Unbelievable, Nikos. Are you really a professor at the university in Athens? And nobody knows that on our island? Penelope asked. Yes, for about 10 years. I've been teaching math and astronomy at the university during the winter semester, Nikos replied. So you lived on that sailing boat in the summer and spent the winter in Athens. How is it that nobody here knew that? Penelope asked. You mean you live on that sailing boat in our bay throughout the summer? All this time we thought the sailor on board was a hermit. Now we learn that it is you, my professor, Manolis added. Yes, Manolis, but please call me Nikos, like everybody here. It is exactly as you said. What do you do all day on that boat of yours? It's so still that I never thought anyone was on it, Penelope asked. Well, in the summer, I continue writing my book on astronomy in the daytime and investigate the sky for my new mathematical formulas, mostly at night. Sometimes I draw or prepare my lesson for the winter semester. It's true, I have become kind of a hermit. Unbelievable. These are the only words I can find, Nikos. I never knew you were so close to all of us during these many years, Demetrius said. Nikos, where in Athens do you live during the winter? Penelope asked. Well, to tell you the truth, I inherited my grandfather's house. I lived there with him when I was a young student. Then Nikos told them the secret story of how his grandfather had identified him. Penelope and Demetrius were delighted to rediscover their old friend and truly admired his respectable career. Nobody would have ever imagined that Nikos would work his way up from a poor fisherman's son to a university professor. The fact that he had actually met his grandfather seemed like an answer to the prayer of his youth when he had been fighting to leave the island and find his real place in the world. Later, Penelope asked Nikos if he was the mystery man who had delivered the rose the previous afternoon. I just saw you in your black outfit from behind and was convinced you were from the flower shop. Penelope was elated to finally be able to tell her friend who had sent the mysterious rose. Nikos, tell me, how do you know the injured lady? Oh, I don't really know her at all. She just fell at the beach cafe in front of our table when I was chatting with Socrates and Alkis. Then we helped her up. Did she impress you? Penelope, with her smiling face, wanted to know. Her tone was similar to times in their youth, with lots of teasing and laughing. Nikos nodded and was slightly embarrassed to have one of his secrets exposed. Penelope continued to be inquisitive. Nikos, are you married? At this point, Nikos' face turned pale and sad. He answered in a very blunt manner. No, I am living alone out at sea with only my dreams in my head. Unlike you, I have not been lucky enough to find true love. To cheer him up, Penelope made a joke. See, if you change your mind and should find a good partner, we will throw you the most beautiful wedding at this hotel. Penelope's words forced all three to burst into fits of giggles, identical to the times years before when all three had shared the same school bench and their teacher had said something that would make them laugh. Can you tell me more about the woman who got injured at the beach a few days ago? Nikos asked.
Lestiers told me that she is a good friend of yours and often returns to your hotel. Do you know where she's from? Penelope told Nikos about the difficult life her friend had in Portugal. Is she Portuguese? He asked. No. All I know is that she lived there for many years. She never wants to talk about her past, so I never really asked. All I know is that she has been married twice, both times to Portuguese men. She met her first husband on a trip here almost 20 years ago. That's when we met her. Unfortunately, 2 years later, her husband died in a car accident. Some years later, she got married again. We never met her second husband because he died of an illness before they had a chance to visit us. She's been a widow since she was about 36 years old. She returns to our island regularly. Recently, she mentioned that she moved into a new house. I know that she works as a translator. By any chance, do you know if she grew up in a mountain area? Amused, Demetrius told him that he did not know if there were high mountains in Portugal. Why such a bizarre question, Nikos? It was probably just another one of my impossible illusions. There was something familiar about the way she looked at me for a second after she fell in the cafe. She reminded me of a woman I met briefly years ago. Now, Nikos was certain that she was not his ice princess. Both Demetrios and Penelope sensed a tone of deep disappointment in his voice. Their conversation moved on to a totally different subject. Chapter 36. The Calm Before the Next Storm. Nina took a walk along a tiny goat trail amidst the rocks overlooking the sea. The weather was clear, with a great view all the way over to the neighboring islands. Some sailing boats were pushed by a gentle wind through the calm water. The whole atmosphere was quiet and soothing to her soul. Nobody was around, and she enjoyed having complete solitude. After walking more than 2 hours, she finally reached a narrow, sandy beach. The water was clear, turquoise blue, and the sand at the bottom was visible. Since it was still early in the summer season, only a few tourists come to the secret beach. The fishermen's boats were not yet running regularly along that route. There was a few white houses that seemed glued to the steep side of the hill, enjoying a fantastic view. However, nobody was staying there now. All the shutters were closed. The houses probably belonged to some rich Athenians who might be coming to the island later on to enjoy their summer vacations. The gentle, cool wind blowing over the sea was a treat after being in the hectic, noisy, and hot city. She decided to sit on a warm stone in the corner. Unfolding her bath towel, she looked around to make sure nobody else might happen to be nearby. Only a young cat was wandering on the beach, and 2 seagulls sat on a distant rock, watching it. From far away, 3 goats could be seen grazing on the few dry herbs between the rocks on the steep hills. Beautiful rocks surrounded the small beach, and the bay formed an efficient wind shelter for boats. 2 red buoys in the bay indicated that this was a safe place where boats might come to anchor on their way to the next day's excursion. Nina needed some time alone to sort out her feelings. There was no way she ever wanted to admit everything she knew to her friends. Penelope had sensed her emotionalism, and it was too risky to even let a single word slip out. She did not want to stir up old memories that might hurt Penelope, Demetrios, Nikos, or herself. Now, as Nina watched the sea, a gentle breeze blew the small waves towards her. She contemplated how black spots caused by the refraction on the water surface were blown out slowly and then melted into the open sea.
Then she concentrated on watching some fish jump. Anything to avoid thinking about Nikos. At a great distance, a huge ferry boat silently headed to the next island. And several sailing boats were gliding by, looking like children's toys being pulled by strings. Time went by fast, and before she knew it, the day was turning into the late afternoon. She admired an elegant white sailing boat heading into the bay, lowering its sails and rolling them in, obviously getting ready to spend the night. All the sailors wore clean white shirts and shorts. The only visible colors were some small flags blown by the wind. Then she heard a loud rattling noise from a heavy chain, indicating the falling of the anchor, hoping to hook into a safe spot. As the wind started to blow a little stronger, the sailing boat was blown back towards the open sea. Apparently, the anchor had not caught properly. The sailors gave it a second try, and their maneuvering worked perfectly this time. After watching their actions, she contemplated the cloudless blue sky. A silver increasing moon was barely visible as the bay returned to the well-appreciated calmness. After listening to Demetrios and Penelope, Nikos had to admit he was a little disappointed. He was now certain that the Portuguese lady was not his ice skater. However, at the same time, it seemed irrelevant because he knew his friends were right. He should stop dreaming and finally start taking actions in his personal life. The gentle breeze made him want to sail out to sea and explore more of the coast of his island. He felt relieved since he had found peace with his past, especially with Penelope and Demetrios. This gave him a feeling that he belonged to his island again. So he took off and sailed smoothly along the coast and was ready to explore some other spots he wouldn't sail to before. Now, he would be glad if he ran into people that he hadn't seen in years, instead of hiding from them. After several hours of sailing, he decided to enter a small bay to spend the night before continuing to the next island the next day. Sitting on deck, catching the late evening sun, he stared out at the calm sea and the waves. Lost in his thoughts, he wondered if he could ever live on land during the summer. For so many years, he had been accustomed to the familiar sound of waves splashing against the bow of his boat, as well as the varied shades and the continuous movement of the water. He used to daydream for hours on his sailing boat, and now he had decided to stop. He had to be out in the world. He was absolutely determined to go for new dreams and achieve them. His thoughts were interrupted when a third sailing boat slowly entered the bay when he had anchored. Not far off the white boat, he watched the skipper, who was not quite at ease and unsure where precisely to drop the anchor. The mates had problems with landing and was confused about how to fix the tow rope. They were probably tourists who did not know how to handle their chartered boat. Finally, the crew of the first boat helped them. Nikos went for a swim, which felt very refreshing. His impression was that the cool water was washing off all the despair and loneliness that he had carried for so many years. He swam for quite a while and then decided to take a short rest on the rock before returning to his boat. He had not done this for ages. Normally, he returned directly to his boat after each swim. It was great to feel like a young boy again. Sitting on the rocks and watching the sea, hoping to be sailing on it someday. Yes, this was one of his dreams, he certainly realized. Nikos' attention was diverted to a big, dark cloud, indicating that the storm had not left the area and was on its way back to the island. The intensity of the wind started to build up. It was fascinating and special to watch this storm approach while he was sitting on the rocks. His sailing boat was firmly anchored in the protected bay, so he did not need to worry. The storm, if it came at all, would probably reach the island that night. Nikos was pondering the fact that he had escaped from his personal problems by keeping himself totally absorbed in his work. He was content sitting behind his science books for hours, searching for new formulas. He loved his teaching job at the university during the winter. His lectures were lively and he was a compassionate advisor to the students. Still, he hardly mixed with people his own age. His grandfather was the person he had best related to and had been his real mentor in life. By the pure stroke of luck, a grandfather he never knew existed had guided him to a life he could not have ever dreamt of. Nikos wanted to continue the work on a special mathematical formula that his grandfather had started. Scientific work had become Nikos' obsession, as it had been an obsession to his grandfather. It was now obvious to Nikos that he and his grandfather had the same tendency, keeping overly busy with work to escape personal decisions. Sitting on the rock, high above the sea, gave him the perspective to finally come to terms with his past. Maybe that's why old Plastiras would sit for hours watching the sea, which he claimed acting like a mirror to show one's mistakes. It was Plastiras' wisdom that had brought him back to his roots. Nikos liked spending the summer on his sailing boat because there was time for fishing and daydreaming. The sea was a major part of his being. He actually loved being anchored in front of his home island, close but separated at the same time. It made him feel at peace in his soul. While he was still pondering over the last 10 years, it started raining. The volatile storm with lightning was approaching faster than he had originally expected, so he had to swim back to his boat right away.
Chapter 37. The Heavy Storm. As Nikos got up, he turned his attention to the slight movement of a person sleeping on a rock not too far from where he was standing. He stopped suddenly and caught his breath, frozen for a moment. A second look assured him that it was indeed the lady who had been injured at the beach. For a fraction of a second, he thought of returning to his boat and not disturbing her. Again, the feeling of wanting to escape. He had promised himself that he would change. Besides, she would need his help. She was sound asleep and obviously didn't know what was going on. As she lay in her green bathing suit, just barely covered by her towel, Nikos noted that she resembled a lovely siren released from the sea. He guessed that it must have taken her almost 2 hours to walk along the rocks to this remote beach. It would be impossible for her to get back to her hotel before the storm broke. He finally decided to wake her up and pulled slightly on her towel. She was startled and very confused to see Nikos standing there in front of her. "Madam, sorry to wake you up, but there is a bad storm approaching fast." Nina was immediately aware of the danger and jumped up.
Thanks. I must have fallen into a deep sleep and didn't even feel the strong wind blowing. I need to get back to my hotel.
"You won't make it back in time to beat the storm," Nikos replied. To emphasize his point, a bolt of lightning, followed by a noisy thunderclap, hit the cloud on the opposite side of the bay. "No,
You can't possibly walk home now under such conditions. It is far too dangerous on the trail along those rocks." She looked around.
"Maybe we can find a cave to hide in and wait there until the worst is over."
"No way," Nikos replied. "It is already too late for that, and it doesn't look like the storm will cease anytime soon." Then Nikos suggested that they both swim quickly to his sailing boat. "Lightning won't hit the boat on water." His words were a big relief. While she was weighing her options, Nikos spoke to her like a captain out at sea, managing a crisis. "Hurry up. Grab all your belongings and give me your hand. We have to swim to my boat immediately." He grabbed her hand while the rain started to pour and guided her down over the rocks to the shore, and then swam with her to his boat, holding her bag way up in the air to keep it from getting wet. She had no choice but to obey. Once they had reached the boat, he pulled her onto the deck and then guided her into a warm, sheltered room. She was soaking wet, as were some of her belongings from the heavy rain. Nikos noticed her chill and ran down to his cabin to fetch dry towels and his warm black robe. Nina felt kind of strange standing on the same sailing boat that she had watched from her balcony over the years. She was shivering, yet she was not sure whether it was from the dampness penetrating her bones, the danger she barely escaped, or being in the presence of this strange man whose life had intertwined with hers. "Here, dry yourself off. By the way, I am Nikos. What is your name?"
"Nina."
She replied. "Okay, Nina. Dry yourself off and put on my robe so you don't catch a cold," Nikos said as he covered her shoulders with a large, dry towel. For a second, his arm remained on her shoulder. With a second towel, Nikos started to rub her hair gently. She just let it happen. It felt great that someone was taking care of her. She hadn't felt really protected or cared for since her husband died, many years ago. There was something sensual about the way he touched her. When lightning struck all around them, they both felt a great need to be close to each other. Nina wanted to be sheltered in Nikos's arms. For his part, Nikos's feelings for Nina overwhelmed him. When the lightning struck again, he put his arms around her. Nikos never would have guessed that he could become so confused at 49 years old. He realized he was able to love again. He noted Nina's reaction and was pleased that she did not push him away. Embarrassed by their inexplicable feelings, they watched the storm through one of the boat's windows, observing as the waves swelled and shot into the sheltered bay. "Please, get into my robe while I prepare some hot tea to warm you up." After a few minutes, Nikos returned, nicely dressed in a clean black t-shirt and jeans, carrying a tray with a hot tea. She had to admit that she was very attracted to his tall and well-toned body, his charming smile, and his expressive green eyes. Those eyes, the only clue she had from the poem her prince had written almost 30 years ago. A strange feeling welled up in Nina's heart. Was she going to fall in love with this strange man, the man she never met in her youth? She absolutely needed to hide her feelings and remain formal. "Do you like my rose?" Dumbfounded, Nina looked at him.
"So, It was you who sent me that rose the other day. Thank you so much. It was really kind of you.
She felt her cheeks flush. Hopefully, he would not notice. It is a Greek tradition to show concern. I never expected to run into you out here. This is a long way from your hotel. Is your wound healed now? Nikos was trying to hide his emotions. He felt very attracted to her and could hardly contain his heart, which was now beating heavily. His obsession with the ice princess was only a senseless dream, whereas the passion he now felt for Nina was real and not a fantasy or illusion. He couldn't deny his attraction for this intriguing lady who stood in front of him wearing only his black robe.
Yes, it took me almost 2 hours to reach this spot. I wanted to explore around the island.
She answered. She had to admit how much she liked being alone with Nikos. Still, she was not going to let him know that she felt that way. After I saw the beautiful weather coming up, I decided to sail out and take a turn around the island today. Have you ever been on a sailing boat before? Nikos asked. She was relieved that he was just chatting as any normal stranger would.
Yes, years ago, in Portugal. I went sailing with my husband, who is now deceased.
Though she had promised herself not to talk about her past, she somehow felt comfortable telling him that she had been married and had lived in Portugal. This unexpected storm had forced her to escape to his sailing boat, and now she seemed on the brink of a romance with this man. How long could she go without telling him the truth? Oh, I'm sorry, Nikos replied.
Well, it has been a long time since I became a widow.
Since you lived in Portugal, I would like to hear about your country. I have never sailed there, though it seems to be an interesting place. Nina tried to paint a picture of Portugal and describes the beauty of that country. She told him that her second husband had also died, and that she often came to this island for solitude. The more they spoke, the more she felt her heart open up to him. She wanted to find out more about Nikos' life and why he sat in the bay on his sailing boat all alone. He must have some hobbies since he retired from his life at sea. Was he really a hermit? He seemed extremely intellectual. So she asked him why he had decided to become a sailor and if he was from that island. He told her about his experiences out at sea and about some trips he had taken inland to different countries. This general conversation went on until it was dark. As the evening went on, she had a hard time keeping Nikos at arm's length. She wanted to give herself over to him. She longed for his hands to caress her body. The storm had suddenly calmed down. Or had Poseidon just let it change direction? Now it was night.
It's time for me to walk back.
She stood up, grabbed her belongings, and walked towards the cabin to change back into her clothes. Nikos felt that the desire to take this lady in his arms was almost uncontrollable. She seemed so fragile. He would never let her walk home alone in the dark. You can't walk that rough trail at night. It is far too dangerous along those cliffs with no light. You have two choices, if you do not mind. You could spend the night in my guest cabin and call the hotel from here so the owners won't be searching for you.
Or I could sail back there right now, since the winds have died down. Normally, I do not like to sail at night, but if you absolutely want to, I will." Deep in his heart, he hoped she would stay for the night. The lectures Plastiras and Demetrios had given Nikos pumped up his self-confidence. In a way, he felt much more at ease than ever before. He found it natural to want to be with her. For only a second, he wondered if his blunt invitation made it too obvious that he was attracted to her. Pondering the same thing, Nina was unsure what the right answer should be. She had to admit that she was not at all excited about walking in the dark for almost 2 hours to reach her hotel. Was staying with him on his boat the right thing to do? Sailing back seemed too demanding. Nikos interrupted her as she was thinking. "I think it's best for you to remain here. I'll take you back tomorrow morning. I'll even make you dinner. I assure you, I'm a good cook." Before she could answer, he went into his small kitchen and started cooking, while she sat on deck, pondering his character. He was obviously not keen to sail that night, and she had to admit that she was happy about that. While these thoughts raced through her mind, she suddenly felt embarrassed of herself for thinking about him so much. But Nikos was the prince who had captured her heart almost 30 years ago. Then she reflected about her 2 wonderful but short marriages. One was so different from the other. The young, romantic, and exciting love she had had for Dario versus the deep and intense love for Alfonso. Why had Nikos showed up in her life right now? Because she was unsure of her feelings, she decided that she did not want to be recognized. At least, not yet. She forced herself to remain indifferent to this strange man. The man who had wrapped her so gently in a dry towel and handed her his robe a few hours ago. It was hard for her to carry on a normal conversation with him. During dinner, they were quite formal with one another. Though they held a strong mutual attraction, they tried to keep it hidden for the time being. He looked handsome in his black t-shirt and black jeans. Even his swimming shorts were black. This was probably his color. A depressing color. Yet she imagined that nothing could escape his vivid green eyes that had a velvet texture to them. For a moment, she had a feeling that there was a little sadness in those eyes as he viewed the vast sea. He spoke about his childhood and the poverty of his parents, who could not read or write. He mentioned the big fight he had had with his father when he had wanted to go to Athens to attend engineering school. Later, he became a sea captain and traveled to different countries. She already knew much about his past because of the conversation between Socrates and Alcias at the beach. She wanted to make sure that she wasn't an illusion to him, but something real. So far, he hadn't mentioned his trip to the mountains, and almost assuredly he wouldn't talk about the ice skater. After they had dinner, he went back into his room and returned with a fruit, a candle, and some sweet wine. "Let's have a nightcap. It is too early to retire, and we can now enjoy the calm sea after that tremendous storm. I like your company. It's been a long time since I had someone to sail with me. I especially enjoy the interesting conversation about Portugal." They were sitting at a table where he usually sat alone by candlelight. Nina would never admit how often she had seen this from her hotel balcony. After another hour, they climbed the steep stairs down into the cabin, and he showed her the guest quarters. "Good night, Nina. I hope you can sleep on a rocky boat."
Good night, Nikos. And thanks for rescuing me from the storm.
Neither could sleep, as they couldn't stop thinking about the other and were haunted by their secret desires. Somehow, during the course of the night, they were so wrapped up in one another that they had forgotten to call the hotel to let Dimitrios and Penelope know that she was safe on a boat. The next morning, Nikos and Nina sailed back to their usual bay, arriving just around lunchtime. Before Nina headed back to the hotel, Nikos invited her to meet him for a drink in town that evening. When Nikos saw her eyes darken, he thought maybe he was being too aggressive. "Of course, only if you feel like it," he added. She couldn't tell him that her surprise was not from his invitation, but rather it was his decision to go into town. From the conversation between his friends, she knew that he had not been there for decades. Maybe she should grab this opportunity to help him find his way back onto the island. Or was it pure selfishness to learn more about this mysterious man? "Well, I happen to be going into town this afternoon, so I accept, and we'll meet you at the Ports Bar at 5:15 p.m. Now I have to get back to the hotel, as I'm meeting a friend for lunch." Nina was totally overwhelmed by this man's presence. She knew that she was able to be in love again. Why did this all happen here on this island where she came to heal after losses of her two husbands? Was it fate? Nikos grabbed his dinghy and paddled her over to the beach. Chapter 38. Nikos and Nina. Nina's heart was beating a mile a minute. She didn't know what to think. She felt like flying. Soon, she was back at the hotel again, happy to finally get to know her prince. He had never asked about her youth, and it made everything much easier. She slowly climbed up the little trail to the hotel, went to her room, took a shower, and changed her clothes for lunch. Penelope was in the dining room and had been worried when Nina hadn't shown up for dinner. "Where were you last night? Dimitrios and I were afraid that you got caught up in the storm."
I fell asleep on the rocks. When the storm hit the island with all the lightning and pouring rain, a wonderful lifesaver woke me up and invited me to spend the night in his boat. There was absolutely no other way to escape the storm.
The remark seemed to go over Penelope's head. After she bought Nina some food, she went off to tend to her other guests. It was already 3 o'clock when Nina finished her salad. She was the last person in the dining room when Penelope returned with a glass of cool water and sat next to her. "So, your injury seems to be healed," Penelope remarked. The two ladies sat for quite a while, chatting about the day's events and some problems Penelope had solved with difficult guests. Then Nina asked,
"Penelope, I need your advice. The sailor who saved my life yesterday asked me to join him for a drink downtown later this afternoon. It's the guy who lives on that sailing boat sitting down there by the bay. Do you know him?"
Penelope was extremely surprised that it was Nikos who had helped her friend, and Nina had even spent the night on his boat.
"He seems to be a local, so I wondered if you happen to know him."
Nina continued, trying to sound indifferent. "Sure, I know him," Penelope exclaimed. "He is Nikos, one of her old school friends.
You can trust him. He's a nice guy. Imagine, Nina, we had lost track of him for many, many years, and only a few days ago we learned that he is the skipper of that sailing boat sitting right in front of our hotel. Nikos never knew this was our hotel, and we had no idea where he was. When Nikos was young, he had a fight with his father, left the island, and never returned.
How did you finally find him?
Nina asked. Well, a few days ago, he came by to our hotel and, by chance, he met Dimitrios sitting at the reception desk, not even knowing that this was our hotel. Penelope paused, then continued. Dimitrios could not believe that it was Nikos standing in front of him. Tell me, where did you meet him? Nina, I found out it was him who bought you the rose. When I saw you return after the accident with Socrates and Alkis, I was sure those two guys sent you the rose. Didn't I tell you? It could be from a secret admirer? Penelope asked with a loud laugh. Nina reacted in a very diplomatic way. She knew too many secrets about them.
Penelope, do you think I should meet him this evening?
Nina asked, hoping to see if there was any trace of love for Nikos in Penelope's eyes. Yes, do. I think it would be fun to find out more about our friend. He's a fine guy filled with secrets, Penelope answered. Downtown, Nina walked along the port. She was early. So many strange events had occurred around that sailing boat lately, and in a few minutes, she would see the skipper again. She sat down at the bar that was located next to the port and waited for him to show up. Admittedly, she felt somewhat nervous. There was another 15 minutes to wait, so she read the newspaper she had bought for a distraction. After a while, she looked at her watch and began to worry. Half an hour had gone by, and Nikos was nowhere in sight. Was it possible that he wouldn't show up? Had he got caught up in some work and forgotten about the date? She felt like a nervous young girl, afraid that she would be stood up. The waiter approached the table and asked her if she would like to order.
In a minute. I'm waiting for someone.
She replied. Her thoughts continued to play with her mind. She wondered why on earth she was so nervous. More time went by, and she started to doubt that Nikos would ever show up. Disappointed and angry, she decided to return to the hotel. Nikos was early too. He had been at the port bar for almost an hour, and there was no sign of Nina. His concern started to grow. Where was she? Maybe his invitation had been too direct? He had never been successful with women, and now he had fallen in love with this one. He decided to wait for another 15 minutes. He had nothing else to do. Nervous, he started to sweat, feeling the fear he had not had since his youth. He ordered a drink and was just ready to take a sip when he saw her walking by the port bar, not even looking for him. He shouted to her, and when she turned around, she looked happy to see him.
Nikos, you are here. I was waiting for you at the bar next to the port. I am so sorry.
This is called the port bar. The other place is the Olympia bar. I should have explained this to you. This was my fault.
I was early and never looked for the bar's name. I am glad we found each other.
They were mutually amused by their misunderstanding and terribly relieved for getting their doubts. Then they talked about the island, its beauty, the port, and the fishermen. Nikos pointed to some boat sailing far out sea, which were now crossing to the golden red sun, ready to disappear soon into the horizon. When I was a young captain out at sea, this was the most beautiful time of the day for me. I knew night would not be too long. Since I was a boy out fishing at night with my father, I always loved the dark sky full of stars. I would dream of faraway continents.
You seem to be a dreamer, Nikos.
Well, yes, maybe I am. Nikos answered, a little embarrassed. Why on earth had he told her all this? He hardly even knew her. To change the subject, he looked straight into Nina's eyes. What about you? His beautiful green eyes and soft look overwhelmed her. It was difficult for her to resist answering him.
Well, sometimes I am a dreamer, too. But I don't know anything about the stars.
I could tell you a lot about them, Nina. See, as a child, by watching the stars at night, I learned to orient myself. This proved to be very useful on the open sea while commanding big ships.
Do you know the name of all the stars?
Yes, I took some course in astronomy when I was a young engineer student in Athens. Nikos replied. Besides, a degree in engineering, astronomy was required to get a captain's license. The subject had always fascinated Nina.
Is it true that one can exactly calculate the star's course on the firmament?
Yes, I can teach you about the different stars if you'd like to learn more about them. I studied them every night on my sailing boat. She had the feeling that Nikos' soft, green eyes were watching her reaction. Was Nikos asking her to come back to his boat with him that night? Or was he just politely answering her question? At least she had finally found out why he was usually outside at night on his deck, and was hardly seen during daytime. However, this seemed unimportant now, because her real desire was to be back on that sailing boat, lying in his arms.
So you watch the stars at night, Nikos?
Yes, I am all alone in my boat, so I use my time to study the sky and the stars. Nikos felt his desire for her intensify. Even more so, she seemed truly interested in his work. What an extraordinary woman. He never had encountered someone like her before.
Is it in a rather intellectual way, or are you more a dreamer?
You are asking a lot of questions, Nina. In the winter, I teach astronomy and math at the University of Athens. And during summer, I like to spend the time on my sailing boat, reading and watching the stars. He was extremely attracted to the way her beautiful blonde hair fell softly around her slim neck. He felt the desire to kiss her right now. He was so enamored by her that he did not remember stretching out his arm and grabbing her hand. She let it happen and concentrated on the glass of wine in front of her, so he would not be privy to her emotions. She was embarrassed that she was blushing like a teenager. Nina, the conversation with you is so interesting. And I must admit, I have seldom talked so openly with someone I just met. Normally, I'm a little shy. I hate to be too forward, but how about joining me tomorrow on a day trip at sea? Sometimes I take out passengers on a charter. I want you to check out a new route. Your company would help, and I could tell you more about the stars. Presumably, you would be a good student. He realized that he might have possibly offended her, so he left the decision in her hands with no pressure. Take your time to make up your mind. I will be at the beach cafe tomorrow morning after 9 o'clock, and I will wait for your decision. I won't start before 11. Before he was aware, he gave her a little squeeze on her hand, which he was still holding in his. She blushed again. But this time she knew he had seen it. She did not know what to do. She observed his masculine body and his beautiful green eyes, vivid whenever he was explaining the stars, or sometimes absent, kind of sad when looking out at sea. He kept his dreams as well as his achievements a secret. Where had he got all that energy and intelligence to work his way up in the world? Her hand still rested in his, and she felt no desire to give up that wonderful feeling. She had to accept that she was in love with him, and there was no way of return.
Nikos, I just looked at my watch and realized I need to be back at the hotel soon. Do you know when the next bus will arrive?
The conversation had lasted for so long, and it was nearly 9. I know, it's really late. I will catch the same bus, as I have to get back to my sailing boat. They both got off the bus at the hotel, and he held out his hand to her before she left. Meet me at the cafe or leave me a message to let me know your decision. Have a nice evening. I hope to see you soon. Before she could say yes, he had left and quickly disappeared in the dark. Chapter 39. Together. Back at the hotel, Nina met up with Penelope, who had been concerned when she hadn't shown up for dinner. Nina, where have you been all this time?
Well, I was in town and missed my first bus.
I remember you told me that you were going to have a drink with Nikos. You know, he is kind of shy and he does not open up easily. Were you with him all this time? Penelope.
He just dropped me off here. The time went by and neither of us realized how long we've been sitting there talking. Then he asked me to go on a sailing trip with him tomorrow. Do you think I should go?
Nina asked, even though she had already made up her mind. Nina, he is a bachelor and a fine man. You certainly don't have to be afraid of him. He would never do anything you would not like. Don't forget, he is reclusive and hardly connects with people. You have nothing to fear at all.
So you think I should go?
Yes, absolutely. I hear that the weather will be wonderful tomorrow. He is an excellent sailor. Penelope was happy to hear that Nikos had decided to take a trip with another person, but she was not aware of what was in store for the two of them. The next morning, Nina arrived at the cafe at 9. Plastiras, already talking with Nikos, was astonished to see her walk through the door so early. "Hello, madam. How are you? Is your wound healed?" he asked.
Yes, thank you.
She answered. "Madam, this sailor is looking for passengers to sail with him today. This would be a great opportunity for you to get to know the neighboring island." It was Plastiras' plan to help Nikos out of the solitude he'd already abandoned the night before.
Oh, this would be an idea. I wanted to sail out of this bay someday.
Then Nina really surprised Plastiras with her question. "Sir, what time are you leaving?" "I will sail about at 11, Nikos replied.
Well, I might do that. It is indeed an interesting idea,
she said to Nikos as her eyes twinkled. "Okay, lady, can you be ready at 11:15? I'll pick you up there." Nikos smiled. At 11, Nikos brought Nina to his sailing boat and they took off a few minutes later. The weather was warm and the wind was blowing mildly, excellent for sailing. As the day went by, they discovered that they had many mutual interests, such as exploring different countries, foreign languages, and even more importantly, a common interest in the stars. Even art and poetry held a keen interest for them. Nikos told her that during his long ocean voyages, he had read many books, sketched impressions of ports and boats, and sometimes He even wrote poetry. They sailed to a beautiful bay at the neighboring island with deep, clear water and then headed to a small port that Nikos wanted to explore. It reminded her of the time she and Dario had visited in the Iberian Atlantic. Suddenly, Nikos grabbed her hand, and they continued to walk through the quaint town. It seemed very natural to both of them to hold hands. They had the feeling that they had known each other for decades. After touring the town, they headed down to a small port, sat on a big stone, and watched some sailing boats passing by. Nikos could not resist any longer and placed his left arm around her shoulder. It electrified her, and she felt great emotion building up. She certainly was in love with Nikos. Her desire grew, and she just put her hand on his knees. When he pulled her closer towards him, she could not resist placing both her arms around his neck. For a long time, both looked deeply into one another's eyes. No words were needed. This was the moment the ancient Greek gods had aimed for. Nikos slowly bent down and kissed her softly on her mouth. Overwhelmed, Nina responded and was happy to finally admit the deep love she felt for Nikos. He was her strange prince. The afternoon had finally come upon them, and they found a place to have a late lunch. Safely ensconced in the restaurant, she ordered some food while Nikos slipped out to a nearby store and bought her a pair of gold earrings. With a little parcel hidden in his pocket, he returned to the table. For a second, it reminded him of the hidden roses under his windbreaker at the mountain resort so many years ago. However, that episode would remain in his memory as a secret. He had to admit that since that time, he had imagined that he saw that skater everywhere, sitting on a rock or as a mermaid out at sea. Sometimes at night, he dreamt that she was flying from one star to the next. He had written so many poems about her. When he had first seen Nina at the cafe, his imagination had placed her in the illusion of his youth. Now he was really in love with Nina and would happily abandon this fantasy and live in reality. After lunch, they returned to the sailing boat and continued their trip. A few hours later, they anchored near a small bay along some rocks for a short rest. The evening progressed, and they were now on deck, sipping a glass of wine. He talked of his long voyages in large vessels and trips to places like England, France, and Venice, never mentioning his trip to the Alps.
So you have seen a lot, and certainly you made many friends around the world.
Nina commented, impressed. I had to admit, I was often very lonely after losing contact with my friends from my island. Especially Dimitrios and Penelope. I never connect easily with anyone. The only great mentor in my life was my grandfather in Athens. He was my best friend. He understood my nature better than anyone. After he died, I became more reclusive and escaped in my work. Nikos then told her the whole story of his beloved grandfather, his big secret, and how they found each other in the University of Athens. In the meantime, he had brought a candle and placed it on their table, as night was enveloping the whole area. Nikos's green eyes seemed darker in candlelight. When he laughed, they crinkled at the corners. Why on earth am I telling you all that, Nina? He never shared his feelings and experiences so easily with anyone.
That's probably because I know your friends quite well. I mean, our mutual friends, Penelope and Dimitrios.
Nikos smiled. He would love to kiss her right then, but it seemed totally inappropriate for the moment because he would not be able to control his desire to go beyond that point. He felt a deep love for Nina growing in his heart, a feeling he had never had before. As the day before, when they had been downtown, he grabbed her hand and squeezed it gently. Again, she felt that strange feeling, a longing that she hadn't experienced since Alfonso had passed away. She wondered why he had told her so much about his life, why Nikos was able to open up to her so easily. Nina was in love with Nikos, but there was no way she would admit it until she knew how he really felt about her. His green eyes were as clear as the sea. His soft voice made her vibrate inside. She sensed his desire to conquer her heart. For now, she would dig deeper in his heart and soul to make sure Nikos was falling in love with her, and not a memory of something that never was. During the conversation, neither realized how time flew by. Nina shared thoughts about her life in Portugal and told Nikos about her 2 happy marriages, which had both ended as terrible nightmares.
My second husband, Alfonso, sometimes organized house concerts for young musicians, and once in a while, some young poets would read their prose. Once, a short poem by a Greek poet was read.
How could you find Greek poetry in Portugal? Normally, Greek literature is not too well known abroad because the translation is really difficult.
Well, the poem was originally written in English, and I did the translation into Portuguese. Poems from all over Europe were read that night.
What an interesting life you had with Alfonso and all the local and international artists. She told him that some years after Alfonso's death, she had moved back to her country, and now worked as both translator of his memoirs and a writer. I would be interested to read some of the memoirs you're translating. Art was a field I did not spend much time on, but I would certainly like to know more about. Maybe I should explain the stars to you, as the sky is clear. But for now, let's take out our dinghy and row over to this bay to have some dinner. After dinner, they returned to his boat where they stood watching the stars. Both of them knew that this was a special moment in their lives. Standing at the railing, Nikos told her, "Nina, there is one star I have been searching for years to find in the sky, but never found it. Tonight, I have a feeling I might find it." It was already midnight when Nikos decided to pull out the small parcel containing the gold earrings. "As I love and admire you, I have a little present for you." She held a small parcel in her hands and looked for a second down at the water surrounding his boat. Did she now see a mermaid approaching? She bent over the railing to find out and was startled to see her own face reflected in the water's mirror. Like a flash, Nina remembered her dream she had one night at the hotel balcony when a mermaid climbed up on Nikos' sailboat. Was this a sign towards her destiny, or a secret wish? For a few moments, nobody spoke as she opened the gift. Nikos wondered why she was looking into the sea. Maybe she was searching for words. Then, she slowly opened the box and was deeply touched and find the elegant earrings. In short, but lovely poem about a mermaid.
Thank you, Nikos, for the beautiful earrings. What a surprise! And you even wrote me a poem.
She was extremely touched. Well, it just occurred to me when I was sitting out on deck, listening to the splashing of the waves. Nikos blurted out, somewhat embarrassed.
You mean you wrote this poem today?
Yes, Without thinking, he added, Katharina. Had he really called her Katharina?
How do you know my real name?
Well, Katharina sounds more romantic than Nina. Nikas became ashamed, realizing that he was unconsciously living his old dream again. She just watched him for a second and, sensing his vulnerability, decided to tell him the truth. She looked straight into his green eyes and placed both arms around his neck.
Thank you, Nikos. I had to admit that I love you.
Then she slowly continued, barely able to say the words.
Nikos, let me tell you, Katharina is my real name, and Nina is what everyone calls me after I left my mountain village in the Alps. By the way, this is the second poem of yours I've read. The first one is still in my purse. I translated it into Portuguese and called it A Lost Dream.
Nina opened her purse, and with teary eyes, she unfolded the old sheet of paper. She recited a memorable line from that poem slowly.
Dreams are born, lost, or die, to be reborn every day again. Watching you dancing with my green eyes brings me the same pain as a star or a dream is difficult to.
Her voice cracked, and she was unable to continue. Then big tears fell from her eyes. It was his poem. Nikos finally asked her if she had ever been a skater. For half a second, nobody spoke. They both held hands and looked down at the calm sea. Then Nina looked straight into his eyes and reassured him.
Yes, Nikos, I am the one you saw skating so many years ago.
You were the prince who left the red roses with a beautiful poem
on the ice for me. You captured my imagination and my heart over 20 years ago. Your beautiful poem about dreams comforted a sad widow when her young husband died in a car accident. And weeks after that, when she lost her unborn child, they made her feel important and cared for. Then, when her second husband held a tribute for writers, she translated your poem and had it appear in a program that featured the top writers in Portugal. Years later, after Afonso had died of leukemia, I reread your words, and suddenly the future didn't seem quite as frightening. Somehow, there was hope. Just a few days ago, when I hurt myself at the beach cafe and you helped me, I recognized your green eyes and knew that I had searched for you just as you had searched for me. Katharina. With trembling hands, he reached out for her hand, and for a long, silent minute, he looked deep into her eyes until he was able to speak. Slowly, he answered in a low voice. Yes, it was me. It took him another moment to continue. Katharina, you always remain in my dreams too. Sometimes I imagine seeing you swim around my boat at night. Sometimes it looked as if you were sitting on a rock, watching me from afar. I always dreamt that someday we would meet. Being alone at sea for so long, I lived through this dream, and it started to drive me insane. Like an obsession. Now I found my true love, and I love a real woman, not a dream. Nikos pulled Katharina closer to his warm body and kissed her intensely. When his hand touched her neck, she started to shiver.
The love had mutually grown, and nothing was going to stop them.
Nikos, I am so happy. I had to sort out my feelings, and that's why I walked over to that remote beach. I even wish that you would send me a rose after my accident.
Unable to respond with words, Nikos kissed Katharina warmly. She just let it all happen, knowing that destiny had brought them together forever. Katharina, I finally found the star I was searching for so long, and that's you.
Nikos, you are so romantic.
Neither had ever dreamt that they would ever find each other again and share a common future. The two dreamers now sat happily together, watching the moon appear over the calm sea. No longer was either of them afraid to dream. It took this huge storm to bring us together. Each one of us had so many ups and downs. Similar to the storm's big waves, maybe we might now sail together into a calmer future, Nikos surmised. Katharina had tears of happiness in her eyes. Hadn't Alfonso told her, shortly before he died, that someday happiness would return into her life? Katharina looked deep into Nikos's green eyes as he caressed her neck. Hand in hand, they walked down the steep boat stairs to Nikos's cabin. She had never dreamt that she would end up on the mysterious sailing boat that she had been watching summer after summer from her balcony. Passionately, Nikos enfolded Katharina in his arms, and they made love the way lovers who had been separated for years would then fall asleep in each other's arms. Both knew that a shared future with a true, deep love was definitely on the horizon. After sailing back the next day, they reached their home bay just before the night grew late. Illuminated by the light of the moon, the two took a swim around Nikos' sailing boat. Later, they sat on deck, looking at one another in the glow of soft candlelight, then raised their wine glasses towards the sky and thanked the ancient gods for leading them out of their hard life's labyrinth. Plastiras, the old fisherman, sat near the sea on his favorite bench and watched, satisfied, Nina and Nikos' fated love grow.